Shadow Woman by Thomas Perry. Narrated by Joyce Bean. Copyright 1997 by Thomas Perry. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Random House, an imprint of Random House Publishing Group, a division of Random House Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Chapter 1. Pete Hatcher pushed through the warm, dry night air that was trapped between the tall hotels and casinos, feeling the stored heat from the sun still rising from the concrete to his ankles. He had tightened his back muscles to keep his spine straight and his shoulders back, but it felt like a pose, so he tried to lose his self-consciousness and slouch a little. It was hard to do anything for so many days without ruminating on the way it must look, what they must think about it. He had tried to look formidable and alert, as though he would be hard to kill. The idea was worse than childish. It was the reaction of an animal trying to convince a predator that he wasn't weak enough to take down just yet. The part of Las Vegas that he loved was the Strip, with the exaggerated shapes of its giant buildings lit up in candy colors that burned against the blue-black desert sky. But being downtown like this was different. The carnival neons and incandescents glared from all sides and bounced off asphalt and concrete, then washed across the faces of the people walking with him as a dead yellow gray that cast deep shadows in their wrinkles and sunken eyes. He followed a couple who seemed to sense it. Each eyed the other, and the woman became uncomfortably aware that the ghastly light that had skinned the life from her beloved's cheek must have done the same to her own. She bravely forced a smile that only gave her face deeper hollows and the bared teeth of a skull. The pair reached the roofed-over mall, retreated to the nearest glass door, and escaped into the soft blue of a bar lit with the twinkle of tiny star-white bulbs. When they had taken a few steps into the cool, machine-made air, Pete saw them both give a little shrug and shudder to be sure none of the leftover street magic was clinging to them. Hatcher followed them through the bar into the big casino, then skirted the margin of the gaming floor, ignoring the din of the bells on the slots and the rattle of coins in the collection pans that bounced off the walls above his head to excite the customers. He moved deeper, staying far from the blackjack tables and crap tables, where bright overhead lights shone on the green felt and turned the dealers' starched white shirts into semaphores. He stepped to the little window in the wall a few feet apart from the cashier's cages. He said to the middle-aged woman behind the glass, "There was supposed to be a ticket for the midnight show left for me." "Your name, sir?" He had somehow assumed she would know his face, but her expression was only attentive. "Pete Hatcher." Hatcher took the ticket and read the seat number while he was still in the light, then handed it to the girl in the fishnet tights and frock coat at the door and let her lead him into the show. Hatcher never looked back to see whether the two men were still following. They were. The round walls of the room were lined with big plush booths in 3 tiers, and the space in front of the stage crowded with rows of long, narrow tables arranged like the spokes of a wheel, so nobody in the cheap, stackable chairs along them could see better than anybody else. The woman he had been told to call Jane was already seated in the dark booth when he got there. She was thin, with gleaming black hair braided behind her head, a long, graceful neck, and bare shoulders that showed no trace of a line in the tan and made him want to believe that she was in the habit of sunbathing naked. He felt an unexpected tearing pain when he looked at her, so he glanced at the stage. This was what he was about to lose. Not the money or the fancy office or the clean, hot desert air. It was the women, ones like her. They weren't ever from here, but this was where Pete had always found them. It was as though they were the winners of some quiet beauty contest, judged not by a bunch of pot-bellied Chamber of Commerce types, but by the women themselves, before they were even women. They seemed to take one look in the mirror and know that the creature looking back at them didn't belong in Biloxi or Minneapolis. The woman said, "Pete?" "Yes?" "Kiss me." He turned in surprise, and she was offering him her cheek in that strange way the best of them did, so he could press his lips against that incredibly smooth place just in front of her ear and smell the fragrance of her hair. He lingered there for a moment to whisper, "I thought we were blending in. You mean beautiful is the worst you can do?" She ignored the question, drew back to end the kiss, and said, "Good enough. Dates want you to kiss them, hookers don't. If the management thinks I'm in business, they'll have their own people watching me. Did you know you're not alone?" "I haven't been alone in 2 weeks," he said. "My phones are bugged, my apartment, even my car. When I'm asleep, they switch on a camera with an infrared lens that's above the smoke detector in my ceiling." "That's a very good sign," said the woman. "If the bugs and cameras had disappeared, that would be a very bad sign. It would mean they expected that pretty soon the police would be taking a close look at everything you used to own." "It's not the sort of sign that makes me want to rush out and buy next year's calendar." "Don't worry about what didn't happen," said the woman. "Worry about what you have to make happen." "What?" "The instant that the box opens." "What box?" "Just listen. When the box opens, you get out and walk, do not run, to the exit door that's facing you. Go outside, get into the black Ford that's parked in the reserved space at the end of the lot. Drive north on Route 15. It'll take you to St. George, Utah. That's about all the time I can buy you. You'll still be an hour from Cedar City. Don't stop to pee or something, just keep driving. There's a small airport in Cedar City, and your ticket is reserved at the Southwest Airlines desk under the name David Keller. From now on, that's you. The papers I promised you are in the wallet under the seat of the car. There's a suitcase in the trunk. You'll just make your flight, and then you'll be in Denver before daylight." "What about the other stuff?" "Everything you'll need at first is in the suitcase. The diplomas, honorable discharge, bank books, and so on are in your new apartment." "And what?" "That gets me out, but what about you? They've seen you with me. They'll have nobody to take it out on but you." Her eyes settled on him in puzzled curiosity, studied his face for a moment as though they had found something rare and unfamiliar there, then drifted toward the stage. "I'm good at this, and you couldn't help me anyway. Don't think about me. Think about what you have to do." "Anything else you haven't told me?" "Volumes," she said. "I like to spend more time with my runners before I set them free, but you don't have it to spare. All you really need to know is that if you never make a mistake, you'll live forever. Right now, just concentrate on tonight. If you live through this, you'll catch on." "What if they've got somebody waiting at the back door for me?" She placed her long, thin fingers on his hand, and her voice went soft and low, like a mother talking to her child. "Then hit him fast and hurt him as badly as you can. He won't have the stomach for a one-on-one fight for keeps. It takes much more courage to spend 2 weeks pretending you don't know you're in trouble than it does to join a pack stalking a lone man. I've been watching you, and I've been watching them. You can do this." He sighed, but his lungs had taken in so little air it came out in a shallow puff. "I sure hope you're right. I assume you took your fee out of the money when you took it to Denver?" She shook her head. "It doesn't work that way. A year from now, maybe 2, you'll think about the way your life is, and you'll remember how you felt tonight. And then you'll send me a present." He raised his eyebrows. "How do you know that?" "I don't. But over the years, I've gotten a lot of presents." As the house lights dimmed, Pete raised his eyes to see where tonight's shadows were. He found them in the tier above, seated in a booth where they could catch a glimpse of him in profile whenever they wished. He leaned back, hiding his face from them, but the woman gently leaned on his back and pushed him forward as she whispered in his ear, "Let them see you. Keep your face where they can see it." A small projectile, spitting sparks like a comet, streamed over their heads. It exploded at center stage in a loud bang, and a billow of lighter fluid flame 6 feet high, followed by a fog of dry ice smoke that quickly spread from curtain to curtain and drifted over the footlights into the audience. A bright spotlight beam appeared and frantically swept across the wall of smoke, trying to penetrate it and find some solid object. In a moment a few wisps seemed to congeal and resolve themselves into the shape of an old, bent, wizened woman in bulky rags, leaning on a cane. She hobbled forward out of the fog, haltingly, then seemed to notice the audience for the first time. Pete looked at the people around him. They were hushed with surprise, as though they had forgotten that they had bought tickets and sat here sipping watered drinks waiting for this. The old woman glared at them, then gave a low, unearthly cackle and lifted the cane into the air. As it reached the height of her shoulder, it shortened and narrowed, and as it went over her head, it was clearly a wand. She tapped herself on the top of the head, and the rags instantly incinerated in a flash of sparks and smoke. The spotlight found its way through the smoke, and found in her place a young, shapely woman who stood erect and wore a sparkling gold spandex skin that seemed little brighter than her mane of honey-blonde hair. The deep, resonant voice of the announcer shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, Miranda!" and then was drowned in music and applause. Pete leaned to the side and said, "She's got my attention. I hope she's got theirs." The woman beside him watched his eyes. If she doesn't yet, she will. She used to strip. Miranda paced the empty, dim stage like a cat, doing the impossible for the willfully gullible, receptive crowd. First, she reached into the air and began plucking things out of it. White doves that couldn't have been hidden in her brief costume, that flew out over the audience, then returned to a perch at the back of the stage. A single rose that she tossed over her shoulder onto the floor. Then, one after another, 4 rabbits. It was as though she were completing the compulsory round of a conjurer's competition, executing a sampling of the standard tricks. Only slowly did it occur to the audience that something strange and unplanned was happening. The rose she had thrown behind her was changing. It grew longer and longer, then arched upward a little. Then it began to writhe and slither. Miranda produced a magician's top hat, put it on her head, then took it off and held it before her stomach. The rabbits, one by one, ran toward her, leapt into the hat, and disappeared inside it. She collapsed the hat and flicked it off stage like a frisbee. The audience was distracted. The rabbit trick was a bit out of the ordinary, but the audience was captured by that rose. It was now 7 or 8 feet long. The petals had fallen off, and now it arched its back, slowly raising its head behind Miranda, and spread its hood. It was a king cobra, its green-black skin looking oily in the lights. As she took her bow, it coiled to strike. Miranda seemed to sense something was bothering her audience. She frowned at them, then reached up into the dark air again, produced a pearl-handled revolver, pivoted gracefully, and shot the serpent through the eye. It jerked spasmodically, then fell. A wind passed across the stage, swirling the smoke in little eddies. The snake crumbled into dry flakes that blew away, leaving only a new fresh rose in its place. Miranda squeezed the pistol in her hands until it became a ball the color of mercury, threw it into the air, and watched it explode. While Miranda took another bow, Jane studied the audience, trying to detect anyone watching the 2 shadows for a signal. After a moment she was satisfied that they had come alone. A company like Pleasure Incorporated could afford as many as they wanted, but they wouldn't put more than 2 on Pete Hatcher. Pete wasn't crazy enough to attack even that many. She leaned close to him and whispered, "Your time is here. Take one last look at it, and then never come back. This part of your life is already over." He turned to look at her face, but it was veiled in darkness again. The music grew loud and frantic, and the audience murmured and then drew in its breath as Miranda took a little run and jumped off the 8-foot stage onto the floor. She danced up the aisle, glanced at a man sitting at one of the tables, reached into his ear and extracted a pair of satin and lace panties. The man grinned appreciatively, but the woman beside him looked, then bared her teeth in something that wasn't a smile. Her left hand moved furtively along her haunch. The audience gasped its religious conviction that the hand was quicker than the eye, and as Miranda danced along the tables, their approval drowned out all but the beat of Miranda's music. As she drew near Pete Hatcher, he turned his eyes away from her toward Jane. She said, "Good luck, Pete," and Miranda's surprisingly strong, sinuous fingers wrapped themselves around his forearm. Pete looked up into Miranda's face as he rose to his feet, but when she was this close he saw nothing soft or reassuring there. Her unnaturally perfect teeth were set in the performer's clench, so she could be nervous or winded without showing it, and between the black eyeliner and the blue-gold eyeshadow, the eyes themselves had that mad, manic stare that they all had, not seeing him at all because she was living in her mind a minute or two ahead of everyone else. Her mask of makeup was not the color of a human being, and it reflected light in tiny metallic sparkles that were not what mortals were made of. Pete let her lead him by the hand down the aisle to the stage, and he let the polite applause that acknowledged he was a good sport carry him to the steps, until it was overwhelmed by the audience's celebration that Miranda had returned to the stage. While the spotlight had followed Miranda to Pete's booth, unseen hands had been busy up here. There was a couch placed at center stage. Miranda led him like a woman leading her lover. She spoke to him only in a hard professional tone as they went. "I'll walk you through this. For now, just lie there. Don't move, don't touch. Got it?" "Yes," he said. He lay on the couch and discovered that it was hard, a board with a layer of cloth over it. The audience roared again, and he could tell it was because Miranda, facing away from them, had snaked a hand up behind her back and unsnapped the top of her outfit. Her hands went to the waist of her tights and made a first, tantalizing tug. She stepped closer to Hatcher, placed a knee on the couch, and everything happened at once. At the front of the stage there was a flash and a big puff of smoke. For a second Hatcher could see streams of smoke piped upward at the footlights, and then he saw nothing. He felt an abrupt jerk as the silky material under him separated, yanked toward both sides of the stage by unseen wires. He felt the dislocation of air as Miranda flailed around in the dark a few feet from him, but he saw nothing. The lights came on, and the first sight was Miranda, this time wearing a Victorian-looking black corset with garters and black stockings, and holding a long silver stiletto. She said, "Mug for them." So he looked her over uneasily. When Miranda had timed the laugh, she stepped closer. "Good. Now stand up and look at the couch." He got up and stared down at it. The couch was now an ornate lacquer and silver box about 4 feet long. She opened the top and said, "Climb in. When it's closed, bring your knees up to your chest." He wasn't surprised to see the box. Jane had mentioned the box. Pete took one look out at the audience. He could see Jane sitting alone in the booth, now illuminated by the bright house lights, and 50 feet behind her and to her right, the two shadows. One was the guy he had seen outside his window after dark on Tuesday. He had the melancholy, tired look of a cop who had been on his feet too much. The other was short, stocky, and bull-necked like an Irish middleweight, with a round, reddish, squint-eyed face. As he stepped into the box, he gazed past them at the ridiculous Baroque lounge, its oversized booths with scrollwork molded from sawdust and glue and painted purple, then fitted with cushions of foam rubber upholstered with shiny fabric. He loved all of it, being part of it. He loved to see the women looking at it, the ones from the Midwest who wore crisp pastel dresses you could never quite see through, and took the long way out of Caesar's to look in the windows of the shops at yellow diamond necklaces and solid silver samovars and sable coats, not because they wanted them, but because they were placed there to be seen, just like celebrities. He loved the dealers in their little pressed man outfits and bow ties and shiny shoes, and the tall dancers in costumes that made them hard and gleaming like human jewels, and the women from the dry plains who tiptoed out to the pool with hotel towels wrapped around their hips because they were having second thoughts about their new bathing suits. Maybe not even how much skin they showed, so much as what owning a suit like that might mean about them. Hatcher lay down in the box, let her slam the lid on him, and waited. Jane watched Miranda work through her variation of the ancient conjurer's tricks. Miranda whirled the box around on its casters, watched the mechanical feet at the end of the box kick and wiggle while she sliced the box in half, then wiggle again when she separated the two boxes. Finally, she flung open the lids of the two boxes, and there was nobody inside at all. She closed the boxes, whirled them around a bit, then had two burly assistants in turbans lift one on top of the other. She opened the single door, and out stepped Pete Hatcher. He bowed, shyly received a kiss from Miranda, and walked toward the steps. As he reached the floor of the lounge, the light swept back to Miranda. She was climbing into the box herself. The two assistants turned the box around a few times, tapped it with Miranda's discarded wand, and a big flame shot upward. All the while, the silhouette of the good sport she had drafted from the audience could be seen making his way in the darkened room to Jane's booth. He sat down and said in Miranda's voice, "He's on his way, Jane." "Thanks, Miranda," said Jane. "It's a great show." On stage, the two befuddled assistants opened the box. Out stepped a man who looked very much like Pete Hatcher. The spotlights quickly searched the room. When they found Pete Hatcher's booth, the figure of Pete Hatcher leapt to its feet, threw off the coat and wig, stepped out of the pants, and became Miranda. She milked the applause, curtsying and throwing kisses, then ran back to the stage. She tore a curtain from the back of the stage to reveal what looked like Pete Hatcher lying stiff and seemingly asleep, floating 3 feet off the ground. She covered him with the curtain, levitated him a few feet higher, where he would be out of her way, and went on with her act. Jane looked at her watch. Miranda proceeded to keep the audience confused and agitated with her smoke and mirrors and costume changes. From time to time she would bring up other members of the audience to shill for her, and when they had done their parts, she would cover them with cloths and levitate them too, until after 2 hours there were 6 men and women floating above the stage. As Miranda was taking her final bow, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned, looked up at the 6 bodies floating in the air, and hurried toward them. She stepped to the first, snatched the cloth away, and revealed that there was nothing at all under it. She pointed to a table at her feet, and the woman who was supposed to be floating smiled at the audience and waved happily. One by one, Miranda snatched the cloths out of the air and revealed each of her volunteers sitting in their seats watching the show. When she pointed at Jane's booth, the man sitting beside Jane gave a graceful little bow that ended in an outstretched arm lifted toward Miranda in a gesture that began in appreciation and ended in surprise. The audience's eyes shot to the stage in time to see another flash and puff of smoke, and Miranda was gone. Only the pile of clothes lay where she had stood a moment before. The smoke grew in volume and thickness, and slowly the pile of rags stirred and began to rise. The hydraulic platform under the stage pushed Miranda upward, and as she rose through the cloths, they hung from her like thick draped clothing. She was once again the old bent crone who had begun the show. She limped to the edge of the stage where she had left her wand, tapped it once on her palm, and it grew into the walking stick. She winked slyly at the audience and slowly walked through the smoke and disappeared. The doors opened at the rear of the lounge, and the audience filed out with the lights still low, Miranda's eerie music still in their ears, and wisps of theatrical smoke still in the air. Jane and her companion made their way toward the door with the others, deep in the gratified, chattering crowd. Before they stepped into the light of the casino, Jane said, "Thanks," and the man, one of Miranda's assistants, stepped to the side and was gone. Jane walked purposefully across the casino alone, under the enormous crystal chandeliers, where she could be certain the 2 shadows would see her. She went into the lobby and stopped at the front desk to pick up her room key. She made her way back across the casino and up into the bar that overlooked the long rows of green felt tables. She sat down at a table for 2 and waited. In the mirror above the bar she could see Pete's 2 shadows. The tall one was wandering around looking over the heads of the gamblers to see where Pete Hatcher could have gone. The second man was behind Jane and to her left. just at the perimeter of the bar, where he could slip away if he needed to. She waited a few minutes for the barmaid to show up, then ordered a martini and a scotch and water, and watched the barmaid throw down 2 napkins, one in front of the empty chair, then head for the bar to get the drinks. The sight of 2 drinks on the tray coming back to the table seemed to make all the difference to Pete Hatcher's shadows. They were reassured, almost as though they were watching Pete. They might not know where Hatcher was right at this moment, the men's room, somewhere in the labyrinth of slot machines where they'd not looked for him, but they knew where he was going to be in a few minutes. The few minutes accumulated into a half-hour, then 45 minutes. The small shadow left to see if Pete Hatcher's car was still in the lot and came back to report to his friend that it was, but they weren't feeling confident anymore. Something was wrong, and they weren't yet sure what it was. She glanced at her watch. Katie, she corrected herself, Miranda, had promised to transport Pete Hatcher out the stage door near the start of her act, so the show had given him a full 2 hours to make the Utah border. Jane's little pantomime of being stood up had bought him the 3rd hour to get to Cedar City. His plane would be loading passengers just about now. It was time for Jane to start making herself disappear. She left a $20 chip on the table and stepped out of the bar. The 2 men hesitated for a second, then followed. They had to give her plenty of room and try not to look interested. Jane walked toward the elevators, and she knew they had no choice but to follow. If they lost her, they had nothing. She took the elevator to the 15th floor, went into her room, kicked off her shoes, and called the garage. "This is Miss Seymour in room 1592. I'd like my car right away, please." As she listened to the parking attendant's answer, she was already stepping out of her gown. She heard the doorknob rattle a little. She looked at the door, but it didn't budge. She could see the shadows of feet under the door. Jane kicked the dress under the bed, slipped on her slacks, pulled the sweater over her head, then heard a sudden thud. She looked at the door. The double-edged blade of a knife had pierced through the thin oak veneer of the hollow door beside the lock. She froze. An unseen hand worked the blade around a little and withdrew it. There was another dull thud, and the blade punched through again. She snatched her purse, quickly slipped out through the curtains to the balcony, and quietly slid the door shut. She had misjudged them. They should not have been willing to take a chance like this yet. Maybe she had been too eager to get Pete out of sight, and she had missed some sign, forgotten to ask some question. There was no way to fix it now, no time to think. She had to get out. She had nothing with her. This was not the hotel where she'd been sleeping. It was just the room she had rented to disappear from. In a few seconds those 2 would have the door open. She looked around her at the balconies of the other rooms. They were narrow and far apart, and even if she somehow managed to reach one of them without falling, she would only be in the next room. She leaned out as far as she could and looked down. On the floor below her there was a balcony just like hers, but it had to be 12 feet down. Jane saw a thin wedge of light fan into her room as they opened the door as far as the chain would allow. She unclasped the leather strap of her purse, clasped it around the bottom of the vertical railing support closest to the wall of the building, tossed her purse to the balcony below, stepped over the railing, and lowered herself into the empty air. She was trembling with fear and awe at what she had done as she dangled there, 6 feet above the railing of the 14th floor balcony. She wanted to drop, but found her hands would not obey the command to open. It looked as though she would fall, scrape the outside of the balcony, and plummet 200 feet to the pavement. She bent at the hip and began a gentle swing. The first sweep brought her out away from the balcony and tipped her down a little, so she had to look directly through all that empty night air at the tiny figures on the lighted concrete below. After a sickening pause at the end of the arc, she began to swing forward. When she judged that the balcony was under her, she let go. She dropped and hit the concrete balcony hard, slid a little, and bumped the railing so it gave a low vibrating sound like a tuning fork. She turned and saw that the sliding door into this room was closed. As she stood and reached for the handle, She knew that whatever else happened, she was not going to put herself outside the railing again. She tugged on the door, and it wouldn't budge. She lay on her back, covered her face with her purse, and kicked out at the glass with both feet. The glass gave a loud crack, but it didn't break inward. She went to her knees, lifted a long, jagged shard out, set it beside her, then used her purse to push a bigger one inward. She crawled inside, hurried across the empty room, burst out into the hallway, ran to the elevator, and punched the button. But as she glanced upward, she saw that the number lit up was 15. The elevator was coming down from above. She turned and ran for the sign that said exit, slipped inside the door to the stairwell, and waited. The bell rang, the elevator doors parted, and she saw that nobody was inside. She ran for the elevator and got past the doors just as the big man emerged from the stairwell and dashed toward her. She rode the elevator down to the garage level. When the bell rang, she took a step toward the opening doors, but then the space was filled with a blur of moving flesh and gray fabric as the shorter man with the pink swine face charged inside the elevator. He slapped the button and used his body to block the opening while the doors slid together again, trapping her inside with him. Jane predicted his half-formed strategy, because the small space made it inevitable. He had enclosed her in a tiny compartment, so he would sweep her into a corner before she could do much flailing, and use the strength of his upper body to keep her there and stifle the screams. She put up both hands in a weak defense, half cringing before the blow, half supplication that it wouldn't come. The man lunged toward her. Jane's right hand jabbed out, more to stagger him than to do harm, but he was moving faster than she had expected. Her knuckles glanced off the bridge of his nose and into his left eye. His hands went up, too late, and Jane rocked back against the wall to deliver the kick to his knee that she had planned from the beginning. She felt the knee break. He dropped to the floor, gasping in pain. She sidestepped past him and hit the open door button. As the door slid open, his hand shot out to grasp her ankle. His grip was so strong it hurt, tightening like the jaws of an animal as he pulled her toward him. She said quietly, "Think. If you drag me back in there alone with you and your broken leg, are things going to get better for you or worse?" She felt the hand slowly, reluctantly release its grip. The door closed. She stepped away and hurried toward the valet loitering beside her rented car. She was already chattering. "It's here already? Gee, you guys are really fast. I'm sorry it took me so long. Thanks a lot." She slipped a $10 bill into the hand of the valet, threw her car into gear, and drove out along Bonanza Road and into the darkness to the west. Chapter 2. Jane drove out of the desert into Los Angeles while the morning traffic was still moving, and the glaring sunlight was on the back of her car instead of in her eyes. The car was rented on a MasterCard that said she was Wendy Aguilar, so if someone in Las Vegas had seen the license number, then asking the right questions would lead the chasers to a fictitious woman who had disappeared in Los Angeles. She never used her own name, never started off in the direction of her final destination, never missed a chance to mislead, but never bet her life on any plan she had made in advance. What had kept Jane alive during a dozen years as a guide was not mechanical precautions, but unremitting watchfulness. She lived by scrutinizing the fluid events and configurations around her. Momentary gatherings of people, minor financial transactions, crowded travel routes, for opportunities to deceive. As she drove the rented car up Century Boulevard to return it to the agency, she spotted a convenient place to acquire a small extra measure of safety. She turned off the street beneath the tall white sign that towered above the car wash and stopped at the entrance to the tunnel lined with spraying nozzles and whirling brushes. She slipped out of the car and let the two men loitering nearby climb into the front and rear seats, steer it forward until the conveyor track caught the front wheel, then ride it through the tunnel to wipe the prints off every window and piece of chrome and vacuum the inner surfaces to pick up hairs and threads. Even if these men overlooked some trace of her and the cleanup crew at the rental lot missed it too, the process put two more people with their own clothes and hair and prints into the car. She used her 10 minutes away from the car to stand in the shelter of the cashier's kiosk and watch the street, to satisfy herself that no other car was idling nearby to wait for her. When the men had finished, she pulled forward to the full-service gas pump to have the tank filled, so any prints on the gas door or cap would belong to still another man. She drove the car around several blocks to dry it, crossed her own trail after a few minutes, and returned to the lot where she had rented it 2 weeks ago. She took the shuttle van to the airport with 6 other people. It was always crowded in the morning at LAX because anybody who wanted to be on the East Coast by the end of the business day had to be in the air by 8. The shuttle van stopped at the loading zone, so she was only in the open for 5 quick steps, surrounded by men and women who were in as much of a hurry as she was. She had nothing but the canvas carry-on bag she had kept in her trunk. Jane shopped for a flight on the television monitors on the wall as she walked. This time she decided that American Airlines Flight 653 to Chicago was the right one. From there she could go anywhere without much delay. Until a few years ago she would have paid cash for the ticket, because that gave her the option of making up a name. Now they checked identification on every flight. She rummaged in her purse and selected Terry Rosenberg's driver's license and credit card, because the name was common enough and wasn't definitely female. Years ago, when she had just begun as a guide and had seen these trips as a series of brief adventures rather than an accumulating succession of risks, she had sometimes made up names like those of heroines in romance novels. Dahlia Van Sturtevant had been one, as had Melinda Gale LaDucette. Over the years she had slowly, painfully refined the whimsy out of her routines. A name like Terry Rosenberg might actually send a tracker off in the wrong direction. Destiny Vaucluse was a taunt. She went through the metal detectors and walked to one of the more distant ladies' rooms, because they were less heavily frequented than the ones near the entrances, and because nobody she met after the security check was likely to be carrying anything that would make killing her a neat, quiet task. Jane had no reason to believe that the men who had been watching Pete Hatcher in Las Vegas represented any danger to her. Even if they had seen her rental car and had the license number, it would take them a day or two to learn that she had returned it near the LA airport. They had seen the miraculous Miranda make Hatcher disappear, but they had also seen her make him reappear, and they had followed him out of the show into the casino. If their employers were grounded firmly enough in reality to know that there was no such thing as a coincidence, that nobody vanished from the stage and the world the same night without planning, it would get them very little. Miranda was a Las Vegas headliner because she was a spectacular performer. She was a headliner at Bogliarizzi's Inside Straight because Vincent Bogliarizzi, Jr. waited for her in her elaborate dressing suite after each midnight show for a frolic, while she was still in makeup, sweaty and excited from her triumph. There was a rumor that they were married, but Jane didn't know if it was true, and it didn't matter. As long as Vincent was nearby, Miranda was not a woman that anyone but an old friend could safely approach to ask even an easy question. Jane washed off her makeup in front of the sink, dressed in a pair of blue jeans and a black silk blouse with a print of bright chrysanthemums, put on a pair of sneakers, threw her old clothes in the trash, and covered them with a newspaper she found on the corner. She let her long black hair hang loose and brushed it out, then put on fresh makeup and a pair of sunglasses. She inspected herself in the mirror, decided she looked as different from the woman who had been in Las Vegas as she needed to, and went out. She bought breakfast and waited for her flight in the cafeteria, because fewer people could pass close by and look at her face here than in the waiting area. Every move Jane made while she was working was calculated to shift the odds a little more into her favor. Taking Pete Hatcher out of the world from a standing start had presented special problems and forced her to accept special risks. Usually the ones she took out of trouble could be taken more quietly. A woman with bruises would show up at a shelter in the middle of a big city 1,000 miles away and talk to a counselor. After an hour or two of listening to options and remedies that had already been tried and gotten her more bruises, She would tell the counselor that what she really wanted was magic, to simply have it all end and start again as somebody else. The counselor would pick up the telephone, and maybe the woman would notice that the counselor's other hand was busy erasing her name from the sign-in list. The ones who were children usually arrived at Jane's door in the night, holding the hand of some adult who didn't think of herself as a hero, who maybe hadn't even run the inventory of statutory punishments for what she was doing, but already knew that the punishment for doing nothing was worse. The usual victims were the helpless, and they were almost invisible to begin with. The authorities who had not seen their agony were no better at noticing their absence. Their names were simply added to the enormous list of people all over the country who were missing, and after they had left Jane's hands, those names were no longer theirs. The petty criminals, the adults who had burned up one life by an accretion of small mistakes and infractions, were almost as easy. They often came to her at a time when they, at least, believed they were in no immediate danger. That meant they had no friends, no plans, and no temptations to keep their minds off the emptiness they had created for themselves. Pete Hatcher had been the other kind. He was already trapped, and she had to get him out while their eyes were on him. He had been a successful middle manager in a town where the locals were all in the same business and engaged in ferocious competition to dominate it. Once he had come under suspicion at Pleasure Incorporated, there had been little that could happen to dispel it. When he asked why he was being isolated and kept out of meetings, they decided he must have been waiting anxiously for signs that his disloyalty had been discovered. When he mentioned the possibility that it was time to find a new job, they thought he had been conspiring with a competitor who had already prepared a safe haven for him. When he offered to resign with no job in sight, they figured he must not need one, had probably found a way to skim casino proceeds, or helped an accomplice fix a game. It was when he did nothing that their worst fears were aroused. They suspected he was staying in place because he had made a deal with some federal agency and had been bullied into collecting evidence for them. They had watched him for weeks, waiting to find out which it was so they could clean it up after they killed him. Casinos were like a lot of businesses. A tenth of what went on was disguised by showmanship, and the rest was invisible. Part of what wasn't easy to see were their gigantic security departments. They had people to guard and transport the vast sums of cash that appeared each day, other people to watch the dealers, cashiers, and croupiers to be sure that the nimblest fingers in the world never palmed anything, others to investigate possible high rollers, still others to find them if they didn't pay. They had more to simply protect the casino itself, people who watched for undesirable visitors who had come to prey on the guests, and quickly, quietly hustled them away before they disturbed the unreal tranquility of the gambling palace. It had always struck Jane as ironic that probably the safest place in the country for a woman traveling alone was inside any of the big Las Vegas hotels. In a way, the security was what had saved Pete Hatcher. Without that enveloping but unobtrusive protection, a woman named Paula might not have felt comfortable enough to go there by herself, and certainly wouldn't have dared get friendly with a gambler like him. A year later, when he was in trouble in trying to think of places to stay that his bosses wouldn't know about, he had remembered Paula's number, and she had remembered Jane's. Jane heard her flight announced over the loudspeaker, picked up her canvas bag, and walked toward the gate. She held herself with her spine straight and looked directly ahead, never allowing her eyes to focus on those of the other travelers, never turning away to give them permission to study her. She walked quickly, joined the line after it had begun to move efficiently, but was long enough to include a lot of other people who would be more interesting for a bored observer to stare at than she was, and disappeared into the loading tunnel. As soon as the plane was in the air, Jane pushed her seat back as far as it would go and closed her eyes. She had been anxious for 2 nights, trying to work out a path for Pete Hatcher that wouldn't lead him in front of a gun muzzle, then spent the 3rd running. She knew she could sleep only fitfully now, because she had not dreamed in 4 nights, and her mind was holding a jumbled backlog of jarring impressions that would plague her sleep. but lying with her eyes closed prevented other passengers from trying to talk to her, and that was another of her precautions. The road home was where the worst of the traps were, because she had already given dangerous people a reason to want her. That was when they would be making their best attempts to track her or place friends of theirs in her path. Jane got off the plane in Chicago and found another, under the name Tracy Morgan, that took her to Rochester, New York. In the airport store, she bought a packet of pipe tobacco, then drove a few miles southeast of the airport to Mendon. Jane parked her car along the road above the bend of Honey Eye Creek and walked to the quiet little park at Mendon Ponds. She sat where she always sat when she came here, at a picnic table with a surface scarred with carved initials, took out her manicure kit, and trimmed and buffed her nails. The two little lakes were glassy and greenish. The tall, thick trees along the bank away from the road grew out of the water from submerged roots and protected the ponds from the tiniest breeze. The only ripples came from long-legged water bugs that skittered across the surface now and then. 300 feet away, up the grassy bank, a mother with very white legs and feet sat in the shade of a sun hat and big dark glasses, watching her two little golden-haired children digging with plastic shovels in the muck. If the mother wasn't careful, they might actually find something, Jane thought. The people had lived here once. That black mud made it easy to grow corn, beans, and squash with a digging stick, and the weeds came right up with a tug. The village was called Deo de Hocto, a phrase that meant a bend in the creek, so the rows of long houses had probably been close to the stream on the far side of the trees, but the cultivated fields had stretched for a couple of miles in all directions. A Dutchman who came through in the 1670s counted 120 longhouses with 12 or 13 fires in a line down the center of each one. On opposite sides of each fire were a pair of compartments, where 2 adult women slept with their husbands, when the men were home, and their children. After allowing for the usual exaggeration, Jane guessed the village would have contained nearly 3,000 people on June 23, 1687, when this quiet little spot had its moment of importance in global politics. For 20 years, Louis XIV, the Sun King, had been ordering successive governors of New France to exterminate the 5 Iroquois nations, but particularly the Senecas, who lived the farthest west and were most disruptive to the fur trade with the Indians of the western Great Lakes. He had received no satisfaction in the past, but this time he had found himself a soldier. The Marquis de Denonville efficiently assembled the total military force of New France, probably 1,000 soldiers, traders, and trappers. The Sun King sent him 2,000 French regular troops, half the number he had requested, along with a regal apology about being strapped for cash. Denonville gathered 600 allies from the Indians of the West, Miamis, Illinois, Potawatomis, Hurons, Ottawas. They all met at Fort Niagara, where the river emptied into Lake Ontario, traveled in 400 boats and canoes to Iroquois Bay, and marched south along the trail to this village. The army was confident that the people they were attacking were almost all women and children. Seneca men were out in the forests for most of the year, hunting or raiding distant tribes. The Senecas had no reason to expect an attack, because they had been assured that Louis XIV and their ally, the English King James II, were friends at the moment. On the first day, the French expedition made good progress down the trail toward this spot. They marched with half the Canadian woodsmen and Indians in front, then the French army, and then a rear guard of Indians and woodsmen. On the second day they reached the edge of the cornfields, but found them strangely deserted. At this time of year, the month of strawberries, the corn was still unripe and needed constant tending. The fields should have been full of women, chattering as they weeded and turned the soil. The Marquis conceded that his tactic of surprise had failed, but he was sure the mission might still succeed if his men were quick enough. The French force ran toward the village in their eagerness to cut down the fleeing women and children before they could vanish into the forest. The front of the column passed within a few yards of something they were not expecting, a group of Seneca warriors lying on their bellies in the brush. The Senecas waited until the vanguard had moved on, then tore into the center of the column, where the French soldiers were, first firing their rifles and then falling on the soldiers with tomahawks and war clubs. The French fell into disorder, firing at trees, bushes, or their Indian allies, and then scattering along the trail in both directions. The Senecas killed over 100 and then disappeared into the forest again. It took the Marquis the rest of the day to rally and reassemble his men, then force them to set up a secure camp for the night. In the morning he cautiously advanced into the village of Deodahocto and discovered that the ambush had been a delaying tactic. The longhouses were already in ashes. The only living things left were 2 old men who had stayed to exercise the privilege of dying while defying their enemies. They were obligingly cut into pieces and boiled to make soup for the French allies. It took Denonville's army 6 days to burn all of the cornfields here and the 50,000 bushels of dried corn that had been stored. When that had been accomplished, the Marquis, less optimistic now, marched on to 2 more deserted villages, then returned to Montreal to contemplate what a lot of trouble he had gone to just to cook up 2 old men. The Senecas and the rest of the 5 Iroquois nations retaliated by making New France from Mackinac to Quebec a very dangerous place for a couple of years. They attacked Frontenac and Montreal, killing hundreds and carrying off hundreds more. French traders traveling in the far north disappeared. It would be 100 years before the villages in Seneca country would be raided again. The next time it would be the Americans, and again the women would lead their children into the forest in time to escape the scheduled extermination, leaving the enemy to be satisfied with burning cornfields. Jane gathered her nail clippings, smiled and nodded at the woman and her children, and walked along the perimeter of the pond into the trees until she came to Honey Eye Creek. The area around the ponds was a favorite picnic spot for people from Rochester, and not 1 in 1,000 knew anyone had ever lived here. It had become one of the secret places. Jane took out the package of tobacco she had bought in the airport. "Joe Gio, it's me," she whispered. "Jane Whitefield." She sprinkled a pile of brown shreds on the flat bank where the little people would be sure to find it. "Thanks for the break in Las Vegas. Pete Hatcher is gone now." There was no such thing as a prayer of supplication in the old religion, only ways of giving thanks. She scattered the crescent fingernail clippings along the muddy bank. "This ought to keep the possums and raccoons away while you light up." The little people had a terrible tobacco addiction, and they prized human fingernails because the scent kept away the animals that were bothersome to anyone that short. Since she was a child, Jane had particularly admired the Jogio, because they took the hunted, the wounded, and the defeated and hid them from their enemies. Time was different for the Jogio, so the person they helped would simply vanish, and then emerge from the forest thinking he had been with them for a day, but find it was now many years later, after all his enemies were dead and buried. Jane liked to visit the little people in places where Senecas had once needed to fade into the forest. The 300 years that had passed on Honey Eye Creek might not make much difference to the little people. It might be a few days to them. And here was a Seneca woman, not changed much from the last one they'd seen on this spot, coming to bring them the customary present, as women like her had been doing for thousands of years. Chapter 3. The bus labored up Delaware Avenue out of Buffalo, building its momentum slowly after each stop, then coasting to the next one, until Jane saw her corner. She stood up, and the driver pulled over to let her out under a street lamp. She walked along the uneven sidewalks across the south end of Daganoweda in the dark, her canvas bag over her shoulder, her feet feeling without effort the places where the concrete slabs were pushed up by the big old trees, as Jane had learned to do when she was little. She walked along Erie Street, unconsciously noting what was going on behind the lighted panes of glass without staring at them. She probably knew the occupants of every third house in the little city. Her parents had known more of them, and her grandparents still more, because they could have told her who was related to whom for generations back. Jane felt so good about having these sidewalks under her feet, so glad to breathe the air in a place that made sense to her, that she allowed herself to think about what it would be like never to leave again. For the first time in 2 weeks, when her mind was drawn to Carrie McKinnon, she did not goad it away from him. He was going to ask her again if she would marry him. That would be in 6 months, and that was not much time to get ready. It occurred to her that if she had been someone else, getting ready would probably have meant worrying about trivia, dresses, and china patterns. But what Jane Whitefield was going to have to worry about was how to make the bride invisible. Jane let her eyes settle on her house as soon as she had turned onto her block. There were no lights, no curtains that had been moved since she had left, no cars parked on the block that she had not seen before. The reading lamp near the corner window in Jake Reinert's house next door was on, and she took a couple of steps along the sidewalk in front of his house until she could see a slice of light under the blind of the porch window. She saw the book on his lap, and his thick, pink, calloused right hand tilting it up a little as he read, to keep the lower segment of his bifocals on it. He and her father had been raised side by side in these 2 old houses on this quiet street, and by now he seemed to be able to sense subtle changes in the atmosphere. A footfall on the porch next door would bring him to the window. She had even seen him stop what he was doing to stare if he heard the engine of a car going by that he didn't recognize. She had her house wired with a very good burglar alarm, but she had met people who made a living fooling better ones than that. She went to her car in the garage and took her house key out of the lining of the rear seat, then walked back to her front door, unlocked it, and slipped inside quickly to punch her alarm code into the glowing keypad before it could go off. She stood in the doorway and studied the signs. The air in the house was stale, so no window had been broken. Before she had left the house, she had vacuumed the carpet, leaving a pattern and the pile pushed upward. The carpet had no indentations from heavy feet. She walked to the table beside the couch and lifted the telephone off the cradle. The dial tone was clear and distinct, so nobody had disconnected the phone line to isolate the alarm system. She was home. She set the telephone back on its cradle as the bell rang, vibrating her fingertips. "Hello?" she said into it.
"Hi, it's me."
His voice had a smile in it, as though his throat were tight.
"Welcome home."
"Hi, Carrie," she said. She blocked the little laugh of pleasure that almost escaped. Then she wondered why she had to and remembered that she didn't have to any more. She was home and this was Carrie. "How did you arrange this?"
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"You're so full of—"
"Wait,"
said Carrie.
"I'm getting a psychic image. Take about 5 minutes to unpack that black bag you've got over your shoulder, take a shower, and I wouldn't mention anything so indelicate if I weren't a board-certified physician. But I sense you have to pee. Then the archetypal little black dress, and matching underwear. You might get into an accident, and the gang in the emergency room is very critical. Nothing too flashy, but not the jeans and sneakers ensemble you've got on now."
"Jake saw me come home and called you."
"Old people are so prompt. I guess it's because their dance cards aren't quite as full as they once were. You didn't eat dinner on the plane, did you?"
"I wasn't on a plane."
"The broomstick, then, whatever."
"I haven't eaten." "But what brings on this sudden manic outpouring? Did a rich hypochondriac move into town while I was gone?"
"No," said Carrie, "but I'm hungry and I keep seeing these lost dog posters near the hospital cafeteria."
"Suspicion is a sign of a devious mind," she said. "I mean a big sign, not like all the other signs."
"I knew I could develop a quality that would appeal to you. So get ready, I'm on my way."
"I'll be listening for the sirens." She dressed in a few minutes and left her front door open while she walked up on Jake's porch and rang the bell. He opened it and smiled at her.
"Hello, Janie. I'll bet you came for your mail."
He stepped backward to let her in and pointed to the pile of mail in the shoebox on the coffee table. She lifted the shoebox, shook it beside her ear, and listened. 6 bills. She shook it again.
Only 3 checks, all small. She frowned. And my subscription is about to run out. His sharp old blue eyes focused on her. You're dressed like a girl for once, he said. To what do we owe this honor? You called him, so don't pretend you didn't. And it'll be on your conscience if I'm sweet-talked into doing anything. None too soon, either, said Jake. If you're going to have anything to live down, you'd better get started on it. She looked at him slyly. Tell me something. When did he ask you to call him? Some time ago, and I won't apologize. Judging from that get-up, the attention isn't unwelcome. How long ago? I guess it was the day after you left. He came over here with that look they get when they're telling you that whatever they're going to do to you might be a little uncomfortable. I was sorely relieved when I found out it was something that was none of my business, so I jumped at it with enthusiasm. I thought you weren't going to apologize. I'm explaining. They both heard Carrie's car pull up in front of her house. I accept your explanation. She turned toward the open door. But don't let it clear your conscience, because you didn't apologize. He sat down in his chair and picked up his book. Tell him he owes me a favor. I know you won't admit you do. And close that door. There's a draft on my hind legs. Carrie was standing beside the passenger door when Jane stepped out onto the porch. She held up her hand, hurried to her own door, tossed the mail on the couch, set the alarm, and locked the door, all the time thinking about the first glimpse of him. He was wearing a dark gray suit that must be new, and it was one she might have picked for him. His long legs and arms seemed comfortable in it somehow, and the fabric along the lapels looked so soft and smooth her fingertips wanted to touch it. The color made the thin, sandy hair, that never seemed to stay where he thought he was supposed to put it, look almost golden under the street lamp. As she came down the steps, she gave him a little smile. You're not trying to impress me, are you? Not me. He opened the door for her. The only reason I'm bringing you along is I'm trying to make the car look good. I'm trying to sell it, and I notice they always use young women in the commercials. No flies on you, she said. You're what Jake calls a go-ahead young man. He drove slowly and carefully up the street. She liked that. It was something that only people who had been raised in places like Daganoweda seemed to have the sensitivity to do. If people had to look up from what they were doing to see if someone was running over their kids or grandma, they didn't forget whose car it was or who was in it. Whoever it was forfeited part of his claim to being solid and respectable. In Daganoweda, that respectability meant that people would strain to put a benevolent interpretation on anything they saw, and a third party who asked prying questions would be enveloped in a fog of laudatory generalities that applied to everyone and no one. As Carrie drove along River Road to the south, he said, I missed you. I missed you, too, said Jane. She looked out across the half-mile of moving river at Grand Island. When she and Jake's girls were children, there were still lots of places over there where they could walk across a swampy field and fight their way through impenetrable thickets to streams full of perch and sunfish. The lights of the Holiday Inn across the water were in the spot where there used to be pilings from the old ferryboat landing and a vast empty field of dry weeds like hay. Sometimes they would search the pebbly shore with sticks and find big, heavy pieces of rust-encrusted iron that did not suggest any known use but had probably come from old-time lumber boats. Carrie drove east out of Buffalo on Main Street into the open suburbs until they came to a sprawling restaurant built around a coach stop from the early 1800s, along the road that was laid over the Seneca Trail. There were big stone fireplaces where resin-soaked pine logs flared and crackled, fed a steady stream of fresh oxygen by the air conditioning. The walls were lined with buggy whips and harnesses and Currier and Ives prints, and when the food came, the roast beef was served with Yorkshire pudding. They sat at a table beside the front window. Jane smiled as she surveyed the dining room. I forgot this place existed. Me too, he said. I picked it because it's a good place to talk.
You picked it because it reminds you of your house. Jane had seen an old Holland Land Company map that Ellicott, the company agent, had used for the sale of Seneca land in 1801. Clearly marked in its place was McKinnon House. What do you want to talk about? Horses? Carrie was quiet and serious. Last time you told me about your trip. Are you going to tell me this time? I think I did what I wanted to do. Her eyes scanned the empty tables around her to be sure none of the waiters had drifted too near. But it wasn't smooth. You mean somebody's looking for you? Maybe, but not hard and not for long. It has nothing to do with me. She scanned the restaurant again, and when her eyes returned to him, she smiled. Sounds brave, doesn't it? I'm odd, as usual, he said. Don't be. 24 hours ago, I was as scared as anybody alive. I could almost taste the strawberries. He cocked his head. What strawberries? She looked down and shook her head. It's just an old expression. She paused. Really old. It means you came so close that you could already taste the wild strawberries that grow by the path to the other world. He looked down too, and then up again to fix his eyes on hers. Want to tell me what brought that on? I made a mistake. Took a chance to buy some extra time for my rabbit. I ended up in a high place looking down the way you do in a bad dream. She patted his hand. Since I didn't fall, I guess you could say nothing actually happened. What did you do while I was gone? Surgery every morning at 7, except Friday. Office visits from 1 to 5. Hospital rounds 5 to 7. And then? I thought about how to talk to you. You're not that easy. You have a long history of standing up and walking around whenever anybody says anything, so I decided to take you to a restaurant. Big talk, huh? Serious stuff? Yes. You told me what happened on your trip in December. You said that I should think about what I'd heard. If I asked you again after I'd thought about it, you would say yes. Jane said, No, I told you I loved you. I told you that if you asked me again after 1 year, I would say yes. And if you do, I will. Carrie's long, strong fingers moved up his forehead and pushed back the shock of hair that had begun to creep down. I'm a very quick thinker. I've been thinking about it for 6 months. No, let me start again, he said. You and I have known each other for almost 14 years. We were sophomores that night at Uris Library when Sally introduced us. Right, she said. You were doing sickening drawings of invertebrates, compound eyes and mandibles. So whatever fundamental judgments we needed to make about each other have been made. That was what this was about, wasn't it? You told me something that I hadn't known about you. You wanted to be sure I didn't assume I could ignore it and then start mulling it over after it was too late. That's part of it, she said. We have to be friends because we are. We don't have to get married. That brings on a whole new set of rules and agreements that are very rigid and binding, and nobody should do it who has any doubts. Are we still talking about the same thing? I'm not talking about one thing, she said. I'm talking about everything at once because that's what marriage is. You take all the complexity of your life. Who is this person? Do I approve? Where do I want to live? Who are my relatives? What time do I get up? What do I wear? What work do I do? And compress all of it into just one question. Do I get married or not? That was why I picked a year. You made your decision in a day. I'm very introspective, and I spend a lot of time alone. He shook his head and chuckled sadly. I want it on the record that I haven't seen any other women since we talked about this. Come on, Carrie, she said. You're so dour and businesslike. It's not like you. This is about being alive and happy. We're old buddies. We know way too much about each other to start making speeches. I'm glad to hear that you're not molesting the nurses anymore. But that's just my possessiveness.
I'm not checking compliance with an agreement. You started it in December. I had no choice, she said. That was disclosure. It seems to be what's standing in the way now. She sighed. You are a person who spends his life taking patients who are probably going to die and fixing them up. It's an obsession. It's what you have instead of a religion. I told you because not telling you would have made everything else a lie. I had just come home from a trip where I had killed some people. I am, technically and legally, a murderer. That's not a small thing. It puts you in danger too, again, technically and legally, but also philosophically, emotionally. I did something that is against everything you believe and everything you know. How do you feel about it now? He lowered his voice. Are you sorry? Afraid? Proud? Her eyes turned on him in a glare, then turned away again. It's something to be avoided. Do better than that. It was the most horrible experience of my life. If the same circumstances came up tomorrow, no, right now, tonight, I know I would do it again. It would be much harder because I would know what it was going to look like. It also taught me some other things I had avoided knowing. Like what? All these years I was telling myself that what I was doing was unambiguous. I was taking people who were in the worst kind of trouble and making them disappear. That made sense. Whoever was in danger of dying didn't, so nobody did. But I should have admitted to myself that one day I wasn't going to run fast enough, or I would take a wrong turn. Until it happened, I didn't realize that what I was doing wasn't just saving people. I was choosing a side. There aren't any good guys in a fight to the death. So now I know, and you know. Yes, said Carrie, I know. I've thought about it every day for 6 months. My reaction is another surprise. I find it doesn't matter to me. It's another life, another time, like a war. What does matter is this. Is it over? Do you plan to stop making people disappear? Done, said Jane. What? I mean, okay. I'll stop doing what I've been doing. It's that easy? Answering quickly doesn't mean it's easy. It just means I didn't wait until now to decide. When I said I would marry you, that was part of the bargain. Jane shrugged. I was a guide because it was the right thing for me to do in that time and place. If you're waiting for me to apologize for it, you'll wait forever. It's just not something you do if you're somebody's wife. The waiter brought the check on its little silver tray, and Carrie set a credit card on top of it, then went through the ceremony of adding the tip and signing it. The waiters and busboys were all very solicitous and friendly, because Carrie and Jane were the only patrons who had not left, and they meant to sweep away all obstacles to their swift departure so the shift would end. The car was waiting at the door. As soon as they were inside and the car was in motion, Carrie said, I love you. I've done all the thinking I need to do. I want you to marry me now, not 6 months from now. He stopped at the edge of the highway and looked at her, but there was no answer. Drive for a while, she said. He turned left and went east, out into the country. She sat in silence and looked out the window at the dark landscape. There were woods now, and farmhouses. Are you thinking about it? He asked. I'm thinking, she said. I'm thinking about how to tell you everything that's in my mind. She drew in a breath and seemed to try to begin, then let the breath out. There, she said. Pull over up there by that orchard. Where? Beside the fence. The car slowed, and then the tires ground on gravel and the car stopped. Oh, even better, she said. Pull into that drive up there. What are we doing? Just do it, she cajoled. I want to show you something. I promise you'll like it. He slowly drove the car through the opening in the fence and up a dirt road into the orchard. The road was pink with blooms that had spilled from the apple trees on both sides. He bumped along deeper into the orchard as Jane stared eagerly out the windshield. "Okay, stop," she said, opened the door, and stepped out. She walked to the far edge of the orchard and sidestepped a few paces down a little slope, then stopped. She slipped off her shoes and walked down the hill a short distance, paused at the edge of a thick patch of ankle-high wild plants with round serrated leaves that covered the lower slope, then turned and looked up at Carrie McKinnon. "Come down," she said. "I knew I could find some." He cautiously stepped toward her, looking down to be sure of his footing. When he looked up, she was bent over, fiddling with something under the hem of her skirt. Then she pulled off her stockings and handed them to him. "Put these in your pocket for me, will you?" She walked barefoot among the thick, soft plants, then bent over and ran her hands into them, touching here and there in the dark. Carrie stepped closer and she held out her hand. In the palm were a dozen little round shapes no bigger than a half-inch across. "What's that?" "Dessert," she said. "Wild strawberries." She popped one onto her tongue and squeezed it against the roof of her mouth, then chewed it. "They're perfect." She held out her hand again and poured the little strawberries into Carrie's palm. He tasted one and smiled. "They're good. Soft. Sweet." But she was already bent over, running her hands quickly among the fuzzy leaves of the little plants. Carrie knelt on the weeds with her and picked strawberries until they had a double handful. Carrie gave them to her and then spread his new coat in the weeds, and they sat on it, feeling the warm June air and the intense darkness of the new moon, and eating strawberries. They turned to each other and kissed. Then slowly and gradually the kisses grew longer and deeper, and they leaned back to lie on the coat, the tall weeds now sheltering them on both sides like a nest. Carrie's hand began to move along her body, breast, waist, hip, and the clothes Jane had chosen didn't need to be tugged up and pulled down tonight. In the darkness they seemed to melt away, and she knew he had asked her to wear them with this moment in mind. Or maybe his asking and her compliance and this moment were part of the same event, one long act of asking and complying, her wanting him to ask, even turn his eyes in some direction so she could offer before he even formed the desire. The kisses were long and hungry now, and the hands, the long gentle fingers and the wide smooth palms moving everywhere, touching and outlining her shape in the darkness, the skin feeling itself traced and caressed so she could see herself with her eyes closed. The smaller, graceful shape and the curves she had somehow forgotten were her until now, when he saw them, touched them, pulled her against him. The embrace defined them both, his body all tense, hard muscles, the skin tickly with hair, but the boundary between them gone. There was only the smell of the strawberries and the taste of them on her tongue, the warm, dark, motionless air that might never change at all, and this heartbeat and this indrawn breath. But there was time because the feelings were growing, moving down to her belly and thighs, too many breaths until it grew into a longing, an ache, and he knew it. Then she was relieved, so much better, happy, actually happy, out of time now entirely, because if this feeling went on forever it would not be enough, but it went on, and she heard her own breaths coming quicker and her voice coming out with them, and it was going to go on until she was obliterated, burned up like a moth flying into a blast furnace. And in this moment of wanting and having, that seemed just fine to her, better, best. And then time came back, because this could not go on, was about to pass, not gasping for breath, but filled with it, and then so light and cool, shivering almost, and the word delicious coming into her mind and passing away again because contentment was too lazy and pleased to hold on to it. They lay naked on the hillside in the little space of flattened weeds, smelling the strawberries again. She opened her eyes to extend the depth of her gaze far up into the night sky. For the first time in ages she heard his voice. Were the strawberries what you wanted to show me?
Sort of.
She laughed. It's kind of a multi-dimensional experience. In the old days, they used to court in strawberry patches.
I'll bet it wasn't quite the same.
I'll bet it was, she said. See, they would slip out of their longhouses at night and meet in a place like this.
I mean, they didn't make love.
Of course they did. She laughed. That was what they were doing out here in the middle of the night. Maybe right here.
I can see why strawberries grow on the way to heaven.
He ran his hand along her hip, smoothing it gently.
Ripe and sweet and perfect and rare.
She sat up and looked at him with a tiny hint of a wish. Just the opposite. The reason they were so precious was that they weren't rare at all. They grew from one end of Iroquois country to the other. No matter what, they came up every May and ripened every June. They were easy, always there, always as many as you wanted, and always just as good as the first one you ever put on your tongue. He sat up and looked at her closely, his eyes blue-gray and shining.
That was what you wanted me to know.
You're getting better, she said. You have a shot at Most Improved Naked Man.
I'd like to think I was already smart enough to appreciate you and never let myself forget how special you are, even after a few years of getting our strawberries in supermarkets like other people.
His hand moved gently from her shoulder down her side to her hip, thigh, knee, shin, foot.
But I'm glad you took me on the field trip.
Me too. He said quietly,
It's not like you to waste all this wisdom on the first naked man you meet in a strawberry patch. To make it worthwhile, you'd almost have to marry me.
Yes, she said. I will. Chapter 4. The boardroom for Pleasure Incorporated overlooked the Polynesian water slide. Somebody had once joked that the architect's plans had been folded and the contractor hadn't noticed. It sounded true because mistakes in Las Vegas were not little slip-ups that made a few chips fall between the floorboards. They were hideous, gargantuan blunders, like building $1 billion casino on ground that was a foot lower than the adjacent square mile of parking lots, so the whole place got inundated with water in a flash flood every 5 years. But the location of the Pleasure Island boardroom had been no mistake. It had been a suggestion from Calvin Seaver, Vice President for Security. Seaver stepped from the elevator and stared out through the double layer of one-way glass at the beautiful waterfall and the rocks and the lush tropical plants and flowers. He saw a pair of boys. He guessed 8 and 10 years old from the memory of his own boys. And then the father, a guy in his late 30s with a little baby fat around his middle and a USN anchor tattoo that showed he wasn't troubled with neck pains from holding up his brain. They stood on the platform 10 feet from Seaver, waiting for something. He guessed it was Mom. And there she was. Not bad. A trace of cellulite in the haunches and sag in the tits, but nothing for her to worry about. She plunked down at the top of the slide with them, and all 4 went slipping down, around, under the waterfall, and out of sight. Good for them. Seaver was trained to feel a presumptive hostility, watching the guests for some sign that they were going to cause a need for his services. But the reason he was the best was that he could tell the sheep from the goats. These were sheep. They wouldn't know how to cause trouble, because it wasn't in their nature. During their stay, they would never know that he was watching over them, protecting them while they played and while they slept, making sure that nothing disturbed the artificial tranquility around them. Those 4 were evidence that things were going beautifully. They would stay maybe 5 days. Mom and Dad would get a taste of canned glamour and carefully controlled risk. The boys would spend some time in the virtual reality arcades, getting the feel of paying money to get excitement, and ensure Pleasure Incorporated of repeat business for the next 50 years. The family would pay Pleasure Incorporated more than they spent on this year's taxes to their home state, and then they'd be gone. The goats were different. Card counters and con men and short change artists and call girls and pickpockets, always trying to fade in among the sheep, but restless. He knew half of them by sight, but he didn't need to. He could detect it in their eyes the first time he saw them. They were hungry. He had sensed something too eager in Pete Hatcher's eyes early on, but he had misinterpreted it. His mistake was in accepting the boss's assurances that all Hatcher was after was pussy. He glanced at his watch and moved on down the hallway. Seaver was probably the only one who could see this part of the complex clearly when he looked at it. The elevators and the long, narrow hallway gave his people plenty of time and means to isolate anyone who had some business that wasn't on the board's agenda. The double panes of one-way glass kept anyone from amplifying the vibrations to pick up a conversation or using any sort of photography. Being next to the water slide ensured that nobody who wasn't wearing a bathing suit could get close, and anybody scanning with a directional microphone from a distance would pick up the waterfall and 80 customers talking about nothing. It wasn't the sort of security that an underground room would have, but it had worked well enough so far. What he was worried about these days was some kind of futuristic emergency. Some loser driving a car bomb through the front entrance, or some Japanese cult releasing nerve gas in the climate-controlled system. He had consultants working on countermeasures, but so far nothing they had brought him was good enough to bring to the big guys. All the plans involved lots of rebuilding to make space for some strategy they could not guarantee would work. The big guys were never reluctant to spend money on remodeling. What they hated was having to shut anything down while they did it. But Seaver believed in outside consultants, and he was confident that they would solve these problems one by one. Security was a matter of batting down specific threats. Nothing worked all of the time for all purposes. He opened the door to the boardroom, stepped inside onto the thick carpet, and quietly took a seat at the enormous rosewood table. The door closed silently behind him. The automatic closer had been Seaver's idea, too. The time when people were going in and out was a gaping breach in the room's integrity. Anyone who managed to defeat the other obstacles could learn a lot by picking up a few seconds here and there and studying what he had heard. This time there was no meeting of the management team. The only ones in the room were the big guys themselves, Bobby Salutary, Max Foley, and Peter Buckley. They met this way more often than people would think, to talk without the 20 upper-level functionaries who ran housekeeping or finance or public relations or security. Peter Buckley first deigned to notice Seaver. "Morning, Cal." "Peter?" said Seaver. Then he added, "Bobby, Max," as the others saw him. Then he waited. They took their time, and it was a compliment to him. "Having water misters all over the place is okay this year, it's okay next year," said Salutary. "How does it look 10 years from now? I mean politically." "It's not exactly all over the place," said Foley. "It's just on the golf courses. The sun shelters are already plumbed. It's just a matter of installing these little fixtures around the roof. That's 36 misters. They'll make the players feel cool and comfortable." "Yeah, I know," said Salutary. "It's nothing really. But every single time some TV station does a report on wasting water, I see footage of misters over some hot dog stand. The estimate says the trees around the shelters will catch some of the water, and the shade will keep the mist from evaporating as fast. If there's ever rationing, it's just that much more water grandfathered in." "That's a point I hadn't thought of," said Salutary. "I can buy it on that basis. How about you, Peter?" "Sure," said Buckley. "If things really get stupid, we've got something we can give away. Pleasure Island shuts down misters to save water." "I'll have 'em go ahead," said Foley. He turned to Seaver. "Little problem last night, huh, Cal?" "Yes," said Seaver. "I wish I had some excuse. I don't." "So where does that leave us now?" asked Buckley. "Hatcher wasn't on any flight leaving McCarran, or a train. A bus is too haphazard for him. He undoubtedly drove out. If he had the sense to keep driving, he could be in Chicago by now." He reached into his breast pocket. "My resignation is ready if you want it."
"Stick it in your ear," said Solitary. "This isn't the fucking army, where you get to resign your commission and hand in your sword and go write your memoirs. We've got a parasite that could eat us alive. We need you more than we did yesterday."
"Thank you," said Seaver. It was the only thing Solitary had ever said to him that could have been a compliment.
"How did he lose your people?"
asked Foley. "Maybe that's the place to start. He met a woman at the Inside Straight for the midnight lounge show. The miraculous Miranda picked him out of the audience, made him disappear a couple of times, and brought him back. The last time she didn't. He probably slipped out the stage door. My men got suckered. They followed the woman and a decoy out of the show, then lost the decoy too. The woman was a pro. She got them to watch her for an hour, then split them up and cornered one of them in the elevator. She left him with a broken leg, a broken nose, and some damage to his eye."
"A professional what?"
asked Solitary.
"Boxer?"
"I don't know what terms she uses on her business cards," said Seaver, "but I don't think Hatcher could have set this up for himself. I don't know what part in this Miranda played. Maybe just picking him out of the crowd was enough, and magicians will sometimes do that as a favor if you send a waiter backstage and ask. Maybe—" "It doesn't matter," interrupted Buckley. "I'm not about to start grilling Miranda, and I hope you're not." "Only if you asked me to," said Seaver. "If she knows anything, there's no reason for her to tell me, and no way I can make her. If the woman is a pro, then Miranda probably doesn't know much." Solitary shrugged and made a face of distaste.
"I'll see if I can talk to Vincent."
He sat quietly for a moment and noticed the others staring at him.
"Why not? You think if Vincent Bogliarese wanted to do us harm, he'd do it this way? Have his girlfriend sneak the guy off in a puff of smoke? Get real. He'd send 800 guys in shiny suits to pull our guts out and set fire to 'em."
He added to no one in particular.
"I say that, of course, with the greatest respect and in confidence. The man is a friend of mine. I'm not saying he'll find out anything for us, but it won't hurt to ask."
Max Foley looked at Seaver.
"It looks to me as though we really have to handle this ourselves, Cal. This screw-up is yours, but the underlying problem isn't. It's ours, the three of us. We picked out Hatcher, we misjudged him, and we trusted him with a lot of things we shouldn't have."
"That's right," said Buckley. Solitary nodded sadly.
"He was smart, easy to be around. He behaved like a man. Now we're in trouble, and we don't even know what kind." "We can guess," said Foley. "No matter what he thinks he's going to do now, at some point he's going to end up in the hands of the FBI.
He added.
"Unless he doesn't."
Buckley leaned back in his big chair.
"Do we have anybody on our payroll who can take care of this kind of problem?"
"No," said Seaver. "We've been very careful not to hire anyone like that full time. They're not the sort of people you want to have around year in and year out. Other employees figure out what they're there for, and so on." The three men sat in a row and looked at him.
"You've been in the security business for a long time,"
said Foley.
"And a cop before that,"
added Solitary. Foley continued.
"Yes, you must know someone who would be able to do it. I mean a full-service specialist who can find him and handle the rest."
"There's someone I can probably get," said Seaver. This was going to be the delicate part. He wasn't sure they knew what this involved.
I'll need a lot of cash. Maybe 100,000 to start and more later."
"Cash?" said Buckley. "Well, hell, Cal, cash is what we do. Go downstairs and give this to Eddie." He rapidly scribbled a note and handed it to Seaver, who glanced at it. "Give Seaver whatever he wants. P.B." Buckley folded his hands across his belly. "Who is this guy?" "It's a Mickey and Minnie team. I'll talk to them today."
"Just don't bring them here,"
said Salutary.
"I don't want to meet anybody like that."
"And if you're going to hire them, don't call them from here either," said Foley. "A year from now, I don't want some prosecutor going down the hotel phone bills and finding their number." Seaver nodded. "Of course. I'll be flying to Los Angeles to talk to them in person. There are just a couple of things I should tell you. They'll give me a price, but expenses will be on top of that." "This goes without saying," said Buckley. "What else?" "Once they leave their house, it's done. I won't be able to call them off. They'll keep at it as long as it takes, and they won't check in with me or be any place I can reach them. If we find out tomorrow that Pete Hatcher was the most loyal employee the world has ever seen, it'll be too late. He'll already be dead." "I guess this is the time to ask." Buckley looked at his two partners. "Are we all sure we aren't going to change our minds?"
"I'll chance it,"
said Foley. They both looked at Salutary. He knotted his brows and held up both hands.
"You know, it would be too bad if we were just being paranoid. I mean, an innocent guy suddenly has his bosses decide he's the enemy, and then they get him tossed in a dumpster somewhere. But he already knows we had him watched, and he knows we were considering getting rid of him. If he was our friend, he's not anymore. What good would he be to us now?"
Linda Thompson sat in her bedroom and rubbed the creamy mask onto the perfect white skin of her cheeks and forehead, staring into the lighted mirror. This one was blue, and it left 3 small round holes for her eyes and mouth. The white towel wrapped around her blonde hair above her blue face made her look ghostly in the intense glow of the makeup light. She walked to the bed and lay down to wait. The blinds were closed, but the window behind them open, so they clacked back and forth in the dry, hot Southern California breeze. She opened her robe and let the air blow across her naked body while it dried the facial mask. She had already covered herself with lotion, and the air made her skin tingle. Linda was beautiful. She had never been anywhere since she was 9 when somebody had not mentioned it, or looked at her in a way that made mentioning it seem like saying it twice. She knew it was the kind of beauty that was startling, because it seemed to take up space of its own. It was the initial premise of every transaction she had with other people. They didn't seem to understand that it wasn't a gift. It was a torment, because it was perfection, and maintaining perfection was a lot of work. Linda hated work. It was only 11 in the morning, and she had already done 5.5 miles on the stationary bike, worked for an hour on the exercise machines, and done a half-hour in the pool. She knew she would have felt less bereft now if she could have had 4 fried eggs and a half-pound of bacon, which was what Earl had eaten in front of her before he had gone out to work the dogs. Linda had not eaten since the cracker and asparagus last night, and Earl had thrown that nauseating mess into a pan in front of her and set off a racket of sizzling and popping and smelly grease. When she had said she didn't want any, he had given that crooked smirk and eaten all of it himself. Wolfed it down was the expression, and it was made for Earl. He was tall and lean, with big knuckles, and a jaw that showed what he was. 10 generations of white trash in assorted depressing hollows out of God's line of vision in the South, and probably the 10 generations before that being the same thing in England, all 20 generations of them screwing with people only 1 or 2 branches over on the family tree, so they were all completely devoid of common consideration and never gained an ounce.
The air seemed to tear itself apart with a sound that wasn't quite a bark, but a scream. She sprang from the bed amid low growls and the howl of the hound as it turned to defend itself. Linda didn't have the patience to run down the hallway to the living room, into the dining room, and out the door, so she raised the blinds, sat on the windowsill, swung her legs out, and jumped to the grass. She sprinted toward the kennel, muttering to herself, "He's absolutely retarded." When she reached the high chain-link fence, she could already see the bloodhound backed into the corner, trying to keep the Rottweilers away from his hamstrings. His left ear had been chewed, and there was blood dripping from his muzzle. Earl was standing in the corner of the pen, absently rubbing the bristle of his unshaven chin as he watched the big, heavy black dogs hurl themselves at the hound. Linda spoke loudly enough for him to hear.
"Call them off, Earl."
He turned slowly and looked at her, but she didn't wait. She barked, "Halt! Aufhören mit!" The two Rottweilers stopped and backed up until they were beside the fence.
"Oh, it's you," said Earl. "The face didn't ring a bell."
She traced his line of vision and found herself looking down. She hastily closed the robe and tied it. "What are you doing?" she asked wearily.
"Trying to see how two of 'em work when they got something cornered."
"They bite the hell out of it until it bleeds to death. What more could you possibly find out?"
"I wasn't sure. That's why I did it. Now I know."
"And?"
"It might come in handy sometime. I think I could beat two of 'em. Don't know anybody else who could."
"So what are you going to do with this $1,000 purebred bloodhound you brought home a week ago? You can't enter it in a show now that it's all chewed up. You can't even put it out to stud." Earl glanced at the dog cowering in the corner of the exercise yard, not daring to move. He shrugged.
"Science."
Linda walked into the house and opened the cupboard beside the sink. She pulled out the Heckler & Koch 45 ACP, pressed the button at the rear of the trigger guard to release the magazine, and checked it. She had to be sure Earl hadn't left it unloaded the last time he had pissed her off. No, there was a full load of 10 Federal Hydra-Shock hollow points. She slipped the big pistol inside her robe, clamped it there with her left arm, and stepped out the door. When she reached the kennel, he had already let the bloodhound out of the pen into the run, and he was busily giving the Rottweilers chunks of red steak. She walked beside the fence of the long, narrow track to the spot where the bloodhound was lying on its belly, trying to lick some of the gashes in its chest, but not really able to. She flicked off the safety, pushed the muzzle of the pistol through the links of the fence, aimed at the dog's round, bony cranium, and blew it apart. The report of the big pistol brought Earl around the kennel into the exercise run. He looked at her blue face with the staring eye-holes, but he didn't speak. She answered him anyway. "Any vet who got a look at him would have called the police." He said,
"You going to bury that?"
She had already started back across the lawn. Her blue mask had hardened, and now it burned against her skin as she whirled and snapped, "You know goddamned well I'm not." Linda walked back into the kitchen, released the magazine, and left the pistol on the counter for Earl to clean. She knew if she cleaned it, he would clean it again. In her bathroom, she gently washed the mask off and patiently, thoroughly rubbed moisturizer from the tiny jar onto her face with her fingertips, staring into the mirror over the sink. That was Earl. She had no doubt that he had figured out how to kill two Rottweilers attacking him at once. But the part that made him Earl Bliss was that if he hadn't been sure, then tomorrow or the next day she would, likely as not, find him out there in the pen with a K-bar knife doing it. He was a severe annoyance between jobs. He could not rest. She knew that this afternoon he would be out in the Angeles National Forest, sighting in the new rifle for the 4th time. It was a British Arctic warfare suppressed military sniper rifle with an olive-drab stainless steel barrel and a Schmidt & Bender 50mm scope. Everything about it was adjustable, from the pull and travel of the trigger to the recoil absorption of the butt plate, so Earl would spend days and days adjusting them. The plain AW military issue model started at over $3,000, but the suppressed model with the silencer was highly illegal and had probably set him back 5 times that, because he had never told her what the Mexican cop had asked for it. Earl always needed the latest and fanciest piece of equipment, and then he had to take it completely apart and put it back together to see exactly how it worked. That combination of constant self-improvement and morbid curiosity was what she would have extracted as the most horrible part of Earl, but she could not even hold that thought firmly, because it was also the best part of him, and cutting things away from him wasn't possible. Earl had no surface, like other people. He was the same all the way through, like a chunk of steel. All you could do was move your head to look at the same qualities from different angles. That was how she had come to love and hate him at the same time. He looked at everything the same, dismantling gadgets, testing the dogs to see how they worked, or her. Every time he heard or read or saw something that could be done to a woman's body, he would do it to her, watching with an expression between detached curiosity and, maybe she just hoped, fascination, to see how it affected her, to see how she worked. The result didn't seem to matter to him in any emotional way. It didn't matter if he had her panting like a bitch in heat, crawling to him and begging for more, or sent her whimpering into her room to lock the door for 3 days. He didn't take care to repeat the good things to make her happy, or avoid things that would remind her of something that had hurt her. He just wanted to see how she worked. She had let him put her in a dark mood, and now she began to construct a fantasy about him. He would come in from burying the bloodhound. He would go to the sink in the kitchen to wash his hands. She would come in behind him while his hands were engaged and wet. She would put her left hand on his shoulder softly to show him she didn't give the dog issue undue importance, then use it to tousle his hair while she freed her right to reach into her robe. But he was Earl, so it would take him a half-second to realize from the feel of her fingers or the sound of her breathing that something was up. She knew she would not be able to say anything, or he would hear the tension in her voice. She would use that half-second to tighten her fingers on his hair, jerk his head back, and bring the fillet knife across his throat. She had been composing these little plays about him since she was in high school, when she first went to work filing and running errands at his detective agency, and as she had known it would, this one began to change. He would sense her excitement instantly and give that little snort of a laugh as his right hand shot up like a striking snake to catch her left. The knife was still hidden under her robe, held there by the tie belt on the outside, and she was afraid it would fall out. So she turned away and leaned her hip against the edge of the green marble surface of the island in the middle of the kitchen to keep it there. The move gave him an idea, so he reached around her and pulled the belt of the robe so it opened, and put his big hand between her shoulder blades. He pushed her forward, and she felt the shock of the cold, hard marble, first on her breasts and then her belly, and the hard corner of the marble against her pelvis. She had no choice but to wriggle farther onto the marble to keep the fillet knife flat under her belly so it wouldn't slice her open or clatter to the floor, only that brought her buttocks up and parted her legs, and she had to hold herself absolutely rigid to keep from moving against the blade. And he— The ring of the telephone beside her bed was like something breaking. She snatched the receiver off the hook and punched the button that was lit. She was too annoyed to see which number it was, so she said, "Linda Thompson." "Hello, Linda." She recognized the voice, and her anger began to turn into hope. "Can you and Earl meet me someplace for lunch?" A job, she thought. Thank God. Chapter 5. Linda sat beside Earl in the front seat and watched each shopper pull into the big parking lot, drive up and down a couple of aisles, coast between 2 diagonal slashes of white paint, then go through the ritual of checking the whole car, the mirrors to be sure the car's ass wasn't hanging out far enough to get clipped, the passenger seat to collect purses or glasses or hide a bag they bought in the last mall from the smash and grab crowd, then the lock buttons. The excruciating sameness of it was getting on her nerves. People were as predictable as gophers. You knew the next 3 things they were going to do before they did. The car smelled like dogs, that nauseating dog food smell they exuded from every pore. Earl had used the car instead of the truck again. She decided not to say anything because it would spoil the next hour. Earl was brilliant in his own way. Raising and training attack dogs was a great sideline for a detective agency that didn't do much business. In a city the size of Los Angeles, you could pick up any breed you wanted from the pound for the price of the shots, which was up to $60 now. Some of them had papers. You trained the dog to sit, heel, shit outdoors, and maul people, and you could sell it for $15,000. But Linda was ready to work now, and that was Earl's fault, too. He had trained her practically from childhood to his rhythms. He was only really alive when he was hunting. Between times, he only played at it, and got more and more irritable. Seaver was precisely on time, as she had known he would be. He was one of those guys who seemed to see himself as though he were still in the military. For the ones like him, that wasn't some kind of interruption in his existence, but his initiation into manhood. She saw him pull the rental car between the diagonal lines, but he didn't behave like the others. He was out and walking as soon as the keys were out of the ignition. He still carried himself straight, only now there was a little gray at the sides of his short hair. The aviator sunglasses he used to wear had been replaced with plain black frames, but the gray summer suit with the bright white shirt still had that animal-in-clothes look because it was cut too snugly and the collar was too tight, the way the Army had taught him to dress. He got into the back seat and Earl drove off.
"Hello, Cal," said Linda. "You're looking good."
"You too," said Seaver. She knew that he had thought of a compliment, but he had pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth because he had known better than to say it in front of Earl. "Let's go to Ivy at the shore," said Seaver. "We can talk business while we're on the freeway and then eat in peace." "When's your plane out?" asked Earl. 4 o'clock, said Seaver. "If I'm back in my car by 3, I'll make it. If not, I'll take another flight." As Earl accelerated down the ramp onto the San Diego freeway, Seaver stared at the bottom of the first overpass. Sometime soon it was going to be a bad idea to transact this kind of business on a freeway. Already the California Department of Transportation had tried placing cameras on the overpasses so when there was a traffic jam they could see what had caused it. And lately thieves had put machines on the bridges to capture cellular phone numbers and codes they could program into clones. He opened his coat, took out a thick manila envelope, and handed it over the seat to Linda. "In there is all the information I have about a target I want found and taken out." Earl glanced at the unopened envelope. "What is all that?" "Photographs, surveillance videotape, 2 audio tapes. One on the phone, one live. His employment history. I thought I could save you some time." Earl smiled. "He must be important." Seaver felt a distaste for the tactics of bluff and barter. "The price is going to be $300,000 for him. We'll cover legitimate expenses." "Hear that, Earl?" said Linda. "No illegitimate expenses this time." "I mean," said Seaver, "that I'm not the client. I just picked you for the job. If it's too outrageous, the client's capable of getting rid of me and hiring somebody else to deal with you." "I hear you," said Earl. "Why is this guy worth that much? Does he have something I have to bring back, or what?" "No," said Seaver. "He's got information in his head. He can't hand it off or sell it because nobody else can testify to what he saw. He'll have to be alive to do it." Linda smiled at Seaver, and he thought about what a strange creature she was. She had what used to be called Cupid's bow lips, big, liquid green eyes. The smile would have been merely beautiful if it had been prompted by something else, but death seemed to excite her, and when her pulse went up, the eyes got more green, and there was a delicate flush in the pure white complexion. Her face was hypnotic, and the need to keep looking at it was like an itch. "Smell something, Earl? A green beret, right?" "No, I know. CIA, forced retirement." She turned the eyes away toward Earl, and the blonde hair hid them like a curtain. When she took the light of that face away from him, the frustration made Seaver involuntarily suck in a breath through his teeth. He quickly dispelled any hint that he had been thinking about anything but business by blowing the breath out through his lips in a contemptuous huff.
"The price is high because the client doesn't ever want to think about him again. I hire you, and you handle it. The end," said Seaver. "I don't think he'll put up any resistance, but I have no idea where he is. When he disappeared, he had professional help, so he's probably got reasonably good cover in place." "How long ago?" asked Earl. "Day before yesterday, about midnight. He drove out of Las Vegas. We don't know anything about the car." "So the trail's cold. What about the professional help?" "We don't have much on that either. It was a woman, mid-20s to 30, tall, dark hair, probably brown eyes, but there are two versions. Very fit."
Linda laughed aloud, her voice somewhere between a taunt and a seduction. "Very fit." She imitated a man's voice the way a child would have.
"Have I ever told you you're very fit? I want to look deep into your probably brown eyes." "She beat the shit out of one of my security men," said Seaver. "But even he said she was pretty. He didn't volunteer it because it wasn't what he remembered most about her, but he didn't deny it." "She sounds interesting," said Earl.
"Oh, now I'm getting jealous," said Linda. The lips came together like a kiss in a studied pout that Seaver knew should have been repellent, but made him wish that Earl were dead. She brightened again. "Got her on tape or any fingerprints? She might be the way to find him."
"Sorry."
"She would have been the one to leave the car for him," said Linda. Her voice was wheedling now. "She was there before he left Las Vegas, and she must have stayed somewhere."
"I know," said Seaver. "I've had my men watching surveillance tapes for 24 hours, and she hasn't turned up. The first time anybody saw her was the night she took off."
Earl Bliss swung onto the Santa Monica freeway and watched his rearview mirror. Nobody in a car behind them seemed to change his mind and follow. The other said nothing while he pretended to be considering the offer. After a decent interval, he said,
"We'll get started on it after lunch."
It was after dark. Linda could hear him out in the kennel, giving the dogs their dinner. She had already heard him call Lenny on the phone and tell him they were leaving and to pack up and move in at 7 in the morning. Linda walked through the house to make sure everything was as it should be. Windows had to be closed, valuables hidden away, checks written for the bills. She took the Heckler & Koch .45 out of the cabinet by the kitchen sink and the Para-Ordnance P14s from the bedrooms, the den, and the garage, and locked them in the gun cabinet behind her closet. Lenny would just stumble onto one of them and blow a hole in something. If he had some kind of trouble while they were gone, he would be more likely to survive it with the gun he always brought with him. Anyway, with a couple of the dogs running the perimeter, he'd be safe enough. Nobody cared enough about Lenny to kill him. Earl always left most of the packing to Linda, because she was the woman. She supposed that meant she was too fastidious to put dirty clothes in by mistake. She heard his heavy feet on the walk outside, then heard them clumping into the hallway. She called,
"You want to take these Colts, right?"
He came in and looked at the pistols she had taken out of the gun cabinet and set on her dresser. They were Colt Model 1911 A1s, the most common handgun in the United States and probably the world. Colt had made them since 1925, over 1 million of them during World War II alone, and other manufacturers at least that many. The government had kept issuing them for 40 years after that, and every army and police force in the Western world had carried some copy with minor variations. The sheer age meant the cops had lost track of most of them long ago, and ballistics identification was a fantasy. 7.45 rounds were plenty if you didn't plan to have anybody shooting back, and the bulk of the gun was only a problem on the way. You could drop it after it was fired. Earl said, "These'll do fine." She could tell by the look on Earl's face that it was time for the ritual to begin, so she started. "I'm worried." She had to be the one who said the first words because he liked it that way. "There's a lot to worry about," he said. "This is a big job and it won't be easy." "I could tell as soon as Seaver started talking," she fretted. "He didn't want to look in my eyes. You spent the afternoon on the computer. Didn't you find anything?" He pursed his lips and shook his head. "Seaver didn't miss much. No criminal record, no marriages, no out-of-town property. The only car he owned is the one that's still there. I found court records for probate when his old man died. He inherited a few bucks, and there was no other close relatives mentioned in the will." Linda frowned. "Not much for us there. It'll be hard." "But this is one we've got to win," he said. "The money is good. If we do this one, it'll get better on the next one." "If we blow it, Seaver's bosses will send somebody to look for us." She knitted her brows. "He as good as said that, didn't he?" "It's a Las Vegas hotel. It's gotta be mafia." "Gotta be," she agreed. "We do it right and we get lots of jobs and lots of money. We fail, don't find him, or try and botch it, and they're not going to leave us alone." "It's an important job. More important than anything we've ever done. Life or death." It was working, and Linda could feel it. Already her breaths were quick and shallow, and her stomach had little quivers in it. The adrenaline was pumping into her veins. She could see Earl's eyes were beginning to get that narrow, long-distance gaze. She searched for a way to turn up the pitch, and found it. "We're starting out dead, really, because they already have us, know who we are, where we live. They'll kill us unless we get him." This seemed to work for Earl. "He's got our life. We're dead until we get him. We have to find him to take it back." Earl's anger transported Linda. Her energy was beginning to crackle out in little bolts of rage. "And who the hell is he to do that? He knew he was going to die, deserved to die, but he decided it wasn't going to be him. It was going to be somebody else." "He knew what he was doing," said Earl. "He knew there'd be somebody who had to come along and clean up the mess he left. Somebody like us would be put in his place in a deep hole and have to dig their way out of it." His throat was choked with anger. "Oh, he's not worried about us," she muttered. "He's someplace laughing at us. Both of them are. That woman who got him out of Vegas. They think they're smarter than anybody who would need the money bad enough to come for them." Earl stood up and began to pace. "Not just smarter, better than us. Like even if we did look onto him, it wouldn't matter because he beat us." Linda's pulse was fast, hard, and strong now. She was transfixed with hatred and fear. Her jaw was clenched, and her long fingernails were jabbing into the palms of her hands, leaving little red crescents. She could see the veins standing out in Earl's neck. He was moving again, too full of energy to keep still. He was picking things up and tossing them into his suitcase. He seemed to see what a mess he was making of it, so he went and gathered the 2 Colts from the dresser and headed for the door. He stopped in the doorway and said, "Just be sure you're ready by 6. Chapter 6. Jane sat on the couch and stared around her at the baseboards in the living room. There were nicks that her father had patched with the best synthetic wood mixtures they had sold at the time, then painted over, but she knew where they were 20 years later. The one by the kitchen door was from the new refrigerator he had bought as a surprise for her mother, which was still on the other side of the door, running right now. Jane remembered seeing the man pushing the 2-wheel hand truck it was strapped to miscalculate and nick the doorway.
The man who was supposed to be guiding him saw it, spit on his finger, and rubbed the spot, trying to believe it was just a dirt mark, but feeling the groove. The imperfections in the surfaces were events. Her great-grandfather had built most of the house himself, and her grandfather and father had painted and varnished it, and her grandmother and her mother had rubbed every square inch of it clean 1,000 times. So if she put her hand here or here, she was touching their hands. She said aloud, "I got married yesterday," as a test, and it failed. The words didn't sound convincing, because they didn't have behind them the resonance of wonder. All of the people who would have come rushing in from the kitchen and the dining room, making noise and smiling, or maybe looking worried, were just memories now. Birth, marriage, death. That was all they put on tombstones, and that seemed to be about all anyone wanted to know, unless you were pretty remarkable. Jane Whitefield had spent the past 12 years straining every nerve to keep from being remarkable, because attracting attention was dangerous. It seemed she had succeeded, and now she would have to succeed some more because she had Carrie. Jane turned her attention to the pile of mail that Jake had left for her, setting the bills beside her and the advertisements on the floor for the wastebasket. She came to a stiff white envelope with no return address. Probably it was another wedding card. It would have the usual flowered bower with bells, and beneath it would be the archetypal stiff little people, one in white and the other in black. There was no way anybody could be expected to obtain one that was remotely evocative of a marriage between actual human beings. For some reason, there was no market for such a thing. But this mail was old. It had come in while she was in Las Vegas, and she had forgotten about it in the rush and excitement of getting married. This couldn't be a wedding card. She tore it open and saw that it was a plain white folded sheet. Printed in ballpoint pen was, "You told me I would be thinking of you just about now, so here's a present. Chris." Inside was a cashier's check with the purchaser listed as Christine McRae. The stub attached to it said, "Repayment of principal." Jane glanced at the machine printing on the check. $100,000. Christine McRae had come a long way since the night when she had knocked on the door of this house. Her name had been Rebecca Solomon then, and she had made the mistake of assuming that when a judge said the names of people serving on a jury were confidential, that meant an enterprising reporter wouldn't be able to find hers and print it later. When Jane had met her, she had already used all the money she had saved on her secretary's salary just to get as far as Cleveland, and had hitched a ride the rest of the way with a pair of itinerant heavy equipment operators who had begun to hint at things she could do to repay their kindness. Jane tore up the note, slipped the check into the pile of bills, and got up off the couch, determined to accomplish something before Carrie got here. She would need the address book in her office for the thank-you notes. A few of the people Carrie had invited were reachable only through his secretary's computer, but almost everybody else was in her old book. She had known him for so long that their friends were nearly all shared. Most of Jane's relatives lived on the roads along Tonawanda Creek, Sandy Hill Road, Sky Road, a few on Judge Road. She could have sent all of those notes in care of the reservation, but the older ladies would not have approved. She set the floppy old leather book by the door and went upstairs. She took a few favorite outfits and laid them carefully on the bed, then heard the front door open and close. "Carrie?" she called. "I'm upstairs." Jake's voice called, "Are you decent?" Jane laughed. "No, Jake, but I'm married now, so I can be as indecent as I want."
I mean, am I invited up?
"If you can make it up the stairs." Jake came along the hallway toward her room.
It was a near thing, but I rested frequently and phoned my doctor for advice on the landing. Where is that quack, anyway?
"He'll be here in a few minutes. He's helping me move a few things, so I thought we'd need both cars. Now that I look at it, I don't think we will."
I wanted to tell you that I had a good time at the wedding.
That's because your daughters came. Thanks for giving me away, though, Jake. There was never a man who looked as relieved to get rid of anybody as you did. Everybody make it to the airport on time?
Oh, yeah, said Jake. The kids'll make it to their final exams, and the husbands'll be at work Monday morning to keep my girls wearing the latest fashions and a bit too broad in the beam to fit them. The reception reminded me of when your parents got married. All the food and everything, and a lot of the same faces, too. But, of course, we're all a bit the worse for wear.
Jane selected some of her shoes and set them in a cardboard box. Last night wasn't really a reception. It was another wedding. In the old days, you just asked the two clan mothers if it was okay, and then everybody had a feast.
I wish your parents could have seen it. God, I remember your mother in her white gown. She was probably the most beautiful woman I ever saw, close up. You're a pleasant-looking female citizen from 1,000 yards out on a cloudy evening, but she could knock a rooster off a full hen-house with a veil over her face. She could have been an actress.
She was an actress, said Jane. She made herself up. Jake was silent for a moment. Little Janey had gotten those Arctic blue eyes from her mother, but that penchant for saying the unexpected, like dumping a bushel of apples in your lap to show you what the bottom ones looked like, that came from Henry Whitefield without any dilution. He backed away from that part of it.
She was a wonderful woman.
He had never figured out how much Jane could have known about her mother's past. She had somehow found herself at the age of 19 in New York City without visible means of support. No, that was exactly the wrong term. Spectacular, surefire means of support were still visible on her well into her 40s. Jake had never heard anything specific about how she had spent the years from 1 to 19, or even what part of the country she had started in. Maybe that was the deepest secret of all, and maybe his wife Margaret had heard all of that from her too, and found it too ordinary to repeat to her husband. But she had spent the next few years downstate in the company of a succession of men who were accustomed to having their pictures taken twice, head-on and in profile. Maybe she had not made a choice. Women had a way of dancing with the man who asked, and a lot of the natural selection business that determined who was first in line or even who considered himself worthy got settled among the men themselves. Jane smiled. She was a very smart woman. She had figured out that your life is pretty much what you decide it is. She picked the right person to be and spent the rest of her life being that person as hard as she could. It was true. Whatever had happened to Jane's mother in the first years of her life, it had taught her something she never forgot. Whatever decisions she needed to make were all behind her before Jake had met her. Henry had a wife, and Jane had a mother who could have come out of the television shows of the time. House neat and clean, something hot bubbling on the stove, and her looking fresh and crisp and reassuring. Jake watched her daughter bustling around in the same house, and he unexpectedly had a vision of the future. It wasn't a vision he could take credit for. It was more like a prophecy that he had merely overheard. She was busy inventing Mrs. Carrie McKinnon, the way her mother had invented Mrs. Henry Whitefield. He guessed the perfect wife wouldn't act the same these days as she had 30 years ago. On that score alone, he expected that watching Jane over the next year or two would provide a supplement to his education. And Jane wasn't the same woman as her mother. Henry had made sure she got raised in the old Seneca way, where you didn't waste much breath telling kids what to do, so their self-reliance didn't get stifled. God knew the Whitefields had gotten a whopping return on that investment. And Janey had a different order of determination entirely. She had consciously chosen to do something with the first part of her life that was more than heroic, because if you saved somebody's life once, that was bravery. When you did it 100 times, that was pure stubbornness. If she had now chosen to be somebody else, the perfect wife,
then letting your feet get in her path on her way to it would be a good way to lose a foot. This new person, this Jane McKinnon, was not going to be somebody you faced down eye to eye. He heard the sound of Carrie McKinnon's tread on the front porch and looked down at him through Jane's window. Henry would have been pleased. Jake could see Carrie's head beginning to shine through the thin, sandy hair, so he was no kid anymore. Jake hoped he had enough sense by now to understand the nature of the gift he had been given, but he supposed he probably didn't. It often seemed to Jake that wisdom had settled on his own head like a wreath from heaven sometime around age 60, after it was too late to do him much good, and was more of an irritation than a pleasure. He said, "Well, I've got to move on, or the damned dandelions will get a foothold on my lawn again, and I'll spend the whole summer on my knees digging them out with a knife." "Good. I thought you were just hanging around to get free medical advice." "Not me. I want mine duly recorded in an office in front of witnesses so I can sue for malpractice." "See you, Mrs. McKinnon." "See you, Jake." Jake met Carrie carrying boxes up the stairs. "Take good care of her," said Jake. "I'll tell you why at your 50th anniversary, if you're not senile by then." "Better write it down, Jake. Don Herbeck keeps calling me from his mortuary to ask about your health. I say, 'Not yet, Don, but keep the motor tuned up.' I suspected you probably worked closely with an undertaker, Dr. McKinnon. But I won't desert you now that you've got a wife to support. It's always good to have your unqualified endorsement, Jake. I could hardly ask for anybody more unqualified. It's a pleasure to serve." He walked out and closed the door. Carrie set the empty boxes on the floor and put his arm around Jane. "He's right about you. When I walked in, I could hardly believe it. You actually married me." She smiled, craned her neck, and leaned back against his chest to give him a gentle kiss. "I'm glad to know that you're not here about a refund. But don't assume everything Jake has to say about me would make you happy. He's got no excuse left for illusions about women." She stepped away from him, picked up the dresses on hangers from the bed, and slipped the hooks over his hand. "To business. Take these down and hang them on the pole I've got across the back seat. Do not toss, crumple, or otherwise render them unsuitable for wear. Then report for further orders." He walked off down the hall and clomped down the stairs. She looked around and began to pull things out of her dresser drawers and put them into boxes. Carrie came back and stood in the doorway. "It just occurred to me," he said. "What are you going to do with this house? Sell it?" She paused and looked at him. Why did she have to be the sort of person who already had calculated everything and made the decisions? "Come sit with me," she said. They sat together on the bed. "This is one of the conversations we should have had before. I'm through being a guide. I will never take another fugitive and slip him to a new place with a new identity. But for a while, this house is going to be a problem. I can't place an ad in the paper announcing that I'm going out of business. It's more than a little likely that 1 or 2 people are going to arrive here in the next year or two expecting to find that kind of help. I know that ahead of time, and I'm prepared to accept the way I'll feel if I find out one of them tried on his own and didn't make it." "How can you?" "That's not going to be an issue between us. It's like what the insurance companies call a pre-existing condition. My problem." "So you're gonna keep it here, empty?" "If we sell it, then maybe, no, probably, one night the new owners are going to be sitting downstairs watching television, and somebody's going to arrive and tell them things I don't want them to hear. Or even worse, one of the chasers will have followed him here. This isn't theoretical. It happened once." "It's going to be a hard place to unload. I suppose you don't want the phone company reassigning your number either." "I can afford to keep paying the bills. In a few years, there'll be fewer people who remember the address. The ones who do will know that it's not the solution to anybody's problem anymore. Then we'll cancel the phone, sell the house, and use the money for a trip around the world or something." He laughed.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm not going to use up your money. We should have had that conversation before, too. I will support my wife. Keep whatever money you have safe in case of an emergency.
"You're wrong," she said. "This is the emergency. Tonight. Things are happening fast that will get set in cement, so we have to do all of them right. We take each other on, unconditionally. What I used to do is put you in jeopardy. Not much jeopardy, but some enterprising FBI agent could still stumble on somebody I helped, and you could wake up one morning to the smell of tear gas and the sight of men in bulletproof vests and baseball caps knocking down the door with a battering ram. There are also some very slimy people out there who still want to find some victim they didn't get to torment enough, and would be very happy to step over your body for the privilege of asking me questions." She paused to let the two unpleasant possibilities settle in his imagination. Then she smiled. "However, I did make a lot of money at it. You'd better share the rewards because you've already taken on the risks."
He shrugged. "We can use it to buy a lot of life insurance."
She laughed and kissed him. "I'm serious. About once a month or so, you'll see a lot of mail from my two business managers. One is Stuart Hofstetter. He's fictitious, basically just a mail drop in New York I use to pay bills for imaginary people, so you don't want to know about any of that. The other one is named Michael Mesnick, and he's real. He's a former IRS agent. If you ever fall into the morass of my finances, call him or his assistant, Kim Hemney, and they'll straighten it out. Do not say anything about how ill-gotten my gains are. They think I'm a career consultant who spends too much money on travel and not enough on pensions." He gave her a hug and stood up.
"I'll try to remember."
But she was still sitting on the bed.
"That's it, right?"
She sat quietly for a moment. "Here's the rest of it. I don't think I want to have to say this twice, because it's a little embarrassing. What I intend to do with the rest of my life is be your wife. I'm not reserving anything, holding anything back. This is the only life I expect to have, so I'm not willing to let it go wrong by little increments because I wasn't paying attention. I will always be available to you, at any hour of the day or night. If you want to talk, I'll talk. If you don't want to talk, that probably means you should try even harder to talk. I'll be listening." Carrie sat on the bed hard, as though his legs had given way.
"The sweet old-fashioned girl? Jane Whitefield?"
"Jane McKinnon. Older than old-fashioned," she said. "Primal, actually." He hugged her again, but as he smiled at her, he saw she wasn't smiling. "The only thing I won't do for you is play dumb." The supple, gentle touch of his arm around her seemed to stiffen, and after a second the arm dropped away.
"I hope this is because you're getting everything out of the way at once. House-cleaning day."
"It is."
"Then I guess I don't have any grounds to feel insulted. So I'll just say that I love you. I married you. If I had any reason to imagine I couldn't live up to the agreement, I would have to be insane. I don't expect to ever give you any reason to feel insecure. Okay?"
She gave him a peck on the cheek. "Thanks. I'm sorry to bring that up again. Maybe we just know too much about each other. You're a very attractive man, Carrie, and you're getting better instead of worse. You like women, and we all sense it, and so we all nuzzle up to you. And you're also a very successful doctor in a provincial town. Everybody likes to be around men like you. None of that is going to change just because you're married. What I'm saying isn't
Watch your step, because I'm on to you. I'm saying I know you like women a whole lot, and I like you a whole lot. You're used to variety and excitement and whatever. I understand it. So here I am. I'm not everybody in the world, but I'm going to try to be everything to you. Just ask. No, you don't even have to ask, because I'm saying yes now for all time. The strawberries, said Carrie. She threw her arms around his neck and squeezed him hard, rocking him back and forth. I'm so glad. You don't know how relieved I am. About what? You're nowhere near as dumb as you look. It's just the cheap haircut after all. Chapter 7. Earl Bliss had once taken a locksmith course during the dead time while he was waiting for his next job to find him. Everybody in his graduating class had been a deep-bottom loser, with no serious hope of finding work fixing locks, but every one of them had learned to handle a pick and a tension wrench. Earl had gotten a great deal of use out of his set, and tonight he held them in his teeth until he and Linda reached the row of mailboxes in the lobby of Pete Hatcher's apartment building. He quickly slipped behind Linda while she watched the hallway, then set the tension wrench in the lock, pulled the pick out of his teeth, and opened the little door that said, Number 6, Hatcher. He handed the mail to Linda and walked on toward Hatcher's apartment door. Linda had always loved Las Vegas hotels, but the idea that the people who dealt cards and waited on her actually lived in Las Vegas had always depressed her. It reminded her of the summer when she was 7, and her mother had gotten 2 days of work in a bikini movie. Linda had been allowed to believe that she was being permitted a rare glimpse at glamour. She knew now that her mother just had not had a place to leave her while school was out. Linda had been dragged along and had watched a whole group of them waiting in line for a turn to climb into a dusty trailer on the hot black road along the beach and wriggle into swimsuits handed off a rack, all of them women like her mother, pretty, but at 25 already looking worn and a little bovine. They were just supposed to play volleyball behind 2 men who got into a fistfight, but they knew even less about volleyball than the 2 men did about fighting, so as the sun rose higher and began to sear eyeballs and heat the sand enough to burn their feet, they got breathless and fell and bumped into one another, a couple of them crying. And then, she never was told how her mother had managed it, they had gone to live with Duane. She recognized him as one of the men who had been up at the trailer that day. He was in charge of something or other. Could it possibly have been lighting on a beach? She remembered the long, dull, hot days of the summer living in that apartment on Winnetka Avenue, the doors of the apartments all open on the blindingly bright, lying promise of the empty pool, trying to catch a breeze that could never come because the building itself blocked it from entering the courtyard. Her mother had thrown Duane out in a rage one day and had to be reminded the apartment was in his name. Linda followed Earl and watched him open the door lock with as little effort as he had needed with the mailbox. When she joined him, he was already blocking off the bathroom window with towels and duct tape to keep the light from shining through it. When Earl had finished, she closed the bathroom door, turned on the light, and took out the mail. They sat on the rim of the bathtub together and opened it. Before she even got to the bills, she could see they had something. It was a thick monthly bank statement with a stack of canceled checks inside. She curbed her eagerness and handed it to Earl, then opened the bills one by one. There was the power bill, which was worth nothing. There was the phone bill, which was worth a lot because it would have the numbers he had called and the cities. There was a bill for rent on this apartment. When she saw the envelope with the Visa logo on it, she felt hopeful, but then she saw it wasn't a bill at all, but an offer for a new card. Earl stuffed the mail into Linda's purse and stood up. They put on the latex medical gloves and began to search the apartment. She could tell that Hatcher had not been given much time to prepare before he left. There were objects here that were worth money and could have been sold or pawned. Gold cufflinks and rings, even a good watch with a couple of small diamonds on the dial. but the same objects told her that somebody had given him a lesson or two about disappearing. Distinctive jewelry was as good as a scar or bright red hair. There were a couple of empty frames on the mantel, but not one photograph was left anywhere. Earl came and shone his mag light into the fireplace and carefully examined a pile of ashes. Whatever had been burned in there, it wasn't done for heat in Las Vegas in June. Linda could see that Earl wasn't going to be able to tell what it had been, so she left the room. She found Hatcher's bedroom and systematically worked her way through it. From his pillow and the sheets under it, she gathered a dozen hairs and put them in a plastic bag. In the bathroom, she made a list of all the brand names she could find: toothpaste, shaving cream, razors, soap, shampoo, hairbrushes. She took the razors in case there was blood from a nick and gathered more hair from the brushes. They were more likely than the others to have been pulled out with the follicles. She searched hard for prescription bottles so she could find the names of the doctors and pharmacies, but found none, so she moved to the kitchen. She studied his eating habits. He didn't own anything even mildly interesting: a crepe pan or a wok or a can of jalapenos or a jar of saffron. She dutifully noted the brand names in the cupboards and refrigerator, but they were all just the ones advertised on national television, and he had kept little food in the house. He probably had worked late at night and eaten in the hotel restaurants. She lingered at the refrigerator, opening bottles and unwrapping packages of food in the freezer, because amateurs sometimes left valuables there, and he had left in a hurry. Linda returned to the living room and found Earl busy unzipping each cushion from the couch to check inside the cover. The couch itself had been tipped over so Earl could look up among the springs. He had also tipped over the coffee table, chairs, and lamps. Earl heard her enter and said, "You get started on the bookcase." Pete Hatcher had not been much of a reader. Linda wrote down the title, the author, and a description of each book, removed it from the shelf, looked behind it, held it up, and flipped through the pages with her thumb to see if anything fell out or had been taped inside, but found nothing. At 3 a.m, Earl began to tip the furniture back onto the depressions in the rug where they had stood before, so Linda went from room to room making sure she had left no signs of her presence. It was after 5 when they reached their motel. As soon as they were in the room, Linda lay down on the bed and closed her eyes, but Earl was restless. After 10 minutes, the sound of him shifting in the squeaky chair by the table and scribbling things on paper made her open her eyes.
"Aren't you tired?"
"Nope," said Earl. "I'll sleep later."
"What are you doing?"
"I'm trying to get a picture of how to do this."
He frowned and let his eyebrows bounce up once for emphasis. Linda hated that.
"How's it going?"
According to Seaver, he had lots of friends. He was one of those guys who had everything. Everybody loved Pete Hatcher, especially women.
The contempt and envy in Earl's voice made Linda feel almost sorry for him.
He may have changed his name, but that isn't going to change. He's not the sort that's going to be lying low for long. He'll need company. He'll be out shaking hands and telling lies about himself.
He looked at Linda, and she seemed to remind him of something.
He'll be looking for women. According to Seaver, he's a regular old snatch hound.
"That doesn't exactly limit his movements," said Linda. "Sex he can find any place. It would be better if there was one woman he couldn't live without. Her we could find."
No sense thinking about what we don't have. What we do have has got to be enough to get us there.
He consulted his notes.
He used a pro to get out of here. She had him drive out in a car instead of getting on a plane in Las Vegas. It wasn't a rented car, because then he'd turn it in wherever he ends up. So she bought it for him. If she's any good at all, she wouldn't let him stay in Nevada, right? It's too small.
"Right."
So he's out of state with the car. He's got to do something with it. If he sells it, keeps it, or abandons it, then it gets new plates, and the old plates get returned to the Nevada DMV. There are only 1,200,000 people in the whole state. How many cars? About half that many. How many of them are going to have their plates turned in this month?
I have no idea, do you?
No, but not many.
What if it's in her name?
If it was, it won't be. He has to insure it in the new state, be able to get pulled over and ticketed without getting hauled in.
He'll need a license to do any of that.
If she didn't get him anything else, she got him a new license and birth certificate and social security card. Those I can't start with. But the new car registration I can probably get at the end of the month.
Suppose he just drove it to an airport outside of Las Vegas. That's what I'd do.
Yeah, said Earl. We'll have to cover that possibility, too. It's not going to be simple. This woman is a problem. She didn't let him make a lot of mistakes. There's nothing easy left. No personal letters, no pictures, not even any old credit card bills. Oh, that reminds me, where's the bank statement we got? He just might have written a check to his new name.
In my purse. He snatched her purse off the doorknob where she had hung it, pulled out the statement, and opened it. He quickly shuffled through the checks, then sighed.
Jesus Christ,
he muttered, then slapped the checks down on the table. What's wrong?
He had a balance of $62,000. He wrote a check for 60 to cash. You want to know who took it and gave him the 60 in cash?
No bank I ever heard of would... Ha! Don't tell me.
Yep, Pleasure Island Casino. The stupid bastards had him under surveillance, and they let him walk up to a cashier and write a check for his fuck you money.
That's got to be his idea, said Linda. I'm sure he'd seen them do it for gamblers. But he wrote it for less than his balance, so he doesn't have the bank and the police looking for him, too. That's her.
Earl shrugged.
Her again, yeah.
He stared into space for a few seconds. Slowly his jaw began to work, the knotted muscles grinding his teeth together.
Let's think about her. She sees, probably before he does, that his time is coming. They've watched him enough, so if they were just going to fire him, he'd be gone already. She knows they're not going to take their eyes off him while he's alive unless she makes them. She tells him how to do a quick house cleaning. She gets him a car and some papers. She arranges to meet him in the one place in Las Vegas where there aren't a million lights. She gets him out.
Earl's face assumed a look of puzzlement.
But then she doesn't go too. She hangs in to buy him time.
Linda sighed.
This isn't getting me anywhere. So she bought him time.
Earl's irritated look froze her.
You're not thinking. You know any pros are going to hang around to get in a fight in an elevator if the client's already driving out with a big head start?
No women, anyway.
No men either. The pay doesn't go up for any bruises. She must have thought he needed the extra minutes, and that means he wasn't safe until a particular time.
It can't be anything but an airport, said Linda. He wasn't going to be invisible until the plane was in the air.
How much time did she need to buy him?
Earl leafed through the piles of tourist literature the maids had left on the coffee table. He found a number and dialed.
Yes, I'm interested in the midnight show, but I want to see another show, too. Is it one of those things where you have a bunch of warm-up acts? What time does the miraculous Miranda actually get on stage?
He wrote something down.
Then when does the show end?
His pencil scribbled another note.
That's too bad. I may have to catch her act on another trip. Thanks.
He hung up and studied his notes.
Okay. Miranda comes on right at 12, first thing. She's on the stage for 2 hours.
So what?
Earl scowled.
So this woman figures Hatcher's going to have 2 hours to drive before the lights come on again and somebody sees he's not sitting next to her. He's driving to an airport, and she's planned on 2 hours. His plane has to leave pretty soon after he gets there because she doesn't want him sitting in an airport when Seaver's people start looking for him. She wants him to arrive about the time the plane is boarding, so he can walk right in and disappear.
Seaver said she bought him an hour after that.
Right, said Earl. She did it, but she couldn't know in advance that she could do it. How could this one woman think she could tie up those guys that long? No, she was counting on 2 hours, and whatever she got after that must have been insurance. Figure he drives 60 miles an hour, so there's no chance he'll lose 20 minutes getting a speeding ticket.
Linda stood up and pulled the map out of her suitcase. She measured 120 miles on a piece of dental floss, tied it to Earl's pencil, and ran it in a circle around Las Vegas.
Kingman, Arizona on Route 93.
Bullhead City, Arizona on 95.
Maybe Lake Havasu if he pushes it on Route 95 South.
Baker, California on 15 South.
There's no airport for another 120 miles, so scratch 15 South.
Nothing at all on 93 or 95 North, so scratch them. That leaves 93 or 95 South into Arizona, or 15 North into Utah. If it's 93, it's Kingman. If it's 95, it's Lake Havasu City. Both have airports.
What about Utah?
No airport until Cedar City. About 180 miles.
Okay, scratch that too. We're down to 2 possibilities then, said Earl. He flew out of Kingman or Havasu City. Now what we've got to do is see what flights go out on a Tuesday night at those airports, between 2 in the morning and, say, 3. There can't be many.
What if they go to Chicago and Dallas? Little airports usually just feed big ones.
We'll just hope the other things we're doing give us a break and tell us which one.
What other things? He pawed through her purse and saw the apartment rental bill.
First thing is, put on some gloves and mail this in with some cash. I want to make sure his landlord doesn't evict him in case we need to go back there.
Okay, but where would he fly?
Put yourself in his place. This woman must have asked him what places he could go. He can't go to Atlantic City or Reno or some other place where they gamble. He's going to pick a place he knows a little about. A place he likes, right?
I would think so. The better he likes it, the longer he'll stay put and the harder he'll be to find. Earl clasped his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling.
No close relatives, no permanent girlfriend, lots of friends. Too many to narrow down.
Vacations? Asked Linda. Business trips?
Maybe. If we can get a hotel charge on a credit report, we'll have a place to start.
Linda lay perfectly still. I just thought of something. He knows he's in danger. He knows she got him out in the nick of time. He's never done this before, and he doesn't know if we're stuck in this motel or already staring at the back of his head, right?
That sounds right, said Earl, but...
What's the first thing he's going to buy?
If he dumped his car at some airport, he'll buy another one.
I'm not saying he won't do that, said Linda. But what else do they always do? They buy a gun. If he flew out, he doesn't have one. If she set all this up in a couple of days, she probably wouldn't have time to get him one and leave it for him in the new town. Unless it's stolen, she'd still have the 5-day waiting period. Earl grinned and squeezed her so hard her neck hurt.
Whatever else he does, he'll do that. And that puts him on a list. It's a list we can get because it's a public record. She'll probably tell him not to, but the minute he's on his own in a strange place looking over his shoulder, he'll do it.
He sat down and wrote more notes.
First, we've got to find out what airport he used, then what flight he took. Tomorrow I think we'll drive into Arizona and see if we can find a car with Nevada plates that got left in one of those 2 airports at 2 in the morning on Tuesday.
Linda Thompson pumped harder on the stationary bike, slowly adding speed, watching the digital readout on the little electronic podium in front of the handlebars. 30 miles an hour, 35, 40. She moved her legs faster, then pushed the thumb lever forward to jump to a higher gear, and the speedometer told her she was going 50. She gradually worked the gears back until the pedaling was almost effortless. She kept moving her legs for a long time to avoid getting knots in her muscles.
but she had lost interest in the machine. Nobody went 50 on a bicycle. The scale was designed to give suckers a warm, cozy feeling. She dismounted and looked out the glass wall of the exercise room. She was still alone. The gawkers were probably at their sales meetings. She went to the weight area, did a few more bench presses, a few more curls, then went to work on her latissimus dorsi, always using light weights and many repetitions to keep the muscles supple and avoid adding ugly body mass. She had been eager to begin hunting, and it was frustrating to be stalled for days right at the start. Hatcher might have been dumb enough to ditch the car at the Kingman Airport or the Havasu Airport, but the woman had not been dumb enough to let him. Earl wasn't saying it yet, but none of the flights out of either airport fit the schedule. The woman wouldn't set it up so that Hatcher had to drive out of Las Vegas at midnight and wait in an airport until 7 for a flight. That was the kind of thing they did later, when she and Earl were getting close and they were scared and desperate. At the beginning, they still had a choice, and the first moves were smooth and efficient. She walked into the tiny changing area and came out the other door in her swimsuit, cap, and goggles. She ran her toes along the surface of the water and verified that it was cold. It was a pretty good trick to have a cold swimming pool in a place where it was over 100 degrees in the shade. She slipped in and endured the shock, then began to swim slowly up and down, warming her body and letting the long, slow strokes stretch the muscles and clear her lungs. It was already nearly 11, so she decided she would do only a half-mile and get out. Hotels started to get busy around noon, even in places like Havasu, Arizona. She resented having to do everything in the morning each day. Linda was a night person. When she had finished her swim, she slipped back into the dressing room, and in a few minutes she was walking back up the hallway of the hotel. She opened the door and found Earl sitting at the table, tapping the keys of the laptop computer. Then she saw that the bags were packed. "What is it?" she asked. "What are you looking at?" "Airline schedules." Earl grinned that strange grin he had. At times like this, his face seemed more animal than human. "I think I've figured out why none of the flights he could have gotten out of Arizona fit." "Why not?" She set down her gym bag and waited. She was relieved that he had not made her bring that up. But he must have found something else. He actually looked happy. "Listen carefully," said Earl. "He takes the car from the parking lot in Las Vegas. It's about midnight. He drives 2 hours south toward Kingman or Havasu, Arizona. What time is it?" Linda shrugged. 2 o'clock. Nothing takes off for 4 or 5 hours, and then it's just local stuff." "Right. Suppose he doesn't drive to Arizona. Suppose he drives north about 180 miles at 60 miles an hour. He's at Cedar City, Utah. What time is it?" 3 o'clock. "Nope. 4 o'clock. He's crossed from the Pacific time zone into Mountain." Linda sat on the bed. "But Utah's in the same time zone as Arizona." "Yeah, but Arizona doesn't do daylight saving time. That's why we didn't have to set the clocks forward when we got here." He looked at her intently. "Okay. He's driven 3 hours to Cedar City. It's 4 o'clock. What time is it in Las Vegas?" Linda lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. 3 o'clock. She's just finishing up with Seaver's men." Earl nodded. "We ruled out Cedar City because it was too far to reach before Seaver's men started looking. I would have ruled out his flight, too, because it left so late. She couldn't have hoped to buy him enough time to make it, so why would she bother to buy him any time at all? But it wasn't late. It was just the amount of time she was buying for him. It's flight 493 to Denver at 4:18 a.m. Earl looked at her expectantly, but she opened her suitcase, took out a comb, and walked to the mirror. "Aren't you interested?" "Interested?" asked Linda. "Oh, sure." "Then why aren't you happy?" She sat down on the bed, facing away from him to comb her hair so he couldn't see her. I was thinking about them, Hatcher and that woman. It's such a simple trick, and I'll bet when they thought of it they were laughing at us.
Chapter 8. Jane heard a noise in the dark outside. She sat up and listened. The noise came again. She crept to the wall beside the bedroom window and leaned slowly to the side to bring one eye to the edge of the curtain to see. The wind was blowing from the east, making the long, leg-thick limb of the old maple tree behind the house bob its heavy foliage up and down. When it moved, there was a creak. There it was again, a rubbing sound that came once, then was quiet, a sound an intruder would make while he slipped into the house. She stepped back from the window and watched the soft, hot wind blow the curtain inward, so a little glow of moonlight showed her the room. Sprawled on the other side of the bed was Carrie, his eyes closed and his jaw slack in an almost snore, a long silence, and then, after it seemed too late, a soft, gentle indrawing of breath. She admitted to herself that she would probably wake up this way for a few more months. She had slept, happily fallen asleep, beside a few men over the years, and Carrie was one of them. But now she was sleeping in Carrie's bed in the house where Carrie had been a baby, which was now her house too. She had been in another life too long, a place where noises that might be intruders didn't always turn out to be made by the wind. She sat on the bed and spent a minute staring at him. She let herself adore the big foot sticking out from under the sheet, the long, hard muscles of the arm. She leaned over to stare at his eyelids. She could see his eyes moving in little nervous twitches underneath, and she knew he was dreaming. She resisted the urge to touch him. She was his wife now, and that was different. She was supposed to take responsibility for the fact that he had to be at the hospital at 6 if he was going into surgery at 7, not wake him up and ask him what he was dreaming. She slowly lowered herself beside him, then lay on her back, closed her eyes, and listened to the wind fluttering the leaves of the maple outside the window until they made no sound. After a time, she sensed from the way that the trees around her kept revising their shapes until she got them right, that she was in a dream. It was night, and low, thin clouds made the moon a small ball with a rainbow ring around it. She didn't like the dream, but when she tried to fathom why that was, she found she had already known the answer before she had wondered. It was because the place where she was standing was familiar. She had not moved. She was still on the ground where Carrie's house was going to be built some day. She felt uneasy as she looked toward the street, because she saw only a narrow gap in the trees. There was no use trying to walk and find her way home, because if the path was there, the road was not yet on top of it, and the forest still stretched like this from the ocean to the Mississippi, and from the tundra to the Gulf of Mexico. Jane tried to fight the growing sensation that she was being watched. She tried to force herself to be rational. This might be the old time, but that didn't mean there were such things as witches. There were no witches. If there ever had been, they had disappeared from the earth before Jane had been born. But her own memory told her she was lying. She had been in the courtroom in Atlanta when the judge had looked past little Max Curtin, who sat behind the table that came up nearly to his chin, not seeing his pale face and thin bird bones showing he hadn't just fallen down a lot, but had not been given enough to eat. The judge could see no grounds to take him away from his cousin. But the cousin had heard the words and turned around quickly to gaze at Max Curtin's face, and the cousin's eyes had glowed, not only in triumph, but because he was drinking in the sight of the terror and despair that showed in the little boy's face. The grandfathers would have taken one look at the cousin and known he was a witch. She could feel the workers of evil were out there, feel them turning their attention to her. She had been thinking about them, and they had heard her thoughts, and now they were looking up, their faces vacant but alert. They were somewhere in the forest, and they began to turn and move toward her. She could feel the emptiness that was in them begin to fill up with excitement, anticipation. They were concentrating on her now, thinking about how happy she had been and how easily that could be taken away from her. And they were coming. Jane caught herself worrying about Carrie sleeping unprotected in his bed, and she felt a jab of alarm. She had to force herself to hide him in the back of her mind, where they would not find him. She turned her attention to the witches. As long as she concentrated on them, they would see only their own reflection in her mind. There had seemed to be dozens of them when she first had thought of them, all pricking up their ears to search the air for her. But now she saw that they had winnowed themselves down to just two. Because they stood for all witches, they had to be a man and a woman. There were footprints on the path, so sooner or later it had to lead to a place where people lived. Jane set off and followed it, then worked up to a run. It was hard for Jane to run on the trail at night, and she was ashamed of how clumsy she had become. She had been lazy for the past 3 months, and she began to get winded after only 100 yards. Her foot hit the edge of the path, where it was higher, and she tripped. She gave a little gasp of surprise, and she knew it had reached the man and the woman and told them she had been flushed from hiding. Although they were far behind her, only now reaching the clearing where she had started, she had no trouble seeing them. The man burst through the bushes, breaking branches and trampling the brush at his feet. He saw the path. He hunched over and stared down to read it for fresh tracks. He leaned forward on his knuckles, and his heels came up like those of a runner at the starting blocks. He grinned with a horrible emotion that looked like appetite, and his grin changed him. His lips kept moving, curled upward, and his bared teeth seemed to grow. His heavy jaw thickened, and he sprouted hair along his back, and then his haunches and arms. His small black eyes lost none of their intensity as he started to move along the path on 4 feet. The woman was quiet. She seemed to materialize out of the forest without moving a leaf, as though her feet didn't quite touch the ground. She stood still for a few breaths, listening. Jane didn't let herself think about what the woman was sensing about that place, but it was why Jane was trying to draw her away from there. The woman didn't hurry. She watched the man lumbering away down the path, growing bigger and heavier, his claws now long and black, and the fur thick and impenetrable. He was a wolf. The woman smiled to herself and held her arms up. Her long, graceful fingers fanned out, made longer by her pointed nails. She looked up at the moon, glowing through the clouds, ringed with the faint colors of the spectrum, and as she did, she seemed to rise. Her fingers were impossibly long now, her neck was elongated to look upward, and her face in the moonlight was beautiful and ghostly. The bright, liquid eyes opened wider. Jane could see the fingers were the shafts of feathers, and she watched feathers spread along the woman's forearms and then all the way to her shoulders. The woman's skin glowed white and smooth and flawless, and she had a soft, shapely grace that made Jane not want to turn her attention away. The arms were definitely wings now. The woman's white neck seemed to curve, stretching up toward the moon, and Jane's heart beat faster. A swan! In the old stories, swans were never evil. As soon as Jane allowed herself to feel hope, it expanded in her chest, and she almost cried with joy. The female apparition wasn't a witch at all. She was probably some powerful woman asleep somewhere, who was now entering Jane's dream to help her. Jane had acquired an ally, a sister. But the woman's face had not stopped changing. The eyes kept growing bigger and brighter, and now they seemed to ignite, to burn with a light from inside that looked like fire. Suddenly the woman ducked forward in some wrenching physical reflex, like a wretch. Her shoulders shrugged, her neck shortened, the flesh of her feet shriveled and left only curved talons. She was no longer human. She gave the great wings a flap, and she soared into the dark sky. She was an owl. Jane was stung with shock, and in a few seconds the hurt threatened to soften and degenerate into heavy-footed despair. She strained to run harder, staring at the darkness ahead to discern the deeper black of the trail ahead of her feet, the empty air between the trees that could show her the way. Jane could hear the wolf behind her and to her right, his body lean and hard but heavy, crashing through the underbrush. He knew the path because he was a human, and he was cutting across the curves. Jane stepped off the path and ran to the right, into the cover of the forest. She had to go more slowly now, slipping through thickets, sliding down inclines and then straining to scramble up the next rise, tiring herself just to get to level ground again. At the bottom of a steep, rocky hill, she found the beginning of a stream. She turned with it and trotted for a few hundred paces, splashing along the stony creek bed until she came abreast of a rocky ledge and pulled herself up onto it just because it was difficult and the wolf would expect her to avoid it. Then she shifted her course toward the path, and in another mile she came out onto it again. She knew she had fooled the wolf. Her feet seemed light, running on the clear, even ground. Then she felt rather than heard the sound above her, not so much a sound as a displacement of air behind her neck. She took 2 more steps and then whirled and swung hard at the same time, so it would be her fist that arrived first instead of her face. Her knuckle felt the soft, downy brush of the breast feathers, but swept past, hitting nothing solid at all. The owl rose high into the air, and a high-pitched screech came from its throat, then echoed from the rocky glen Jane had just left. The owl circled above her and called again. Jane could hear the sound of the wolf's claws scraping the stones as it came up out of the gully, then heavy paws thumping the leafy ground, and the grunting breaths growing louder. Jane turned again and ran. There was no concealment now, because the owl flew low under the canopy of trees, its wings flapping only to make the curves, sometimes a few feet behind and sometimes so close that Jane turned to strike out at it, but always screaming with that almost human voice to tell the wolf where she was. Jane ran with a sob in her voice, feeling the futility of it. An owl could see better than she could, and easily avoided her blows, and a wolf could run all night if it could smell its prey. As soon as she had thought of smelling, she imagined she smelled something pungent in the air. Was it something she had invented because she wanted it so much, or was it really smoke? It must be smoke. All she had to do was follow the smoke to the village, a clearing somewhere ahead where people slept in their longhouses and tended their crops and made love and sang. All she had to do was reach a circle of light. She ran beside the path, weaving in and out of the big trees so the owl couldn't swoop in behind her neck with its talons. The owl seemed to sense that it didn't have much time. Maybe it smelled the smoke too, and maybe it had known where the village was. It stopped screeching and swooped upward. Jane stepped back onto the path and sprinted, lengthening her strides and holding her head high to open the airway, pumping her arms and knees. She smelled the smoke more strongly now, and she knew she was close. She would dash for the nearest longhouse, duck under the bearskin flap that covered the door, dive through the little anteroom where the corn and beans and squash were stored, and roll into the little circle of light thrown off by the first cooking fire. She could see a sharp off-turning in the trail ahead, and she knew this must be the path that led up to the village. She cut across a patch of low, 3-leafed plants she thought were strawberries, but as her ankles slashed through, her skin began to burn. It was poison ivy, but she didn't care. She dashed up the path, climbing higher and higher. She reached the little plateau on top and stopped. There, in the clearing, was a strange, horrible sight. The wolf had begun to change back into a man, and he squatted on human legs beside a pile of green brush that he had half ignited with his human hands. It was smoking heavily, but giving off no light at all. The man stood and turned his wolf snout toward her. She could see the sharp yellow teeth and the eyes that gleamed like pale gold-green beads.
"Hello, Jane,"
he said.
"Smell the smoke."
Jane heard something behind her. The owl alit and began to change back into a woman.
"You're ours now."
"No."
"We're going to make you into a skin woman. He'll flay the skin off you carefully, and I'll sew it back together, and we'll hang you from that tree limb over there. The soft breeze will fill you up a little, and there'll be a sound like a quiet song coming from your mouth. People passing by on the trail will look up this path and see you. Maybe they'll just want to pass the time, and maybe they'll be alone and running, looking for a place to rest and someone to help them. But they'll stop. They'll step off the trail and up this little path alone."
Jane threw herself on the woman, digging her fingers into the throat with her left hand and drawing back her right for the first punch. She could feel the witch changing shapes under her hand, first the scales of a snake and enough of the neck free so the head could curl around and sink its fangs into her forearm, then the scales turning into thick fur and the body widening into a lynx, the jaws now chewing to get free of the hand. Jane swung hard and woke to the light streaming through the white curtains onto the polished hardwood floor of the bedroom. She held her eyes open in the glare, her breaths coming fast and shallow, afraid that if she closed her eyes the dream would still be there. She spun her head and saw Carrie, then slowly began to calm down. She was wet, covered with sweat, so her nightgown clung to her. She sat up and waited for the dizzy feeling to pass, then eased her weight off the bed. She looked at the clock radio on the nightstand. It was almost 6. She walked down the hall quickly, turned on the shower in the guest bathroom, pulled the nightgown off over her head and threw it on the floor. In a few minutes she would be clean and clear-minded, and Carrie could awaken to hear her making his breakfast downstairs. As she stepped into the shower, she tried to get over the dream. Since she was a child, she had heard people clicking their tongues and saying that dreams of the old time had begun to come back. The pessimists said it happened only to Senecas who had begun to forget who they were and what they were supposed to do. They were paying the price for repressing their true inclinations. There were others who said the dreams were returning because the supernaturals had stayed on the land with the Senecas all this time and finally gotten used to the way things were now, just as the Senecas had. They recognized that the people had not changed in any way that mattered, and so they had begun to touch them more often in sleep. Jane felt the terror and claustrophobia of the dream beginning to wash away with the hot water and mental exercise. There wasn't much mystery about it. She had been holding down a quiet tension since the night when she had agreed to marry Carrie. She had done the little she could do to make herself unobtrusive. She had taken a new name and moved into a house that no runner and no chaser could know about. She was living as quiet a life as a woman could. She had even been careful to leave untouched all of the things that pertained to Jane Whitefield. The old house looked occupied, the telephone was connected, the mail carrier still came every day. She had told Carrie that she kept the old house as it was because she couldn't think of a way to keep her old life from popping in to alarm the new tenants. It had not been exactly a lie, but it was part of the truth. What she had not mentioned was that anyone, victim or persecutor, who was able to satisfy himself that she had moved out of that house and not merely gone on a trip, might keep looking and find this one. The old house kept them one extra step away from here. Not much protection, just something that might buy her the time to see them before they saw her. The dream had been her subconscious mind protesting, reminding her that the few small obstacles she had placed to hide her own trail were pitiful. No matter how fervently Mrs. Carrie McKinnon wanted to ignore it, Jane Whitefield could not forget that the trail behind her was full of wolves. Chapter 9. Jane parked her car in the gravel driveway in front of the small frame house under the big hemlock tree. When she got out, she stepped into a little cloud of dust that settled on her shoes. A dog in the backyard began to bark, then dashed toward her with menacing yaps. It was a little black mongrel with brown eyebrows, the kind that she had seen running around yapping on the Tonawanda Reservation since she was a child, so she knew what it would do before it did. It ran up until it was 5 feet away, then straightened its forelegs, skidded to a stop on the grass, and began to hop up and down, wagging its tail.
"Maggie,"
came a deep voice from the porch.
"Come."
The little dog trotted happily around Jane once, then scampered up the steps onto the porch, and ran through the open screen door to alert the others in the Peterson house.
"Hi, Janie,"
said the man. He stood up from his rocking chair so Jane could see him over the railing. He was very tall and had the square-chested, long-legged look that she remembered noting in his father when she had come here with her own father for visits in the old days. "Hi, Billy," she called. "Is this a good time?"
"There is no bad time,"
he said, as he put a sprig that had fallen from the hemlock into his book to mark the page, set it on the stack on the wicker table beside him, then folded his reading glasses into his shirt pocket. He met Jane on the walk and let her hug him, then leaned his head down and turned his cheek to catch her kiss.
"Married life agrees with you, Janie."
He said it in Seneca, so Jane answered in Seneca. The old man wanted to come too, but I made him go to work so I could keep being a grand lady who wanders around doing nothing. As they stepped up onto the porch, he saw her notice his books and reverted to English.
"Just some reading for my undergraduate course in the fall. Basic abnormal psychology."
"What we used to call nuts and sluts."
"That's the one," he said. "The department makes me take a turn every 3rd year."
The little dog pushed through the screen door again with its nose, and then a woman nearly as tall as Billy, with hair like Jane's, came out from behind it, holding 3 glasses of lemonade on a tray. "Hi, Janie," she said. "I thought you might like a cold drink." Jane took a glass. "Thanks, Vi," she said, and they exchanged pecks on the cheek, while Billy took the tray to keep the other glasses level. Violet Peterson sat on the porch swing with Jane and smiled. Jane looked around her. "Did you sell the kids?" Violet said, "They're in school, believe it or not. Veronica's taking a computer class every morning, and Delbert's doing art." She glanced at her watch. "I picked them up in an hour." "So serious," said Jane. "It's great," said Violet. "If I don't make them do something in the summer, they run around in the woods like—" "Like we did," said Jane. "Exactly," said Violet. "Kids are wonderful, but anybody who says they don't drive you nuts is in a state of denial." Her lips pursed, and she said slyly, "You'll see." Jane sipped the cold lemonade and listened. The red-winged blackbirds at the edge of the marshland 100 yards away were calling to each other. Billy said,
"You have something on your mind?"
"You must be a psychology professor," said Jane. "It's kind of a delicate problem. Delicate politically."
"Politically?"
"I came to see my friends, Billy and Violet, but before I go, I want to do some lobbying with Sarugayaze." She could feel the weight of ages as he stared at her. Sarugayaze meant level heavens. It was the name that had been given to the member of the Snipe clan who held that sakomship in each generation since the first Sarugayaze, one of the 49 who had sat at Onondaga with Hiawatha and Daganoweda to establish the Iroquois League. Each of them for 1,000 years had probably sat in front of the doorway of his wife's house on a day like today, with the blackbirds calling in the hot sunshine, and listened to a woman like her who had come to talk politics. "Is this about the gambling?" asked Violet. "Yes, I'm afraid it is," said Jane. "I'll bet you're both sick of it."
"Not at all," said Sarugayaze. "It's good that you came, because I've been meaning to give you a call about it."
"Me?" asked Jane. "I thought I was being clever sneaking around to the sachem of another clan. Why would you call a wolf?"
"You said it was delicate politically. It's been voted down 4 times, but it keeps coming back up. I need to know what key people think, The ones who are educated and can sway public opinion.
I don't know, she said. Everything I see about it tells me to leave it alone and let other people decide. I'm not here to offer advice about the general issue. I just wanted to make one little point and skulk away.
But I'm asking your advice.
I'm not the one to ask. Whitefields haven't lived on the reservation in 3 or 4 generations.
Being a Seneca isn't a matter of residence.
I had a mother who started out Irish, a colleen, as they say. It sounds like the name of a dog that's not quite a collie, doesn't it?
Cornplanter had a father named O'Bale. Mary Jemison was a year out of Ireland when she was captured. She had 39 grandchildren by Hiokatu. You want to tell their great-great-grandchildren they're not Senecas? There's probably nobody within rifle shot of here who doesn't carry DNA from somebody who was adopted 20 generations back. It's a non-issue.
Jane sighed. I would love it if the people could have a little dependable money coming in. There are already over 100 Indian casinos all over the country, and I heard somebody refer to gambling as the return of the buffalo. But I've got worries. If I say those worries out loud, people I love and respect are going to say things that hurt me.
What will they say?
They'll remind me in that quiet, gentle way people around here have that I've never been poor. And I'll know that they could have said more.
What could they say?
I'm one of them, too. Maybe I would say it to myself. There I would be, this doctor's wife, who lives in a house like a fortress in Amherst, driving Carrie's BMW up to the dilapidated council building to tell them gambling money isn't good for the nation. Sadogayaze raised his eyebrows.
Maybe living that life makes you objective. The traditionalists, the Longhouse people, trust you because they know you're at least as conservative as they are. They're an important constituency.
I'm an anomaly, and they know it, she said. I'm a leftover Indian rights radical from 10 years ago. A lot of what I know comes from the old people, but a lot doesn't. It comes from staring at old archives at Cornell and Rochester that were written by Europeans who studied us the way doctors study viruses. I'm not a radical now. I'm a spoiled rich woman who has a hobby.
Good for you, said Sadogayaze. I'm a professor teaching the theories of a dead man from Vienna. Now answer my question, and I'll listen to whatever you came to tell me.
Jane shook her head and smiled sadly. All right, here goes. I'm not a spiritual believer in the Gaiuio of Handsome Lake. I don't believe there's anything left after we're dead, at least not in broad daylight like this. But whatever happened when Handsome Lake got drunk and passed out in 1799, he woke up with some sense. I think there wouldn't be any such thing as a Seneca now if he hadn't.
You want to be more specific?
Don't sell any land. Accept as much education as you can get, but keep up with the ancient cycle of celebrations. Drinking liquor might be fine for whites, but for us it's poison. Don't abuse your wife and kids the way whites do. And, here it comes, don't gamble. She glanced at her old friend, but Sadogayaze was waiting in silence. She said, He didn't mean don't play the peach pit game or bet on snow snake matches. He was a warrior, brought up in the old time. He got his scalping knife wet at Devil's Hole. He was saying, these are the temptations that the modern world is sending our way. Watch out. I think he was right.
What about now? He asked. Is he still right?
She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. For hundreds of years, the 5 nations kept the peace, managed a unified foreign policy with 50 or 60 other nations, and played the Dutch, English, and French off against one another. Now on half the reservations there are competing governments and splinter groups and Iroquois burning their own buildings and taking shots at each other. And every time one side looks like it's losing, they call for intervention by the New York State Police or Quebec or Ontario provincials, or the Canadian or American federal governments. They've always gotten it, and they always will.
Are you worried about hard feelings or loss of sovereignty?
I don't think those are two issues. They're the same. I'm not saying all of this would happen at Tonawanda, but it would be especially stupid if any of it happened here. Everybody around here knows that in 1838, when the state was kidnapping chiefs to force them to sign the land treaty, not one single chief from Tonawanda let himself be caught. I hope people remember that the reason for that was the chiefs were willing to risk their lives to disappear, and the people were willing to risk theirs to hide them. That's not just why we're still here. It's who we are.
So what you're afraid of is just that I'll get dehorned?
Not you, Billy. Saragayase. Once gambling comes in, you've got to think of what else happens. New York State will want a vested financial interest the way they did with the Oneidas, and they'll have to police the gambling and everything around it.
That boat sailed in 1821,
said Saragayase.
The state of New York versus Tommy Jimmy.
He needed only to allude to the case because it was one of the legal precedents that had established the boundaries of the modern Seneca world. A witch named Coquatau had murdered a man at Buffalo Creek, and Tommy Jimmy had been appointed by the council to act as her executioner. He had followed her into Canada, and as soon as he had her back on Seneca land, had cut her throat. He had been defended at his trial by Red Jacket, one of the greatest orators of his time, and acquitted on the grounds that he was following Seneca law. After that, the state had asserted its jurisdiction. Same principle, different consequences, said Jane. There's a big difference between having the cops investigate a crime every 10 years and having dozens of them move in with you to protect the financial interests of the legislature and its cronies.
What cronies?
Building hotels and casinos can't be done without money from outside. That means some big corporation with investors and boards of directors is going to have more to say about what goes on here than we are. It may have occurred to you that Senecas haven't had a lot of luck trusting either the state of New York or corporations in the past. This state has a perfect record. It has never, even in the most minimal way, lived up to any agreement that it has ever made. It has never even felt itself constrained by federal laws. Jane could feel that she had talked herself into an agitated heat. She paused, let the passion cool for a moment, and said, I guess I'm working up to what I wanted to say. I read in the paper that there are already offers from gambling companies on the table. One of them is an outfit called Pleasure Incorporated.
That's right.
If the decision is that we're not in the gambling business, forget I ever told you this. If there is gambling, make sure no agreement includes Pleasure Incorporated.
Why not?
I met a man who used to work for them. They're criminals in the usual ways, skimming money from the casino, feeding illegitimate cash into the games, and redeeming the chips with checks and credits to launder it, investing secret profits in illegal enterprises. They're capable of killing people when it suits them.
How in the world did you meet anybody who knew that?
It's just one of those crazy things that happens if you travel a lot. You meet people you wouldn't otherwise.
You should have paid the airline for an upgrade,
said Saragayase.
Why would he tell you and not the police?
He was afraid of them, and he wasn't afraid of me. I just have that kind of face.
But,
he began. No more questions. I won't answer them, and that will spoil this beautiful day. Use the information as you think best. If you think it will help in council, you can use my name. I can't tell you his. Jane stood up to leave.
What will you do if gambling comes in?
Jane gave a little shrug. I'll give myself an extra 15 minutes to drive out here in the traffic, and another 15 to find a place to park.
All Senecas would be entitled to a share of the profits. Would you take it?
She shook her head. No, that I couldn't do. He watched as she bent down to kiss Violet, her long straight black hair swinging to touch his wife's. She came to him and did the same. Then she turned and walked to her car. As she passed under the big hemlock, and the sunlight fell in bright dapples on her head and shoulders, he felt himself losing perspective. He could not help feeling he had just received an official visit from his grandmother's grandmother. Chapter 10. It was nearly noon. The three men at the far end of the enormous conference table had begun to look bored. Calvin Seaver watched Stella Olson's eyes sweep down the page of her report to the summary. This was one of the reasons why Seaver was in awe of Stella. Some of the people in this room would have decided to hold the big guy's attention by tickling them with cheerful patter, or just droned on, insisting that if these three persisted in owning a casino, they would have to hear all about how it was run. Stella just said in her clipped, soothing voice, 32 hires, 2 terminations, 8 on medical leave, 4 resignations, for a net gain of 18, which will cover all existing positions until the end of September. She sat down, closed her folder, and watched the three men attentively. Seaver saw Max Foley's eye slip to one side, then the other, and come to some understanding with his partners.
Are the salary figures in the report?
Seaver couldn't tell whether the three partners had decided to humiliate her because she had been the one to hire Pete Hatcher, or to ask a polite question because Stella had earned the right to their attention, but he knew that probably Stella could tell which it was. She was a poker player, and she seemed to have a gift for reading faces. She came back at them without looking down at her papers. Salary and benefits on the 18 new hires adds up to an additional $52,500 a month. Lower starting salaries on the 14 replacements offsets $5,833 of it. So the extra cost is $46,667 for this month only. On September 1st, we lost 8 regulars who went back to college for additional work, and 8 shifted from full to part-time. We have 3 scheduled retirements. We'll make up the $46,667 on October 14th.
Peter Buckley smiled. That's marvelous work, Stella.
Even Salvatore seemed to make an exception to his habit of never praising, and gave her a reluctant nod. Seaver decided they must have given Stella a slow one over the plate. That way, when she walloped it out of the park, the others would see how it was done. Max Foley looked around expectantly.
Anybody have anything to talk about that's more urgent than lunch?
The men and women around the table looked like statues.
No? Then you know where we are.
All of the 20 managers stood up and began to glance at watches, gather papers, and file out. A few of them chatted affably, but Seaver knew it was all harmless banter. He knew because he had periodically tape-recorded the whispers and murmurs, amplified them, and listened to them to be sure nobody said anything once the soundproof door opened that constituted a violation of security. As Seaver stood to join the queue, Buckley caught his eye and lazily gestured at a chair near the end of the table. Seaver set his papers on the table and pretended to put them in order until the others had gone, then walked over and sat down. This was one of the times when the 3 partners looked like one entity, some Hindu deity with 6 arms and 3 faces. They all turned to watch Seaver, but Salvatore was the face who spoke.
Cal, he said, we're wondering what stage we've reached on the Pete Hatcher thing.
It was Seaver's impulse to say, it's been taken care of, but he knew that was not what the triumvirate had held him apart to hear. He pursed his lips thoughtfully, then said,
I made the arrangement I mentioned. I gave them 100 for expenses. We agreed on an eventual price of 300, plus any overhead they incur beyond the 100. And, prompted Buckley, they haven't asked for the rest yet.
Foley frowned.
What does that mean?
Seaver said.
They haven't finished yet.
Solitary shook his head in disgust, but said nothing. To Seaver's surprise, it was Buckley who pursued it.
Doesn't that make you a little uncomfortable?
Seaver resisted the glib, easy answer.
It's not as quick as I had hoped, he conceded. But I'm not concerned. I picked these people because I was confident that they would be able to find him and take care of it quietly, without the sorts of problems these matters can sometimes cause.
He held his palms up.
I still think so. The delay just means that the professional who helped Hatcher disappear also helped him stay hidden for a while.
Foley snorted.
I think it's time to ask a few specific questions. Just who are these people? Their names are Earl Bliss and Linda Thompson. They have a detective agency in Los Angeles.
Why'd you pick them?
They've done a few things for me and for acquaintances of mine, and they've always delivered. The choice of specialists isn't very good. They're the best of a bad lot.
Foley's brows knitted.
A bad lot? As a rule, paragons of mental health don't do wet jobs. Usually the people available for that kind of work have felony records. They look like they've spent a lot of time lifting weights in some exercise yard, and have lots of memorable tattoos. They've all learned that you can get out of just about any sentence if you've got something juicy to tell the authorities about somebody else, and they're all certain to be in trouble again. So they can be a problem that doesn't go away.
What's different about the ones you hired? Asked Foley. Are they paragons of mental health?
I can only guess, and I would guess not. But they don't seem to have problems that get in the way. And these people fit the Pete Hatcher problem.
How?
They've done a lot of skip tracing and bail jump cases, so they're set up to find people quietly and without fuss. If they get noticed while they're looking, they can say they're on that kind of case and show licenses to make it believable. There are 2 of them, and this kind of work is best done in pairs, which is why police officers work that way. If you have to, you can watch a building 24 hours a day, and it's very hard to slip behind someone who can look in 2 directions at once. And one of them is a woman. 2 men together are probably a team of some kind, but 2 people of different sexes are just a couple.
Solitary seemed to be bursting, but he confined himself to a measured tone.
If they're so good, why is it taking them so long to find one guy? It's been almost 4 months.
Seaver sighed.
The Justice Department has 70,000 people, and sometimes it takes them 20 years.
He saw that this did not please the 3 men, and he regretted having let it slip out.
I don't mean to be flippant, but the problem isn't going out and finding the Pete Hatcher we knew. He has professional help. She's probably been doing everything for him. At some point, he'll stop paying her, and he'll be on his own again. He'll float to the surface.
Max Foley blinked his eyes, took off his glasses, and set them on the table, then produced a white handkerchief and meticulously cleaned the tinted lenses.
How do I put this?
He asked himself.
The world is a complicated place, full of pieces that somehow fit together, and each one affects the others. Most people just don't know how.
Seaver could sense that what was coming was terribly important, and that he would need to catch every word and remember it. Then it seemed to him that they might be about to fire him. He waited anxiously. Foley put on his glasses, and his eyes widened to look at Seaver.
That's what we do, the 3 of us here. Together we know how the pieces fit. It can't be written down. It's too much for one person to keep in his head, so we each know one part completely, and some of the rest.
Buckley said,
We think we haven't explained our problem well enough to you.
Seaver began to wonder. There were worse things than being fired. Maybe he was about to hear a description of one of them.
Explained what, Pete Hatcher?
Buckley nodded.
His arm came up in one of his vague, limp gestures.
And so on.
Seaver could feel the danger.
All my life, I've operated on orders, he said. If I got the orders wrong, I apologize. Repeat them, and I'll do my best. But I don't need to know any more than I do.
Who said you had a choice?
Snapped Salutary. Peter Buckley gave a deprecating smile and said,
You think we're going to tell you something that will make you a liability. That's perceptive, but I'm afraid there's nothing we could tell you that would make you more vulnerable than you already are.
A moment went by.
Now you're thinking that we're going to tell you something intended to give you a better appreciation for the importance of Pete Hatcher. What we win if we win, what we lose if we lose. If that happened, we wouldn't be sorry, but that's not why you're here. We're hoping that if we tell you more, you'll think of new ways to help us.
I'll try, said Seaver. You know, we gave Pete Hatcher quite an education, said Foley. We started him in personnel with Stella. Then we had him work customer service on the hotel side for a while. First the tennis shop, then he was a starter at the golf course. Then we shifted him to the casino side. He worked the floor as a runner for the pit bosses.
He turned to his partners.
Help me here.
Finance,
said Buckley.
First purchasing, then accounts. Then I think it was entertainment.
Right, said Salutary. Ticket sales, then booking.
He glared at Seaver.
I think that was when we sent him to you.
Seaver nodded.
Then we started promoting him. He seemed to have potential,
said Buckley.
He was young, not a genius, but not stupid. He didn't care how hard he had to work. He seemed to get by just fine. He had one rare and special gift. That was the way he got along with people. Everybody liked Pete Hatcher. Grandmas, little kids, people from foreign countries who might interpret some normal gesture as an insult.
Salutary looked as though he were sucking on something sour.
We gave him a taste of everything. We trusted him with little things, then tried bigger things. He never let us down.
Buckley sighed wistfully.
We began to rely on him. That was where we got into trouble. Las Vegas is a special place. There's never been anything like it in the world. When the country goes into a recession, we do better. People flock here in the summer, when you can burn your hand on the roof of a car. Sometimes it seems as though the laws of economics don't apply here. But they do.
This is a business like any other, said Foley. If this company is going to survive, it has to diversify, expand, form alliances. Staying put means dying. We've presented Pleasure Island as a family attraction. We may have done ourselves incalculable good for the future, but in the meantime, it has cut the number of dollars we take in per customer. Kids don't spend much. All they use is the beds and the food, which we practically give away to attract business.
We've looked into other areas, said Buckley.
Foley said,
One we've been studying is off-site gambling. The attraction is obvious. At some point, the number of people who can fly here and bring serious money to the tables will reach a peak. Other companies have already figured that they can start casinos near big population centers, first in New Jersey, then on riverboats in the Midwest, then Indian reservations. Each casino somewhere else clogs one healthy artery and turns the flow from there into a trickle. So we're looking into growing some new arteries.
You're thinking of building more casinos? When?
Foley shrugged.
This has been in the works for several years. After some study, we decided that the most promising idea was Indian reservations. We put 15 reservations under scrutiny and came up with the one we want.
Where is it?
Upstate New York. Draw a triangle from Rochester to Buffalo to Niagara Falls, and it's in the middle. It's less than 200 miles from Cleveland and Toronto, less than 400 from New York and Philadelphia,
Less than 500 from Baltimore, Detroit, Hartford, Indianapolis. It sits just off the New York State Thruway. If you go by car from one of those cities to the other, you may very well have to go past it."
Seaver looked at the three men, keeping his expression empty. He had no way of knowing whether it was a good idea or madness. Buckley seemed to read his mind.
"You're thinking that we're not exactly diversifying, but we are. Think of a full-service, world-class resort. Casinos and hotels, of course, that's our strength. Only this time they would be exclusive, on land only we had access to. But best of all, we could offer things that nobody else can do anywhere. You could. An Indian reservation is a peculiar place in the law. They can already sell tax-free gas and cigarettes. Why not foreign cars, high-ticket jewelry, designer clothes, appliances? Besides the tariffs, the sales tax in New York is 8.5%. Are you saying that's legal? It hasn't been tried yet. We think we could use the precedent of those companies that sell tickets to police benefits. As long as they give a cent to the police, they can keep 99 for overhead and profit. We give a cent to the Indians, and they still make millions a year. This could all be in the open. But what would not be in the open is even more intriguing. Indians have exclusive hunting and fishing rights on their land with no external regulation. We could have live hunts with game we release. Bag a rhino in upstate New York. We could build a private port a few miles north on Lake Ontario, connect it to the resort by rail, and offer cruises, package tours for Mom and the kids. For Dad, maybe a members-only junket with high-stakes games and even some exotic companionship. We could rotate girls in and out maybe once a week. The port would also give us access to the St. Lawrence Seaway into the Atlantic. We could take anything out, bring anything in.
He looked sad.
It was all intriguing. Very intriguing.
Seaver shook his head.
I never heard a word about any of this. I'm amazed.
The three smiled.
"The world is a complicated place,"
said Foley.
"No one head can carry all the pieces."
What about Hatcher's? Is this what he knew?
Solitary muttered something to himself that could have been a curse.
"Hatcher knew nothing about this, because none of it has happened yet. There have been delays," said Foley. "The Indians have to accept the idea, and we haven't really approached them yet, just left our card, you might say. First we needed to do feasibility studies, find out what wasn't possible, then make it possible. The big delay has to do with the Indian Gaming Act. The federal law says that gambling is okay under conditions established by the state where the reservation is. Before we go handing money to a bunch of Indians, we needed to be sure that we could get the state legislature's approval. And we had to make friends in Albany and Washington."
How do you do that?
Buckley smiled.
We'll have to learn about the Indians. Keep them in the dark while we study them. Politicians, on the other hand, are a tribe whose customs we know.
"Hatcher handled the payouts,"
Solitary blurted. Seaver frowned.
I thought he didn't know anything.
Solitary scowled defensively.
"It was all indirect. We didn't want to see a videotape with a time and date in the corner and a shot of Hatcher counting out $100 bills to some New York politician in a hotel room. We set up a fund."
What kind of fund? Cash?
Buckley said.
It was a corporation that received some of its money in cash. We had a lot of land, here, in San Francisco, in Los Angeles, which we sold to the corporation for an imaginary sum before we brought Pete in. We converted various plots to parking lots, put asphalt over them. Pete was in charge of taking the money we said came in and paying it to people we said were investors or creditors. He paid it to other corporations, middlemen, girlfriends, relatives, some to bank accounts in the Cayman Islands. And Hatcher didn't know what he was doing?
Never,
said Foley.
Salutary said,
he might have suspected that the money that started the corporation came fresh from the casino tables. There were a couple of times when he told us the numbers on the official slips were lower than the count that night. Max told him that it was because we needed a lot of cash in the vault in case somebody hit the $1 million jackpot on the big slot. That way we could take publicity pictures of the guy up to his ass in hundreds. The money only gets reported when it's taken out of play.
He bought that?
Maybe for a while, maybe never. He stopped asking. The worst he would have thought was that we were still skimming cash and mixing it in with the take on the parking lots.
Salutary shook his head.
Can you imagine that? After all we did for him? He turned his back on us because we were taking money out of our own casino. Our own money. I still can't believe it.
Buckley shrugged.
We should make it clear that the corporation with the parking lots and so on wasn't the problem. There was nothing wrong with it but where the money came from, and there's no way he could have traced it. I think he resented the fact that he was the one who signed the slips with a short count on them.
He gave a puzzled little smile.
You see, that was enough to cost him his virginity.
Seaver stared at the floor for a moment, then looked up at the row of 3 faces.
So the problem is that he can say he's pretty sure that at one time money was being diverted from the games and put into his own corporation. Then he paid it to a lot of people he didn't know. I'd say let him.
Let him?
Foley looked troubled.
Seaver said, when I was a cop, we needed evidence of a crime.
Peter Buckley looked at him kindly, sympathetically.
I'm afraid you're missing the problem. Pete Hatcher doesn't know anything. If he somehow strained his capacities and figured out the names of the people in New York State who ultimately received the money, he never heard of them. They're state legislators and bureaucrats and party functionaries in a distant place. People in their own state wouldn't know who they are, but the FBI would. And if they heard the little that Pete Hatcher could be assumed to remember, say 4 or 5 names, dates, and amounts, they could trace the money backward to the accounts Hatcher controlled and then forward to find out where the rest went. But even if they did, the most they would be able to prove was that Pete gave money to politicians. Maybe that it came from here, but not who took it. If he signed for it, then he took it. And half the equation is missing. You have no interests in their estate, and they aren't doing anything in return for the money.
When he saw that the 3 men were looking at him without changing their expressions, he said,
You abandoned the project, right?
No,
said Max Foley.
Unfortunately, it isn't right.
Why not?
Salutary's impatience made him look as though he were swelling up.
There are people in New York State who are already in the gambling business. They are big, scary people. In the 1920s, if they didn't like you, they mixed a tub of cement and put your feet in it. Now, if they want cement, they make a phone call and 500 cement trucks arrive with 50 government building inspectors to certify they did it right.
What have they got to do with this?
Salutary's eyes narrowed.
You think we can go into their front yard and set up a business they've been in for 100 years and expect them not to notice? They needed to be consulted, mollified.
Seaver was beginning to sense the gravity of the partners' predicament.
Did Hatcher pay them, too?
He doesn't know that either,
said Foley.
The Justice Department would take about 30 seconds to figure it out. And what Hatcher paid them wasn't to buy them out, it was to buy them in. Without their help, we wouldn't have known which politicians could be paid off, how to approach them, where to put the money.
Seaver frowned and considered.
I know I'm being slow, but let me be sure I understand where we are.
For Christ's sake, Salutary shouted. Hatcher doesn't know he knows anything. But if the FBI, the New York State Police, the Nevada Gaming Commission, or the fucking dog catcher hear a word of it, they'll know everything.
It seems to me that if we could somehow separate the issues.
Salvatore was white with rage.
What did they teach you in the police academy? How to shake down donut shops? We have one deal that connects a Las Vegas casino, half the politicians in New York, and the mafia. In one deal! That blows the politicians who might have had to get a job, and that blows 7 or 8 fat old grandpas who have to spend their last few years locked up with friends and relatives. But not us. We're not going to jail with them. They're not going to let us make it up the courthouse steps to hear the charges.
Buckley looked at Seaver with gentle regret. It seems to us that we can't pull out of this and tell them that we managed our business badly. We can't let them get an inkling that anything is wrong. We're staying alive one day at a time by convincing them that we move slowly, cautiously, prudently.
This is something they respect, said Salvatore. For 5 generations they've been nibbling away at the world like termites, until now you can't pull a board off a tool shed without finding them behind it. The problem is the longer we bullshit them, the harder they're gonna take it.
Seaver squinted down at the carpet.
Peter Buckley said, "You're thinking we should tell them the truth and ask them to find Hatcher for us." "Well," said Seaver, "I was considering it." "Very alert of you," said Buckley. "They could certainly do it."
"Sure," said Salvatore. "They have people in every city in the country. He couldn't run to Europe because they had that sewn up before Great-Grandpa got on the boat to come here. In South America, Southeast Asia, North Africa, they have drug suppliers with armies to protect the crop. I never heard of 'em having anybody at the South Pole, but I wouldn't rule it out. They'd find him. But he doesn't know much, and we know a lot. Who's the biggest threat? And they don't have to hunt around and find us to end it."
There was a moment of silence to give Seaver's mind a chance to catch up, to understand.
"What would you like me to do?"
Foley said,
"We're thinking of hiring a second team, maybe a third. Pay all of them. Whoever succeeds gets a bonus. How does that strike you?"
"It makes me nervous," said Seaver. "Earl and Linda are good. Most likely, by now they know where he is, or at least what region. If they find him and there are other people nosing around, they'll notice them. They'll have to assume those people can only be bodyguards for Hatcher, or police of some kind. They'll kill them, or try to."
"So what?"
asked Foley. "Then it's not a clean hit, where an anonymous newcomer came quietly and went quietly and nobody notices. It's a fight between professionals with lots of gunfire and unburied bodies and blood.
And
as Bobby pointed out, no matter where this happens, it's in the middle of some mafia family's territory. They're going to want to know who these shooters were, who they worked for, who they were after. It would be hard to imagine them not turning up Hatcher. If he's killed or wounded, he'll be identified. If he gets very lucky and escapes while our own shooters massacre each other, somebody will survive and the local family will hear Hatcher's name."
Buckley stared at Seaver with interest.
"Any ideas that would get around those problems?" "Not offhand. I'll think about it." "How about if we had somebody at least as good as Earl and Linda, somebody they know by sight, whose interest in Pete Hatcher won't require any explanation, somebody they'll see as an ally?"
Seaver's collar tightened, and he began to sweat.
"I don't think they'd see it that way. I don't know where they are. There's no way to call them off or warn them. But they wouldn't shoot you, would they? How could they expect to get paid the $300,000 if they killed their employer? They couldn't, but—"
"Good,"
said Foley. Seaver flailed hopelessly.
"But what would happen here?
Who would run security for the hotel, the casino?
Solitary blew out a breath in a mirthless chuckle.
Your errand boy, Bennis, or somebody. Who cares? If you don't get a Hatcher before he talks, we won't have a hotel and casino, he snapped. There'll be a bunch of U.S. Marshals in here running the place for the government, or a bunch of paisans running it for the ones we screwed in New York.
Buckley's voice became avuncular.
I think it's rightly your responsibility now, don't you?
Seaver sat in the chair, helpless. Foley scribbled on the pad at his elbow.
Give this to Eddie downstairs.
He tore off the sheet and held it out. Seaver glanced at the small note. Give Seaver whatever he wants, M.F. Seaver stood up. He took a step, then paused and looked at the three men. He knew that there must be an answer, but he could not bring his mind to stop racing long enough to concentrate and find it.
Good luck,
said Buckley. His cheeks constricted to bring up the corners of his lips in a false smile, then went slack again.
Don't let the door hit you on the ass on your way out,
Solitary muttered. Chapter 11. Tonight was a sort of birthday because David Keller was 3 months old. He had spent the time cautiously, patiently finding out who that was. He had spent the previous 33 years acquiring a working knowledge of Pete Hatcher, and now most of that work had been wasted. Any quality that David Keller shared with Pete Hatcher would probably get him killed. That was the most distinctive characteristic that David Keller had been able to establish about himself, and it determined all of the others. David Keller was a suspicious, fearful person. He lived in a 2-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of an old brick building in downtown Denver that had no elevator and overlooked a triangle of grass that wasn't big enough to be called a park. It looked like a spot where the surveyors had not been able to make 3 roads intersect and had to leave a scrap. In the evening, when David Keller cooked his simple dinner and washed the dishes at the small, scratched porcelain sink, he could look out the window across the tops of trees and see the side of a topless bar with a turntable contraption over the door that had a female mannequin dressed in a sequined outfit revolving around and around like a mechanical dervish. The apartment was small and dark, built at a time when lumber must have been cheap, because everything was old varnished wood, a built-in sideboard in the dining room and cabinets in the living room, and everywhere 10-inch baseboards. David Keller lived in his little apartment like a man holding his breath underwater. In the 2 conversations that Pete Hatcher had with Jane Whitefield, he had memorized a few lessons that David Keller now followed mechanically. Most people who don't make it get caught right away, she had said. If you can put a break in the trail that lasts 3 months, they won't have much to work with, and there won't be as many people looking. He had asked, If I last for 3 months, I'll be okay? And she had shaken her head. I'm just saying, if you're going to make a mistake, don't do it before then. Pete Hatcher had been the kind of person who had wanted to know all of the limits. Where can I go, and what can I do? But David Keller was not. David Keller carried the limits in his mind with a shuddering sense of awe that he should ever have considered going near them. It was lucky for him that he had somehow come to his senses before he had made some impulsive mistake. Women had always taken up an enormous portion of Pete Hatcher's thoughts. He loved to look at them, to smell the scents that hung in the air close to their hair, to touch their smooth skin, to hear their soft, high voices. He savored the unconsciously graceful little movements they made with their hands. But Pete Hatcher had no philosophy. He had never set aside the time to sit by himself, wondering why things were the way they were. That never seemed to get anybody else anywhere, so how could he be so unrealistic as to think he, of all people, could figure it all out? He had simply known the obvious, that the standard, plain, no-frills human being was a man. There could be no purpose for women to be so radically different from men unless they were created to be enjoyed and cherished.
One afternoon, nearly 2 months after David Keller had arrived in town, he had gone to a supermarket on a Sunday afternoon. A pretty young woman in her early 30s, wearing a Denver Nuggets baseball cap with a long chestnut ponytail stuck out through the back, walked past him, and their eyes met. A couple of times after that, when he went up an aisle, his eyes lingered on her again, on the black skin-tight spandex bicycle shorts that the oversized sweatshirt didn't hang low enough to cover the way she pretended to think it did, because women bent at the waist to reach the lower shelves instead of at the knees. Once she had caught him appreciating her, and she gave a little smile of acknowledgement. Suddenly, without warning, Pete Hatcher had struggled to come to life. The opening lines had begun to rise to his throat automatically. "Do you ride a bike?" he would say, just in case she didn't, and he had to talk about something else. "Riding in Denver traffic is taking your life in your hands. I guess I'm not as good as you are." She had been reading the label on a jar of wheat germ, so he could say, "I heard that stuff's good for you, but is there any way to get around the taste? What do you put it on?" There was nothing to saying the first words. It usually took him 5 or 6 syllables to see in the woman's eyes whether she was pleased that she had attracted him, or startled that some creep had been drawn to her. He had never made a mistake after a whole sentence, because women were much more alert and aware of the people around them than men were. He knew that if he noticed a woman, she had noticed him first. She had already decided what she would do if he spoke. He knew he had to push Pete Hatcher down, strangle him before he got David Keller into some kind of trouble. Then he met the woman again on the far aisle, which was lined with wine bottles. It was a bad place because it was out of the way, almost private. He had to look at some labels and put a bottle in his cart to assert his right to be there. But she came to him. She said happily, "I guess you don't like football either." David Keller was startled. Football? Then he remembered. It was late summer, and pre-season games must be on television already. He hadn't owned a television set in months, and what might be on it had slipped his mind. He smiled and shrugged. "I've been known to watch a game now and then, but it's such a beautiful day."
"Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I've been out riding my bike."
Her voice was high and cute, and she moved in little explosions of excess energy that reminded him of the quick, abrupt dartings of a little bird. He was fascinated. He caught himself wanting to see her do things, any things, but he was already allowing his imagination to form preferences as to what they might be.
"Riding a bike?" he said. "Riding in the traffic around here is too much for me. I guess I'm not as good as you are. You're in better shape, too."
She gave him the hint of a smile. It said, "That already? Be patient." But her voice said,
"It's not bad on Sundays. If you like off-road, you've got Bear Creek, Cherry Creek, Chatfield."
Her bright brown eyes narrowed.
"You're new here, aren't you?"
He felt suddenly scared.
"Yes."
"One more Southern California refugee, right? Someplace hot and low altitude."
"Los Angeles."
He lied with the best smile he could manage. She had instantly known he was a stranger, and picked up the quarter of the country he had come from. What was wrong? What was he doing wrong? She lifted her sweatshirt a few inches so she could reach the pen stuck in the waistband of the tight pants. The flash of white skin forced him to weather a flood of wishes.
"Here,"
she said as she wrote something on her shopping list and tore it off.
"If you need directions, just give me a call."
It was all right. She could hardly be less threatening. He took the paper. Above the phone number it said, "Kathy." He smiled again and said, "Thanks, Kathy. I'm David Keller." She raised an eyebrow.
"You don't look like a David."
His heart stopped.
"Maybe a Mike. Maybe a Jim."
He desperately reminded himself of all the times when women had said things like this. She thought it was fun to nudge men off balance. Just a little. He smiled. "I'll give my mother a call and see what she can do."
"You might give it a try," she said. I guess moms all want their babies to grow up to be Davids. Most of them grow up to be Buck or Ace or something.
She was giving him a chance, buying him time to notice that he liked her and think of a way she could be with him that would preserve her self-respect. It wasn't difficult for Pete Hatcher to think of an invitation. She would like to go pay for her groceries and meet him next door at the health food place for one of those fruit drinks they made in blenders. She could even have been persuaded to meet him for another ride at one of those creek places she had mentioned, and show him the bike route, if they went in different cars. Dinner would have made her feel at a disadvantage, because it would mean she had picked up a man and made a date with him. But David Keller was not Pete Hatcher, could not afford to be. "Well," he said, "I'd better get the rest of my stuff and get home. Thanks." He put the slip of paper in his pocket. The disappointment hovered behind her bright smile, but she turned to look at the wine bottles on the shelf.
See you.
She didn't push her cart away. Instead, she waited and let him move up the aisle away from her. As he stood in the line at the checkout counter, he was filled with regret and sadness. But for the first time, that feeling was outweighed by something new. He was afraid of her. His disguise was transparent, his identity obviously false. He wanted to leave his shopping cart and slip out the door, hurry along the windowless side wall of the building, and disappear. After that Sunday, David Keller always ate in his apartment, and when he needed supplies, he walked to a small grocery store on 16th Avenue after dark and paid cash for them, then carried the bag home in his left arm to keep the right one free to protect himself. He had gone to a movie a mile away once, but he had been unable to get used to the sensation that people were looking at him. He knew objectively that they were. They might be wondering why a 33-year-old man had nobody to go to the movies with, or they might only be looking at him because when the lights were still on in a theater, there was nothing else to look at but a wall of white at the front of the room. But David Keller didn't want people looking at him, and he especially didn't want them wondering. When Pete Hatcher had walked into a room, people had lit up. He could still see them, hear their voices. "Hey, Pete, have a seat." And he would see pleasure on their faces, and he would make a joke out of it. "What, you're glad to see me? I owe you money or something?" He had spent a good part of those 33 years learning about Pete Hatcher by seeing him through other people's eyes. David Keller didn't exactly miss being Pete Hatcher. He had simply begun to realize that being Pete Hatcher had been easy. Being David Keller took a lot of thought, and there seemed to be no reward beyond waking up each morning and verifying that he was still alive. And because when he awoke he found himself still alone, he could regale himself with the strong likelihood that he would be alive to latch the windows and close the curtains that night. He sat in his little dining room and stared past the gouged sideboard at the mirror above it. The glass had little black specks where the backing was showing through, but he could see himself well enough. He had gotten his hair cut short and lightened it, so he looked a little bit different from Pete Hatcher. The odd thing was that he didn't seem to look like anybody else either. Sometime in his childhood he had been given a game that consisted of a board with a pink oval and a collection of eyes, ears, noses, mouths, and hair. Usually, when he selected features, he could put them together and they would practically scream out what they were: a pirate, a Chinese mandarin, a cowboy. But once in a while, when he put the pieces together, nothing happened. It was simply an oval with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. That was what he saw looking back at him in the mirror tonight. It was a face, but it didn't seem to belong to anybody. He had lived for 3 months on a couple of conversations with a woman he didn't even know. "If you want to be invisible," she had said, "you have to do what other people do. Think average." "What's average?" "The average man your age makes about $35,000 a year." He had felt distress, wonder. Could that possibly be all? She had tried to mitigate it. The good news is that he doesn't save any of it, but he's always doing something. Busy, busy, busy.
Busy at what?
Watch people. Whenever they're out of their houses, they're engaged in some obvious activity. If you were a cop, you could stop every one of them and ask what they were doing, and they could all bore you silly with details. They're dropping clothes off at the cleaners, then stopping by the drugstore for dental floss, and then they're going to head home for dinner at the time when everybody else is too. An experienced cop wouldn't even have to ask them, because he can read it on them, the way they walk, the way their eyes are set. The people you have to worry about think like cops. Men between 17 and 70 don't just hang out, sit on a park bench or something. If they're out in a park, they're jogging for their health or walking fast because they have someplace to go.
Where do I live? What do I do?
You rent an apartment. It's in a large building, but not a building that's fancy enough so they do any checking before you move in. I've already found one and rented it for you. I used an identity that's old enough to stand up if it needs to. Nothing else is in your name. I'm your girlfriend. If anybody ever asks about me, we broke up and I moved out.
What do I drive?
For now, nothing. I'll have to get you out quick, so I have no time to do it for you. Here's a short lesson. Leasing a car triggers an all-out credit search. Buying a new car on time does the same. But it's going to be tricky for you to write a check for the full price tomorrow or the next day, because it's what the people who have studied you think you'll do. So don't. What you want is to find a used car for sale by the owner. It's the only market where paying in cash is necessary, and it will keep you off a car company's customer list. Have a mechanic check it out. For most people, that's just to see if it's any good. For you, it's also because he'll warn you if it's stolen. Register it and insure it under your new name. Car registrations are public records, and insurance companies sell lists of customers. There's no way to avoid that. Just don't do it right away.
How long should I wait?
If you do it tomorrow, you'll be on a short list. The longer you wait, the longer the list.
What else?
Don't do anything that brings you to the attention of the police, of course. If you see a fire or an accident or a politician, walk the other way. There could be news cameras. Don't vote, file any legal papers, serve on a jury, buy land, buy a gun, or get married, because those create public records. He had heard the list, and none of those things had been anything he would have done anyway. At any rate, Pete Hatcher would not have done them. He looked at his face in the speckled mirror. The part of this that was beginning to weigh on him was that he had not had enough time to get used to the idea before he had done it. One day he had been Pete Hatcher, walking through the cavernous casino in his tailored summer weight suit, and a few hours later he had been sitting here in this small dark apartment in Denver. She had asked him where he wanted to live, where he could live without being recognized. He had not been able to think of a place. She had rattled off a list of cities, and when she had said Denver, he had said yes, just because it was a city where he had never lived, never been for more than an hour or two to change planes, and now even that was safe, because it wasn't even the same airport. She had said Denver was okay because it was only 800 miles from Las Vegas, and a person running for his life didn't usually stop that soon. There were lots of things she had not told him, because there had been no time. She had not told him that David Keller would one day sit in this room and look at himself and find that he had not the slightest vision of a future. Not just what to do or what to expect, but what to want, who to be. And she had not told him that David Keller would be afraid. It was late. Through the open kitchen window he could hear faint traces of the music from the bar floating up through the still late summer air, and cars hissing past it on Colfax. He closed the window and locked it, sat on the single bed in the small bedroom where he slept. He should have felt safe. She had chosen a fourth-floor apartment, so he didn't need to worry about somebody climbing in the windows. It wasn't even in a male name, so it would be hard to trace him here. Pete Hatcher had left Las Vegas with over $600,000. He could live like this for 10 or 15 years without poking his head above the surface. He took his shirt off and lay in the tiny dark room on the surface of the bed. He had found David Keller was not comfortable taking all his clothes off in a bed. There was something especially frightening about having them come for him while he was naked, so now he always kept his pants on and his shoes. He had forgotten something. He got up, walked into the kitchen, opened the drawer, and took out the butcher knife. He wrapped the blade in a dish towel and set it beside his left hand in the bed, so they wouldn't see it behind his thigh, and he wouldn't roll over it. He rested his hand on the handle and lay back in the darkness, feeling the drops of sweat forming on his forehead in the airless room. As he waited for sleep, he thought of the woman in the supermarket. He wished, more fervently now than ever, that he could have responded to her differently when she had spoken. She had been in the market on a Sunday afternoon with nothing much to do, and she had liked him. She had not wanted to put him in danger. She had wanted somebody to play with, to ride bikes, like kids. He had thrown away her telephone number, but maybe he could still find her. He could buy a bicycle, go to one of the places she had mentioned, and just happen to meet her. No, it was impossible. She would talk, and he would have to talk too, pay out to her an endless series of lies, like beads on a string. There was something too quick about her for that. She would remember what he said, see that bead 67 wasn't the same as bead 19. Or she would tell people about him, even make him meet them, and then he would have 2 or 3 strings of lies going at once, then more. They would all get farther and farther out of control until he got himself tangled in lies. She would never be in this bed with him, lying with her soft chestnut hair on his chest. Not her, not anyone. The difference between being alive and being dead had all but vanished. He awoke to the glare of the sun hitting the window above his head and throwing a square patch on the wall. He closed his eyes again and lay perfectly still. If they had come into the apartment while he was asleep, they would have gone straight to the bigger bedroom, and their muffled creaking and rustling would be what had awakened him. He listened for a long time, as he did every morning, at length satisfied himself that no sound had caused him to wake, and sat up. He sensed a change. The world was different this morning. He went into the big bedroom, laid out some of his favorite clothes, the plain blue Oxford shirt, the blue jeans between new and broken in, and stepped into the shower. This was the best part of the day. It always seemed to him that in the morning the universe was starting out clean and fresh. Anything could happen. It wasn't until he was dressed and eating his breakfast under the open kitchen window that he recognized what was different. It was David Keller. He was through holding his breath. He found the car after an hour of looking in the newspapers. He knew he couldn't buy something like a Mercedes. Even an Audi or a Saab was pushing his luck. It should be dull and American and cheap. The sliver of an ad said, 96 SL2, 4-door, air conditioning, automatic, power steering, $12,000 OBO. He called the number and he could hear a baby crying in the background. The woman said, "You should probably come after dinner when my husband's home. I can't answer any questions about it. I don't know a thing about cars." He made his voice sound worried and disappointed. "Oh, that's too bad. I just got to town, so I've got nothing to drive, and I start work in a couple of days." A little of Pete Hatcher seemed to come back to him. He could sense there was something bothering her. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being stupid. Your husband's not home, so you don't want some stranger showing up. And, of course, I don't want to buy a used car in the dark, so I guess I'm out of luck. Hey, I have an idea. Is the car on the street?" "No, but I could move it." "Great. I'll just come by and take a look at it. If it's not what I want, I won't bother you." "I guess that would be all right." He took a cab to the house and stood beside the gray car for a time, peeked at the underside, cupped his hands to lean against the window to peer at the number on the odometer, wrote down the license number and serial number, examined the tires. He was running out of things to do when the door of the old duplex opened and a young woman came out on the porch carrying a 1-year-old girl on her hip. She had a corkscrew strand of blonde hair that kept coming down across her left eye. She had been watching him, as he had hoped, and decided he didn't look like a psychotic. She said, "You're the one who called about the car?"
"Yes," he said. "I'm sorry to come at such an inconvenient time."
He smiled at the little girl.
"Hi, cutie."
"That's okay," said the woman.
"Well, I'm interested."
He looked back at the car.
"Is there anything I need to know about the car? Any accidents?"
"No. My husband's dad bought it, drove it for a year, and died. He seemed to like it, and he took care of it. I'm not going to be working again for a while, so we'd just be paying insurance on it for nothing."
"I understand," said Keller.
"Would you like to drive it?" Keller said apologetically,
"If it's all right."
"I called my husband, and he said it was okay." As she held out a set of keys, Keller sensed that she wasn't telling the truth. He took the keys and said,
"I'll be right back."
Keller drove the car around the block and pulled up in front of the house. This wasn't exactly the way Jane had said to do it. It seemed better. The woman had seen him for a few minutes, could suspect him of nothing, and seemed too busy and housebound to talk to anybody about him. He got out of the car and walked to the porch. She came out, and he held up the keys.
"I'd like to buy it."
She brightened. "Well, wonderful." After a second, she added, "My husband will be happy. It kind of reminds him of his dad."
"Do you know what time he'll be home? I'd like to get this done today."
He showed her the envelope.
"I brought the money."
"In cash?"
"I didn't want to have to wait for a check to clear. I'm not exactly an old customer of the local banks."
"We don't need to wait for him. Come on in." Keller followed her into the house. She opened a drawer of the buffet, where she kept the dishes, and pulled out the pink slip. Keller handed her the envelope and watched her count the $100 bills. When she had finished, she leaned over the coffee table and signed the pink slip and handed it to him. Keller glanced at the slip. It had been signed by Ronald Sedgley, with the new owner as Mara Sedgley, and now she had signed it. The car was hers? There was no husband coming home tonight. Either Ronald Sedgley was her father and she wasn't married, or she had gotten the car in a divorce from Ronald Sedgley. The discovery made him feel elated, filled with confidence. He wasn't the only one. Everybody was lying. Everybody was hiding some vulnerability. Opening your face and telling people the truth about yourself wasn't normal. She was normal. She was a single mother trying to deal with a man who called on the telephone and might try to cheat her on a car deal, or might even be a maniac who would rape and kill her in front of her baby. Pretending there was some guy who had to approve the deal and knew all about cars, and just might pop in to protect her, that was the sensible thing to do. She was perfectly normal. He was normal. Keller drove the car to the DMV to register it, drove to an insurance office he had picked out in the telephone book to insure it, and found that neither was as difficult to do as he had feared. They wanted to know the answers to questions he had prepared for a month ago. Jane had assured him that his driver's license was genuine. It must have been true, because everybody's computer loved David Keller. He had no outstanding warrants, no problems of any kind, and not even any disturbing blank spaces. He had gotten a new license a year ago after driving in New Jersey for 12 years. As David Keller drove around town, he couldn't help feeling grateful that human beings were so simple-minded. All he had needed to do to break free of the depression that had been paralyzing him was to get out and drive around in a car on a summer day with his window rolled down. It was such a small improvement that it made him laugh. It made him even happier when he looked at it in reverse. He had bought the right kind of car in the way Jane had said was the safest. He had bought it from the ideal seller, a woman who didn't even know his name. Maybe he had done it a little early for Jane's taste, but she had not known how invisible he had been for 3 months. He had made no mistakes at all, and the car made him feel safer. He would park it somewhere away from his apartment. If they found the apartment, he could sneak down the fire escape, get in his car, and go. If they found the car, he would see them watching it before he went near it. He would hide some emergency supplies inside the car. Money, maybe 10 grand in a clever place. And what else would he need if they found him? The clerk in the gun shop was a woman. She was short and gray-haired, and probably had been pretty once, but her face looked as though she had spent some time squinting into the sun. When she walked around the counter and he saw that she was wearing a pistol in a holster on her hip, he thought at first that it was some kind of illusion. Then he noticed that everybody in the store was wearing one, even the stock boy with the broom. She let him stare down through the glass case for a few minutes, then came up and stood beside him. "Anything I can show you?" He shrugged. "I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess so. I just don't know what." She smiled like an aging dance hall girl in a Western movie. "Let's narrow it down. You want to buy a handgun?" He smiled back at her. "That's right. Are you an old shooter?" "No, I've never even fired one of these." "What do you want it for? Target range or protection?" "Protection. You know, burglars and so on." She stared at him for a moment as though she were estimating his hat size. "Well, okay. You know, of course, that if somebody comes up into your house, what he really doesn't want to see is one of these." She pointed to a short-barreled pump shotgun on the rack behind her. "I suppose not," he said, "but I'd rather have something small." She nodded. "And you've never fired a pistol? Are you mechanically inclined? Fix your own car?" Keller shook his head. "Never." She opened the case thoughtfully with a key on her belt, selected 4 pistols, and set them side by side. "There's this," she said. "It's a Beretta 92, a good, reliable 9mm semi-automatic. A lot of police forces use it, and there's a similar model that the Army uses. This is the kind of gun that you have to take apart to clean and oil and put back together right. I don't recommend that for a novice." "What do you recommend?" She showed him a revolver with a short barrel. "This is a Ruger SP-101. It's a .38 special, and it's small and lightweight. It doesn't pop up and hit you in the face from the recoil when you fire it. It's easy to care for and won't let you down." She leaned close to him and spoke from the side of her mouth. "It's the model we usually recommend for women who don't know anything about guns." She watched him for a reaction. He smiled. "That sounds like just the thing. I'll take 2. "Really? Is that a bad idea?" "No," she said. "I'd be delighted to sell 2. She pulled a set of forms from a tray behind the counter. "Fill these 2 out, and after the waiting period is up, you can come get your guns." She put away the row of pistols, then stopped, holding the one he had picked out. "As you know, it would be illegal for you to carry a concealed weapon. This is a model you have to be very careful with in that regard. It would be possible to put one of these in your coat pocket and go out without noticing it. Your friends wouldn't see the bulge. Of course, when you reached in and discovered your mistake, the compact size would be a great advantage, because you could take it back home without embarrassment." She winked and locked the gun in the case. Chapter 12. Linda Thompson sat at the edge of her chair in the dark and watched the front door of Pete Hatcher's apartment building. She liked looking through the night vision binoculars, liked the way everything showed up green and glowing. She even liked the fact that Earl had spent nearly $900 on them. His aching need for the best toys and gadgets gave her a lever to keep him a little bit off balance. Any time he felt the urge to say something about what she spent, she had been able to point to a gizmo that cost twice as much. She was careful not to let Earl notice how much she liked looking through the binoculars. They made her feel as though she had the senses of some sleek, beautiful animal lying in wait in the jungle, its eyes bright and yellow, able to see its dim-sighted, clumsy, hoofed enemy stumbling through the underbrush toward her. Tonight she could feel her heart beating in her chest, the blood carrying more oxygen to her fingers and toes than it had since they had arrived in Denver. The air was clear and thin here, and she had hated that until her body had adjusted to the altitude. Linda was feeding on Pete Hatcher's fear and indecision. 5 nights ago she had seen him walk down the street at about 9 and come back at 9:30 carrying a single big grocery bag back to his apartment. He had done the same thing 3 nights ago. Tonight she knew he was thinking it was time to go get some more food. She was sure he wanted to get into his car and drive somewhere, to a giant supermarket in some other part of town, or to a good restaurant. He had not done it because he was afraid. He was afraid to go where there were bright lights and a lot of people, even though his craving for them was almost physical. Those moments in crowded public places must be precious to him, because they felt like safety, but he seemed to know they were not good for him. People would see his face. His car represented the same kind of problem. He had probably bought it because it kept him from feeling helpless and trapped, but he sensed that he needed to keep away from it. She saw him at the window of his apartment. He stood to the side in the darkened room and looked out, first at the little park, then up and down the street. She raised the magnification and studied his face. He was getting ready, and he was anxious. She saw him move away from the window. "I think he's coming down," she said. She listened to Earl's voice behind her ear, but kept the binoculars trained on the front entrance of the apartment building.
"Everything's ready,"
he said.
"Don't worry."
He was talking to her like one of his dogs, low and soft. She liked it.
"Just keep 'em inside. That's all you need to do."
She saw Hatcher stop inside the lighted entry and pretend to check his pants for his wallet and keys, just buying time while he studied the street outside for signs of danger. He would do one last thing, and she waited for it, holding her breath. He reached behind him and put his hand under his coat to tuck in his shirt. She had known he would tell her. He was carrying the gun, the cute Ruger SP-101 he had bought a week ago. He had bought it because he was afraid, and now that he had it, he was afraid of the gun. "He's got the gun in his belt in the small of his back, under his coat."
"Fine,"
said Earl. "He's out. He's walking straight down the street toward the store."
"Time to go,"
said Earl. Linda handed him the binoculars. While he was putting them in their case, he checked his watch.
"It's 9:12. Give him until 9:22 to get there and get busy shopping. Be there at 9:27.
"Right," she said, and went out the door without letting herself look at his eyes. Let him wonder. As she drove along the dark street, she teased herself gently. It would have been much easier to sit comfortably in the darkness of the hotel room and watch through the night vision binoculars while Earl popped him with the fancy British sniper rifle through the window. The silencer on that thing would have made the whole episode sound like a bird bumped against the glass and broke its neck. But Earl could never feel satisfied unless he made Linda get a taste of it too. Earl couldn't just crudely cut him down with a rifle. Linda had to fool him first, make him into an accessory to his own death. He wasn't going to be a leaking corpse lying on a kitchen floor. He was going to be one of those guys who walked off toward the grocery store and simply never came back. If the police got called in a week or two, they wouldn't know whether to look for a corpse or a rent jumper. David Keller walked out of the small grocery store, trying to evaluate the odds. If he continued to walk to Danny's to buy his food, he could just go on buying a little bit at a time and paying cash. If he went to a big supermarket and bought everything he would need for a couple of weeks, he would decrease the frequency of his trips. That would decrease his vulnerability. But he would have to take the car, and he would be seen by more people, and flash more cash, and that would increase his vulnerability. He hurried to cross the little blacktop parking lot in front of the store, where he was lit up by neon beer logos in the window and the yellow sodium light over the tall Danny's Market sign. He moved quickly onto the sidewalk, where he could stay out of the light. Jane had not had time to explain everything to him, but she had told him he would do well enough if he just maintained the right attitude. He reached behind him to feel whether the revolver was riding up under his coat. As he touched the lump, he felt a small twinge of anxiety. She had implied that a gun was not a good idea. She had said, "You're out of Las Vegas, trying to live a new life in, say, Chicago. You see the same car outside your apartment for 3 nights in a row. On the 4th night, at midnight, you see the car pull up again. 2 men get out. After a minute, you hear a knock at your door. What do you do?"
Do I have a gun?
"Yes."
I get it ready, hold it where they can't see it, and open the door to see who they are.
"Right hand or left?"
Right.
"They're your new neighbors, young single guys who go out every night, a lot of fun. They noticed you watching them through the window, so they knew you were up and decided to ask you over for a drink. One of them holds out his right hand to shake. Or they're cops, the good guys. They're watching the neighborhood because somebody has been selling drugs. They came up to see who you are. Maybe you're a witness, but maybe the reason they haven't caught the dealer is that there's a lookout, and it's you. At that hour, they're going to ask if they can come in to talk to you. Or maybe you were right and they're professional killers come to get you. You have the gun in your right hand. You open the door with your left, so you're ready. They know who you are, but you don't know them. They won't hesitate. You will."
What was the right answer?
"What would you do if you didn't have a gun?" He had shrugged.
I guess I'd figure out who they were without answering the door. You said it was after midnight.
"Good," she said. "Now you know the main thing about guns.
I'm not sure I do.
They make you act differently, and they're no good unless you're positive. You have to be sure that you're willing to kill the 2 men at the door right away. Not look closer or ask them anything, just pull the trigger."
If they come to my door intending to kill me, shouldn't I do that?
"That's up to you. What would you do after you killed them? There's been a lot of noise, and now there are 2 bodies bleeding in your doorway. 5 quarts of blood each."
Run, I suppose. Get away. I couldn't very well hang around to talk to the police.
"Good. What if you didn't kill them, just ran instead? Do you get anything from killing them first?"
More time?
"It's after midnight in an apartment building. You've fired at least 2 shots into a hallway. Your neighbors are up dialing 911. The response time on shots fired calls in a big city averages around 3 minutes, and they usually redirect the helicopters at the same time." He had said,
I give up. Forget the gun.
Maybe he had known, even as he had said it, that he had been lying. Now, while he walked down the dark, quiet street, lined with big, dark houses that had been segmented into apartments, he felt a little better because of the gun. He turned the corner and walked down the darker side street, carrying his grocery bag in his left arm. He saw the woman long before she saw him. She had the hood of her car open, and she was standing in front of it, leaning over and staring down into the engine with a little keychain flashlight. Keller walked along the sidewalk until he was within 20 feet of the car. She reached out tentatively and touched something. It must have been hot, because she instantly drew back her hand, gave a little "ooh," and sucked her fingertips. He could see her face in the dim glow of the little flashlight, and it looked so perfect that the air in front of him solidified and cut his speed by half. She had long, shiny blonde hair that was pulled tight along the sides of her head and held back in an intricate braid.
and skin that glowed. As she drew her fingers out of her mouth, he saw long pointed nails that showed she had not spent much time staring into the engines of cars. She wore tight blue jeans and a jacket of some fabric that looked like canvas but couldn't have been, and the engine she was staring into belonged to a pearl cream Lexus LS 400 that cost about $60,000. She walked around to the trunk and opened it as Keller came abreast of the car. When the light came on and he could see her eyes welling with tears, he stopped. Whatever anyone thought of a woman like her, none of them were in the business of ratting on fugitives. As it happened, David Keller liked women like her very much. He missed them. Instead of approaching and spooking her, he called to her from the sidewalk. "I see you've got trouble. Can I call the auto club for you or something?" She swung her head around, startled. She didn't seem to have remembered that she wasn't marooned alone on the surface of the moon. She studied him for a second, seemed to be noting that he had clean pants and a respectable sport coat on. But the fact that he was carrying a grocery bag seemed to make the difference. Jane had been on the money once again. If people could see that you were out on your own business, it was better than a pile of testimonials. She smiled, and he could see the lush, ripe lips part to show perfect white teeth. She shrugged and held her shoulders in an embarrassed cringe. "My membership lapsed. I called them, and they ran me on the computer, and then I noticed my card was expired." "I'm sorry," said Keller. He stepped a little closer to her car. Not to her, but to the open hood. He would let her do the approaching. "I used to have one of these. They're usually pretty dependable." The sentence died in his throat. He could not believe he had let that slip out. It wasn't like looking at a 10-year-old car and saying, "I used to have one." This one was new. But he could see that the effect he had wanted to convey was the only one that she had caught. She was coming around the car to join him. She had snatched a clean red towel from the trunk, and she was wiping her hands with it. He said, "At this time of night, I'm afraid all the mechanics might be home teaching their sons to overcharge." He stared at the engine, pretending he knew what he was looking for. "How's it acting? Does it turn over?" He set his bag in front of the bumper. She was right beside him now. He could smell the scent of her hair. Things must be going much better than he had imagined. She was much closer to him than was normal. They were almost touching. She leaned over the engine and pointed to a box bolted to the firewall that had colored wires plugged into it. "When I opened it, I could smell something burning over here." He leaned in too, trying to see if the insulation on one of the wires was melted. He felt a light touch on the small of his back, and the hard, heavy weight of his pistol was gone. Almost instantly his head was pushed to the side. The pain was horrible, and it was coming from a heavy metal object pressed to his temple. He could feel the red cotton towel covering it, but he had no time to think. She was speaking low, almost in a whisper. "Police officer, come around to the back of the car." He hesitated, but she tugged his coat hard, and he tried to straighten so fast that he banged his head on the hood. When he reached the back, he noticed that the light in the trunk had gone out. "Get in," she ordered. "Look," he said, "I can explain the gun. I was just trying to help you." "You have the right to remain silent." She lifted the rag off her hand, and he could see the gun now. It was big and square and ugly, with a muzzle that looked cavernous. "Get in the trunk, please. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." Keller was dazed. His mouth was dry, and he couldn't swallow. He was getting arrested by a Denver cop, a woman decoy, on an illegal weapons charge. They would find out who he was. There had to be a way out of this. "You have the right to an attorney present during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, the court will appoint one for you. Have you heard and understood these rights?" Her thumb with the beautifully polished tapered nail came up and cocked the hammer. David Keller climbed into the trunk. Why did she have to put him in the trunk? Didn't they have a second car with regular cops who hauled you away when they caught you? Of course, she wasn't a decoy at all. She was off duty. She had just seen the gun at his back, plucked it away, and stuck hers in his face. The trunk slammed down on him, and the world went black. Linda stood behind the trunk of the car, squeezed her eyes closed, and smiled, smelling the thin, delicious night air. She had found the mark, taken his gun away from him, and locked him up all by herself. Part of the pleasure of it was that she was not alone. She had done it from start to finish with Earl watching her. He had seen her pretending to burn herself and sucking her fingers and crying just a little bit, just enough to seem soft and feminine and vulnerable. And he had seen her stand on her tiptoes to bend over the engine in those tight jeans, just arching her back a tiny bit, enough to make the Mark ashamed of himself for thinking that way, and enough to give Earl something to think about, too. For Earl, part of the experience was that it made him want to hurt the guy, to break bones and teeth for Linda. Linda didn't really think much about the Mark once she had him. He was necessary, but he wasn't really a player in the event. She was just using him to act out for Earl's eyes how desirable she was. The Mark was a mirror for both of them. He let Linda see how beautiful she was through his eyes, because she never could quite look at herself the way men did, and so watching them look was the only way. And Earl could look at the way she affected this Mark, and it made Earl feel more that way about her, as though he were seeing her for the first time too, and because he was feeling desire, he knew exactly what the other man was feeling, and that made him wild. The night was filled with invisible sparks of energy shooting back and forth around her. It was magic. This was the part of their lives that she craved. She loved it when they were out in the night hunting together, thinking hard together about the Mark and his habits and what he would do, and deciding what they would do to bag him like this. And now the hunt was right at its climax, with Earl out there in the dark concentrating all of his attention on her. In a minute he would emerge from the shadows to obliterate the Mark and reclaim her. They would drive him up into the mountains and bury the body before dawn. She felt as though somebody had taken one of those electric shock machines they had in hospitals and pressed the paddles to her chest to jump-start her heart. She saw Earl appear from the alley behind the little market, walking along briskly. He was primed. She stepped to the front of the car and slammed the hood. That let her see the police car. Then it was pulling up beside the Lexus. The cop was young, and she could see his lips were straight across his face with no smile, but she knew it was waiting to come, because the eyebrows had that wanting-to-be-concerned look that cops sometimes got. He stopped the car, got out, and left the door open so he could hear his radio. He didn't do the things they did when they were suspicious, put their nightsticks in their belts, say something into the radio. She could hear the nasal voice of a female dispatcher squawking out meaningless words and numbers, but he didn't answer. Instead, he stepped closer to Linda and said, "Having car trouble?" "No," said Linda. When she smiled, she could feel that she had actually induced a blush. Her cheeks were hot. "I thought I heard something in the engine, but it was just my imagination. Everything's fine." He glanced at the car, then back at Linda. "Why don't you start it up and I'll listen?" Linda sensed that it was a devious way of being sure the car wasn't stolen, without coming out and asking for her license and registration. She was glad he was so young and handsome, because the sight of him right after Hatcher would be sending hot flashes of jealousy up Earl's spine, mixed with the alarm and the wonder at how desirable the bait really was. She smiled as prettily as she could for both of them and said, "Well, if you wouldn't mind," then obediently opened the driver's door and sat behind the wheel. The shot was so loud that her legs kicked out and pushed her back against the seat. Blood and brain from the cop had spattered the windshield. She scrambled out of the car as though it were on fire.
Earl's strong hand clamped her arm. She danced at the end of his arm, tugging to get moving, but he tightened his grip.
He's still alive, right?
At first she thought he meant the cop. How could... she began, then remembered. Hatcher was still in the trunk. She held her panic in check as she hurried to the trunk, unlocked it, and lifted the lid 3 inches. She stuck her big Colt into the dark space, then pulled the trigger 4 times before Earl grabbed her and slammed the trunk. In the sudden silence she could hear the sirens too. More police were coming. Earl dragged her toward the alley, his grip so tight that she could feel the blood beginning to collect below it, so her fingers throbbed. His voice was a raspy whisper.
Don't ever fire blind into the trunk of a car when your ass is that close to it again, you dumb bitch. The gas tank is right under it.
She had forgotten about the gas tank. Imagining the bright orange explosion she had flirted with gave her a giddy feeling of luck, but even better, she detected that the strain in Earl's voice was genuine concern. He had just dusted a cop to reclaim her, and he really didn't want to lose her. She let him pull her along the alley, then lead her up the dark space beside the market and over to the next street. In another minute and a half they were on the pedestrian mall along 16th Street, far from the sirens and far from the cops cruising around looking for a getaway car. When he saw her turn her head to look at the display window of a boutique, Earl gave a sullen nod and followed her inside. Linda bought a silk summer dress that made her feel light and pretty, a little bit like a butterfly. Pete Hatcher was crouching on his knees, shaking. He could tell that he must have lost some of his sight and hearing. He had seen the trunk begin to open. He had just found the safety latch inside the lid by touch and gotten the courage to release it when he had heard the keys in the lock and seen the crack of light appear. He had been terrified that the cops would see his hand near the lock, so he had reflexively recoiled, scuttled back into the corner of the trunk behind the loose spare tire, and curled up. He had seen the pistol appear in the opening, but he had never expected the gun to go off. The blast, the flash, and the shower of sparks made him bring his knees to his chest, clap his hands over his ears, and close his eyes. She had fired again and again at the spot where he had first laid down when she locked him in. First where his head had been, then his belly, then halfway back up to his chest, then his head again. He heard nothing now, but his ears were still ringing, so he wasn't sure that there were no sounds. The woman had every right to think he was dead, so now she would drive the car somewhere. He waited for the sound of the engine, but it didn't come. He tried to figure out what he should do, but first he had to know why she had shot at him. No, that was wrong. Somebody was going to open the trunk again soon, expecting him to be dead. When they discovered that he wasn't, they would certainly correct the oversight. He could die that way, or he could try to run. He pulled the safety latch behind the lock and cautiously pushed the trunk open a crack. He heard the sound of a police radio, then saw the police car. He closed his eyes and felt sweet relief. She couldn't kill him if the other cops had already arrived. That was probably why she had done such a hasty job of it, to finish it before they got here. He popped the lid up, then swung his leg over the rear bumper, misjudged the height of the trunk, and toppled over onto the street. He began to sit up, then lay back down again and stared along the underside of the car. He could see the body of a policeman lying on the street at the front, almost under the radiator. There was a big hole in his forehead, as though the skull had been punched outward, and blood draining down over his left eye into a pool. Hatcher's brain tried to take all that it knew and make sense of it. Did she imagine Hatcher had killed the policeman earlier and then think she was executing him for it? What was he thinking? It was impossible. She had killed the policeman. She was no cop. His breathing stopped. He had no idea how long he had been hearing the sirens. He was alone with the body of a murdered policeman. He had just bought 2 guns, and this woman had probably used one of them on a policeman. It might be lying around here someplace, and if it wasn't, the police certainly had a way to know he had owned 2 and had only 1 left. Hatcher stood and backed away from the car, his head swiveling around, first to see if the mad woman was still nearby waiting to fire, then to see if any of the people in the houses had come out, then just to see where he was going. He walked to the front of the car and picked up his grocery bag. He turned, and then his feet were pounding on the sidewalk, carrying him away, the momentum building and building, his mouth open in a grimace so the air hissed in and out through his clenched teeth. His mind burned through the mass of impressions into a bare, heightened clarity as he ran. There was no moment of indecision, no wavering among choices, because he had no choices. He knew the police would come toward this spot from 3 directions at once, because there were only 3 ways for a car to come. They would flood each end of the block and come up the alley. He took the 4th way, entering the lobby of an apartment building that looked a lot like his own, walking through it, down the 1st-floor hallway and out the back door, then beside the next one and across the street, where he entered the lobby of the next one, so he emerged on his own street a block from his apartment. He walked into his entryway and climbed the stairs for the last time. He knew that the mad woman almost certainly believed he was dead. Even if she had any doubts and knew where he lived, she would have had a difficult time getting here before he had. He opened the apartment door, slipped inside, and locked it behind him. He had no difficulty working out the order of tasks. He made the telephone call first. She wasn't home, but he left a message. Then he collected the cash from its hiding places in the apartment, packed his clothes quickly, and wiped his fingerprints off all the surfaces he usually touched. He took all of the food jars and bottles out of the refrigerator, put them into the sink, and ran water over them until he was sure they carried no fingerprints, then put them all into a big plastic trash bag with his groceries. He went out, locked the door, wiped the doorknob, walked quietly down the hall, and carried his suitcase and his trash down the back staircase. He put his trash in the dumpster. Then he walked around the corner to where his car was parked, set his suitcase in the trunk, and began to drive. Earl and Linda sat in a cowboy bar in Golden, a half-hour into the mountains west of Denver, and watched the 11 o'clock news on the television set on the wall above them. The newswoman was reporting the senseless execution-style killing of a young police officer. Earl knitted his eyebrows.
Now that's typical, isn't it? They haven't found out why it happened, so they say it was senseless. We read the words on the prompter, but they don't seem to know what they're saying.
Linda could see the newswoman standing about 20 yards away from the Lexus, and behind her the police crew was dusting it for prints. The car trunk was open. The police are urging anyone who has information about the incident to contact them. They have no solid leads as to why anyone would have shot the officer. One theory I've heard is that even though the new Lexus sedan had not yet been reported missing, the officer might have seen something suspicious and pulled it over. Linda held her breath, waiting for Earl to notice what had not been said. Finally she knew that he already had. He swallowed the last of the beer in his glass, set it on the table, and said,
"Well, we'd better go see if we can figure out where he's gotten to now."
"I'm sorry, Earl," she said. She wanted to waste some time in the bar, where there were people, before she blithely stepped into the dark with Earl. He was perfectly capable of hiding his anger until they were somewhere along a deserted road. "I'm really sorry. I don't know how I could have—"
"I did it," he said. "I stopped you before you could do 'em right."
He added,
"I keep thinking, so she might have put a round into the gas tank. If we'd been back a few yards, it wouldn't have been so bad."
He pulled her up by the arm.
"Better'n this, anyway. This is a joke."
When they reached the neighborhood where Hatcher had been living as David Keller, they drove past the place where he had parked the used Saturn that evening. For an instant, Linda felt the thrill of surprise and anticipation. The space was not empty. But when Earl drove closer, she could see that the car in the space was a Thunderbird. Earl left their car a block from the rear of Hatcher's building, and they climbed the back stairs. Earl opened the lock effortlessly, and they stepped inside, put on their gloves, and began the search. As soon as Linda opened the refrigerator, she knew what the rest of the small apartment would be like. After 15 minutes, Earl sat down on the couch.
He's getting better at this.
He doesn't have as much stuff to worry about, said Linda. She made him travel light.
Let's see, muttered Earl. He's in the trunk of the car. You put 4 shots in there. You would think with 4 rounds rattling around in there and bouncing off things, one of 'em would have clipped him, wouldn't you?
Yes, I did. But it didn't happen. There's no blood anyplace.
He knows he's a lucky man, but he's scared to death. He hears us leave, he pops out and runs like hell, probably through backyards, or the police would have picked him up. He's too stupid to do the wrong thing and run across town. He comes right back here. What does he do?
It looks like he spent some time cleaning up.
Right. He couldn't have done that for us. We know who he is already. He must think the cops are going to come here looking for him. What else did he do?
He took his car.
That's last. What's first?
He packed his stuff. Probably some money, the other gun he bought. Earl nodded.
He did that. Put yourself in his mind. You're scared. You're so scared you just ran home as fast as you could. You clean up, throw everything in a suitcase. You're about to go out the door and drive until you run out of gas. What are you going to do?
Linda's eyes narrowed and she bit her lower lip, then released it to reveal a little smile. She looked across Earl at the telephone on the table. Does it have a redial button? Earl opened his briefcase and found the little micro-cassette recorder.
Testing, he said. You'd better work.
He clicked 2 buttons.
Testing. You'd better work, it said.
Earl pressed 2 more buttons, then looked at Linda. He lifted the receiver, clamped the tape recorder to the earpiece with one hand, pressed the redial button with the other, and recorded the series of quick musical tones. Linda counted the tones. 11 numbers, long distance, an area code and a number. Earl hung up before the phone on the other end could ring. Then he played back the recording of 11 tones and handed the recorder to Linda.
Get the numbers.
He stood up, took a pen light, and began to shine it on the surfaces of the furniture. Linda lifted the receiver and said into the recorder, 1, then pressed the 1 button and recorded the tone. She said, 2, pressed the 2 button and recorded the tone. When she reached 6, she hung up to avoid completing a call, then got the last 4 numbers on tape. It took Linda another 10 minutes to decipher the recorded tones of the woman's telephone number. I think I have it. Should I test it?
Earl said, Give it a try.
Linda said aloud, 1, area code 716, then dialed the rest of it. After 4 rings, she heard a woman's voice. Leave a message when you hear a beep. Linda hung up. It's the woman. She has her answering machine on. Earl took his pen light and opened David Keller's telephone book.
716. That's New York. Buffalo, New York.
He closed the book and looked at Linda.
Maybe this time we got lucky, not him and not her. She's got her answering machine on. He called her no more than an hour or 2 ago. Maybe it's on because she's already talked to him and gone off to meet him. But it just could be that he got her machine, too, and left a message.
Linda looked at the phone as though she could see down the wire to the other end. Most machines will play back a message if you're away. Ours'll do it if you push a 2-digit code. Some use codes with 3 or 4, but it might be worth a try.
There are only 100 possible combinations, and we aren't paying the phone bill.
It was 2 o'clock when Linda heard a change. Leave a message when... and the recording stopped. There was a click, and she could hear the answering machine rewinding, then another click. Linda held Earl's tape recorder beside the earpiece of the telephone.
Jane? It's me. I'm in trouble. Somehow they found me.
A woman tried to kill me tonight. I've got to get out. I'm gonna head north, to Cheyenne. No, that's too close. Billings. I'll try to make it to Billings, Montana. I'll call again when I get there.
She was laughing with delight when she played the recording for Earl, but he was staring at the wall and he wasn't smiling. When it ended, he sat in silence for a moment, then glanced at his watch.
We'd better get going. I've got to put you on a plane and then head up north.
Put me on a plane? He spoke so gently that she was afraid of him.
He saw your face, honey. Having you around isn't going to do me any good in Billings.
You're sending me home?
Home?
His grin came like a sudden snarl.
No. You've got to go do something about her.
Chapter 13.
Jane? It's me. I'm in trouble. Somehow they found me. A woman tried to kill me tonight. I've got to get out. I'm going to head north, to Cheyenne. No, too close. Billings. I'll try to make it to Billings, Montana. I'll call again when I get there.
The shock in his voice made Jane's scalp prickle, and a hot, sick sweat began to materialize on the back of her neck. The machine's inhuman voice said,
"End of messages,"
and clicked off. She pressed the button again and heard Hatcher's voice.
Jane?
She listened to the rest of it, each word of it giving her bits of information that Pete Hatcher probably didn't know. He had made a mistake, but even after he had seen the executioner, he had no idea what he had done wrong. He had stayed hidden for 3 months, so it had nothing to do with the escape route. He must have done something as David Keller that they had expected Pete Hatcher to do. He had gotten himself on some list.
I'm going to head north, to Cheyenne. No, too close.
She felt something clutching her stomach. He had been sitting in his apartment in Denver all this time, gotten up 100 mornings and gone to bed 100 evenings, and it had never even occurred to him to plan the best way to get out if they found him. It sounded as though he was running his finger up a road map while he was talking, looking for a route that sounded safe to his panicked brain. She had told him to prepare contingency plans. After something happened, he wouldn't be able to think clearly. He would forget details, leave things behind that he needed. But had she told him? She tried to remember their 2 conversations. She thought she had told him. She had tried to instill in him an attitude. Other people could make decisions at the last moment, but a fugitive could not. He had to know in advance the places where he was willing to show his face, what he was willing to do, what he was going to say when somebody asked him a question. Jane slowly felt the suspicion harden into a certainty. She had not taught Pete Hatcher how to stay alive. The excuses began to flood her consciousness. Getting him out of Las Vegas had not been a question of redirecting a running man. It had been like staging a prison break. He had been watched, followed, suspected by people who seemed to have no other duties. She had needed to slip him out between the guards from a standing start and then spend most of her energy delaying the pursuit. But repeating the circumstances to herself accomplished nothing. Words were enough to apologize for her haste, but not enough to absolve her if Pete Hatcher died. Now he was on his way to Billings, Montana, a city with a population of no more than 80,000, where finding his car would probably be no harder than driving around for an afternoon and looking for it. She knew about the car from his telephone message, too. If he had to decide in the middle of the night between stopping in Cheyenne and going on up Interstate 25, then he was driving a car he owned. She looked around her at her bedroom. It occurred to her that she had taken very little out of here when she had gotten married. It was as though she had subconsciously tried to leave Jane Whitefield behind, where she could cause no trouble. There were most of her clothes hanging in the closet with dry cleaner's bags over them, and there was her old dresser. She walked along the hall and down the staircase, then through the kitchen to the basement steps. She turned on the light and looked around. The house had been built in the days when they used stones for basements. The beams under a house were just rough-planed tree trunks, and the floorboards were held to them with square-headed spikes. She walked to the old set of shelves her great-grandmother had used to store her preserves, sweet peeled peaches and pears and sugary water, stewed tomatoes, applesauce, corn soup, and strawberries, all in big mason jars with rubber gaskets and glass tops with the steel clamp contraption that held them tight. The fall canning had lasted through her grandmother's time. Only the old jars had survived her mother's. Jane went to the oil furnace, moved the stepladder beside it, then disconnected a section of one of the heating ducts. This was a round one that was left over from the days when the house had been heated by an old coal furnace. It wasn't connected to anything anymore, but it ran from the now empty side of the coal bin, turned upward, and connected to the floor under the kitchen, where there had once been a wide brass grate. She looked inside, found the box, and set it on the top step. She separated James Weiss's papers from the others: his birth certificate, New York driver's license, his credit cards, his Social Security card, his college diploma, the life insurance policy he had bought 6 years ago. James Weiss was one of the most credible identities she had ever assembled, certainly among the best of the adult males. James Weiss had no pedigree, but his credentials had a long and complicated history. His birth certificate was genuine. Years ago, a man Jane knew had gotten a job in a county courthouse in Pennsylvania, where he had quietly added 50 birth records. Jane had bought 20 of them. She had liked the idea so much that she had allowed 2 women who worked in county clerk's offices in Ohio and Illinois to repeat it. The woman in Ohio had offered to do it because she had known a little girl for whom Ohio had turned into a dangerous place, and knew that Jane had been the one to make her disappear. The woman in Illinois had made the new people and sent their birth certificates to Jane as a present on the anniversary of her own disappearance from a tight spot in California. James Weiss had been one of the Illinois woman's creations. Jane had gotten him a Social Security card and a driver's license by sending a young man who owed her a favor to apply for them. The college diploma was the product of another ruse she had invented at about the same time. She had searched alumni magazines until she found a James Weiss who had graduated from the University of California at Berkeley. She had run a credit check on him and gotten the information she needed to request a transcript and a duplicate of his diploma. Anyone who wished to could call and verify that they were genuine. Jane had found an insurance company that did not require a physical exam for a life insurance policy under $200,000, so she had bought him one for $100,000. She had kept building Weiss's identity in small ways over the years, just as she had a number of others. For most of the people she had taken out of the world, Jane had bought false identities from professionals. But she had always been aware that professional forgers were not permanent fixtures on the landscape. Louis Fang in Vancouver had been murdered. George Karangian in New York had gotten too rich to take chances and retired. Jane bought and used identities for herself by the dozen so she could travel unimpeded, then destroyed the ones that might have been compromised. But she also kept about 15 that she had built on her own, some here at her house, some in safe deposit boxes in banks in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Toronto. She selected 6 matched sets of papers for couples, added them to James Weiss, put the heating duct back together, and went upstairs to make her telephone calls. She called the airline first. The flight to Chicago would leave in 2 hours. Then she took a deep breath, let it out, and dialed her home number. Carrie answered. "Hello?" "Hi, Carrie," she said. "I want you to do something for me and not ask any questions until you get here." "Get where?" "Can you meet me at the house in Daganoweda?" He hesitated. "Well, sure. Do you want me to call somebody? Dress for dinner? Bring bail money?" "Just come." She hung up. She wished she had laughed when he had mentioned bail money. It should have been funny. If she had been the wife she wanted to be, it would have been. She went downstairs to find the small brown suitcase she had left in the little office that had been her mother's sewing room. Then she checked the latches on the first-floor windows, changed the light bulbs of the 2 lamps that were on timers, and hurried upstairs. She was packing the suitcase when Carrie came into the bedroom. He looked at the suitcase, then looked at Jane. He said, "I hope you called because you needed me to help you carry a few things home." Jane smiled a sad little smile. "There's something I want you to hear." She stepped to the answering machine, pressed the button, and watched Carrie's face while Pete Hatcher's voice came on, scared, dazed, and breathless. "Jane? Jane?" When Carrie had heard the message, and there was the clatter of the telephone receiver being hurriedly set back in its cradle, she pressed the other button to erase the message, then stepped close to him. She touched his arm, and it felt hard and stiff, but when she tugged it, he sat on the bed with her. He said, "I can't believe this is happening." She sighed and tried to find a way to begin. "I love you." That was the best way. "I love you. I don't want this to happen either."
"But you made a promise. You said you wouldn't. Not that you would be sorry if it did, but that you would do what was necessary so it didn't."
"This is something else."
"Jane," he said, "everything is something else."
"Let me try to explain," she said quietly. "This is going to sound like some kind of legalistic excuse, but it isn't. I said that if somebody came to me and asked for this kind of help, I would tell them I wasn't able to do that anymore. I would have. This is a time when I need you to help me. I want to be honest and tell you everything so you understand. You heard his voice. His name used to be Pete Hatcher. He worked for a big casino company in Las Vegas. They weren't honest. He learned too many details. He also made them suspicious. They were busy preparing to kill him when I took him out."
Carrie shook his head. "What a shock. Something so unprecedented. A gambling outfit that turns out to be dishonest. Boy, I'll bet Pete Hatcher was surprised. Who would have guessed?"
She looked at him apologetically. "That's part of being a guide. Some of the people I've taken out of their troubles weren't innocent, weren't smart, or caused their own misery. Pete Hatcher is probably one of them, but he hasn't done anything that I consider a capital offense."
"You'd be amazed at how many people like that there are," said Carrie. "Billions. Some of them haven't even committed a felony."
Inside she winced, but she forced herself to say, "If Pete Hatcher came to me out of nowhere tonight, I would tell him no. But he happened before I made that promise. He could be about to die because I didn't do a good enough job. This isn't something I can ignore. It's as though you operated on somebody and left a sponge in his belly."
"It's not exactly an apt analogy," said Carrie. "If I'd been operating on a patient, I would have been doing it in the legitimate pursuit of my lawful profession, doing what I was educated, trained, and certified to do. I would perform surgery if it were the generally accepted way of correcting a serious and possibly life-threatening condition. I'm part of a system. I'm not just some guy who decided on his own that real doctors aren't doing enough surgery, or doing it well enough, so I tried to do a few at home."
She hugged him. "You're right, Carrie," she said.
"I am?"
She stood up and went to her closet. "Yep. When you're right, you're right."
"And?"
"And I was right to choose you. Not that there was any choice involved. We're not talking about some profession here that I had to give up. It's just a trick I learned to do when I was too young and stupid to know any better."
"So you'll stay home, mail him another false ID and forget it?"
She looked at him in surprise. "Oh, I'm sorry, Carrie. I didn't mean that." She went back to her packing.
"What did you mean?"
"I meant I'm much sorrier about this than you will ever know. You're my life now. When I get this over with, I'll spend the next few years trying to make it up to you, trying to give you back the confidence and peace of mind I just threw away, so you don't think that any time the phone rings I might go off to do something stupid. Because I won't. I just can't start being smart tonight. I can't pretend I didn't abandon a person out there where I know he'll be killed. Carrie went to her and rocked her gently in his arms.
Is there anything I haven't said that would talk you out of it?
No.
You've done pretty well. You know how I feel about it, right? No point in going into all the stuff about how a man feels letting his beautiful young wife go off to some place where she might get killed.
I know how you feel, she said. I can't help this.
He brightened, then looked dispirited. Threats don't work on you, do they?
Not very well, she said. You could make me very, very sad without trying very hard.
So whatever I do or say, all I can do is make a bad time worse for both of us.
He stared at his feet.
Need a ride to the airport?
She threw her arms around him and held him as tightly as she could, clutching him and letting the tears run down her cheeks. Thank you, Carrie, she said. She turned and went into the bathroom and closed the door. Jane lifted the perfume bottle out of the medicine chest, opened it, and sniffed. It had a sweet, damp, earthy smell. Periodically, for years, she had collected the roots of water hemlock, mashed them for their juice, then purified and concentrated it. This batch was fresh enough, and maybe stronger than the last. In the old days, when an Iroquois wanted to commit suicide, he would eat a hemlock root and die within 2 hours. The perfume worked much faster. She put the bottle into her purse and felt the tears coming again. She rested her foot on the rim of the bathtub and began to run adhesive tape around her thigh. She wiped her eyes and carefully retrieved the boot knife she had hidden on the underside of the drawer of her vanity. It was thin and weightless and razor-edged, made of zircon oxide ceramic instead of steel so it wouldn't set off metal detectors. She taped it to her thigh, then put her foot down and let her dress fall to cover it. She walked into the bedroom and kissed her husband. How do I look? Chapter 14. The lights came up to reveal the miraculous Miranda in a Victorian gown, standing behind tall glass windows in an octagonal set like a gazebo. The back wall of the little room was covered with library shelves. She stood on tiptoes to lift from a shelf a folio volume bound in worn leather, opened it, and turned the old parchment pages as she walked toward a small table. Finally she found a passage and read it with interest. She closed the book, set it on the floor, and snapped her fingers. A bottle of champagne appeared on the table. She snapped them again, and a stemmed glass appeared beside it. She stared at the bottle with a scowl of concentration. Nothing happened. She took a deep breath, stared harder, and the cork popped 15 feet into the air. When it came down, she caught it happily and held it while it turned into a little bird. She opened the window and let it fly away above the heads of the audience, then closed the window. Miranda picked up the bottle and poured champagne into the glass, lifting the bottle higher so the stream of clear liquid caught in the spotlights appeared first green, then red, then blue, then the golden color of her hair. She sipped from the glass, then set it back on the small, graceful table, took a step away, and faced the audience to resume her act. But she changed her mind and returned to the table. She poured the liquid into the glass again. The bubbly liquid foamed to the rim, but she kept pouring. The foam frothed over the side of the glass and down the stem, off the table and onto the floor. She seemed to be intrigued by the way the foam kept bubbling and growing. Soon there was a sudsy puddle at her feet that threatened to cover the floor of the little pavilion. Miranda seemed nonplussed. She righted the bottle and scrutinized the label with curiosity. But while she read it, She noticed that turning the bottle upright had not stopped the liquid from gushing out. It came faster and faster, first like a fountain, then like the eruption of a volcano. She set it on the table and backed uneasily away from it, toward the tall shelves of books. The audience was enchanted, but Miranda seemed concerned about her long 19th century dress. She held the skirts up with both hands as the sudsy champagne soaked her dancing pumps and rose to her ankles. She looked around toward the wings of the stage, but none of her helpers seemed to be able to see her around the walls of books at the sides of the set. She waved testily above the set at the lighting and music technicians in the glass booth behind the audience, but the fans who turned their heads to follow her gaze saw that the two men were shrugging and shaking their heads in dismay. The lighting man seemed to be the only one with any presence of mind, and he switched on a row of soft lights above Miranda so she could see what she was doing. As the flood from the bottle rose higher, the audience could see that Miranda was on her own. She turned to the bookshelves, placed one foot on the lowest shelf, pushing the books back with her toe, and began to climb. On the 6th shelf her foot caught on the hem of the dress and slipped. She lost her footing, dropped with a stomach-gripping jerk, grasped the shelf, and dangled there. Miranda's toe found a purchase, and that freed one hand. She quickly undid the buttons on the front of the dress and let it fall to her ankles. She stepped out of it with one foot and looked over her shoulder in frustration. With her free hand she gave a hasty gesture and conjured a wooden hanger floating in the air. She gave the dress a kick, and it promptly flew through the air and hung itself on the hanger. She snapped her fingers, and it vanished from sight. Now that Miranda was dressed only in a corset, petticoat, and white stockings, her unnaturally strong and nimble acrobat's body seemed to scale the bookshelves effortlessly. She reached the top shelf at the rim of the structure as the foaming torrent sloshed behind the tall windows, turning the room into an aquarium. Just as the audience seemed to make the analogy, the resemblance became inescapable. Brightly colored, foot-long fish began to flit and glide out of the bookshelves, then swim down into the room to investigate the furniture. The mind struggled to go through the processes it had been trained to do. Are the fish alive, or mechanical, or holograms of live fish projected from offstage into the liquid? But the cogitation stumbled over itself and collapsed, because in Miranda's little pantomimes, guessing the method answered no question at all, and something else was always coming in to change the mixture. Miranda was visibly fascinated by what she saw in the library below her. She seemed to forget the audience for a moment. She slipped off her stockings and put a toe in. She stood and paced along the top of the bookcase, looking into the pool, and as she did, she loosened herself from the corset and stepped out of the petticoat to reveal a bright orange two-piece bathing suit. Then she ran back along the top of the bookcase, sprang into the air, executed a flip, and knifed into the water. Through the row of tall windows, the audience could see her swimming underwater with the bright blue and yellow fish. Suddenly, the unthinkable happened. There was a creaking, tearing sound. The walls collapsed outward, and the water poured onto the stage to be sucked away by invisible drains. Miranda was left lying on the carpet near the table. She stirred, then stood up suddenly, bowed, and blew kisses. Then she bowed very low. Her face assumed that strange, playful, mischievous look as she picked up something from the rubble on the floor and held it up. It was a big painting from one of the collapsed walls. It was a painting of Lady Godiva riding on her white horse. Miranda looked down at her bright orange bathing suit, then at the audience. Now her smile was naughty. The audience roared, urging her to do whatever she was contemplating. She propped the painting against the table, picked up the old leather-bound book that still sat beside the bottle. She quickly leafed through the pages, found the right one, and read it, and set the book down. Miranda stepped back a few paces, gestured portentously at the painting, and then, with a final mischievous glance at the audience, slowly raised her hand and pointed down at her own head. There was a brilliant flash, a puff of smoke, and Miranda was gone. In her place stood a graceful white Arabian horse. Braided into its mane was a swatch of bright orange cloth that could have been the top of Miranda's bathing suit, and into its long tail the second piece of orange cloth. The audience was laughing, shrieking, applauding its approval. If Miranda had been a horse, this was the horse she would be. The horse walked to the table, nosed the old book thoughtfully, as though it were Miranda trying to discover her mistake, then turned to face the audience, extended its foreleg, and lowered its head in a final bow. There was another flash and puff of smoke, and when it cleared, the horse, too, was gone. Seaver sat on the folding chair beside Miranda's technician and watched him engage the hydraulic lift, bringing the white horse the rest of the way down under the stage. The gleaming 10-inch cylinder shortened as the hole in the stage floor above snapped shut, the noise of it covered by the deafening music of Miranda's exit. As the black platform moved down to eye level, he saw Miranda was standing on it with the horse. She swung her leg up over the horse's back and mounted it, but she didn't sit up. Instead, she clung to it, her hands caressing the horse's face, patting its neck while she spoke into its ear, crooning soft words into its dumb animal brain to keep it from remembering to panic. When the hydraulic lift reached the level of the concrete floor, she swung down from the horse, and now he could hear her words.
Great job, baby. Wonderful show. You made Mama have a lot of fun.
A woman who had to be the horse's handler stepped forward with a halter in one hand and a few lumps of sugar in the other. Miranda took the sugar and watched the horse's big prehensile lips nibble them off her palm, then hugged the horse again. Like a wild animal, Miranda seemed to smell the unfamiliar presence. Her eyes swept the dim concrete enclosure filled with machinery and electronic devices and found him unerringly. Her voice hardened.
Take the horse, Judy.
She stepped to Seaver and stopped. The wardrobe mistress expertly slipped the black velvet robe up her arms and onto her shoulders, then receded. Miranda brought the belt around her and cinched it hard. She did not speak to him, but her sharp, angry eyes never left him as she called out to her staff.
Who is this?
Seaver stood up and smiled. Calvin Seaver, Vice President for Security at Pleasure Island. He had known she would be difficult, so he already had in his hand his plastic-coated identification card, along with the backstage visitor's badge he had been issued at the Inside Straight. Will King and I sometimes get together to check out each other's operations. Professional courtesy. She studied the badges and looked back up at his face.
Sorry. You could have been a reporter or a trick thief. Real magicians don't do that to each other. Professional courtesy. If you saw anything you didn't know already, please keep it to yourself.
She took a step away. Miranda's stagehands and technicians all seemed to have been held frozen in a spell, not breathing. Now she released them.
Great show, everybody.
They relaxed and began working again, moving around each other without pausing. Miranda took a second step. Your secrets are safe with me, said Seaver. For the moment, anyway. She turned on her heel and faced him.
What do you want?
3 minutes, he said. 5 at the most.
Come on.
She walked to the far end of the area below the stage, around 2 more hydraulic lifts and a console that seemed to have been set up to control the explosive charges wired on stage. She stopped.
What's your pitch?
I'm looking for a woman.
Smile more. They'll like you better.
A particular woman. Dark hair, pretty, in very good physical condition. 3 months ago she helped a gentleman named Pete Hatcher disappear. You might recall the evening, because you slipped him out the back door for her at the start of your midnight show. Her left eyebrow arched.
Did I?
Yes. At first I thought the dark-haired woman might be you. What you do on stage makes strolling out the door in a dark wig and getting 2 security men to look the wrong way seem like a small thing. He reached into his coat pocket, snatched out an envelope, and handed it to her. So I did a background investigation.
All of your legal papers, licenses, birth records, social security, say your real name is supposed to be Katie Mullen. Even your union records and personnel file. You're from Ohio. But, funny thing, there's nothing on Katie Mullen that goes back more than 8 years.
He watched her look at the credit report, then at the Social Security earnings report, then at the 2 lists of avenues checked, with none or not found beside them. She shrugged.
Not much happened to me before then.
She folded the papers, tucked them in the envelope, and handed them back to him. Seaver slipped them into the inner pocket of his coat.
No record of enrollment in a high school class in Ohio.
You can't get that.
I use a company that arranges class reunions. They feed all the names into their computer for mailing lists. They ran 3 years of them for me.
I lie about my age.
Your birth certificate says what you say. But I'll bet the paper the original is printed on isn't more than 8 years old.
I'm not the dark-haired woman.
No, you're not. You're somebody she helped one time. There never was a Katie Mullen. She helped you disappear from someplace, so you helped her.
She leaned against the wall with her arms crossed over her chest.
So who did I used to be?
He shrugged.
I don't care. All I want to know is who the dark-haired woman is.
That's it?
That's it.
Then good night.
She pushed off the wall and took a step toward the corridor. Seaver's hand closed on her forearm, and she looked down at it icily until Seaver began to wonder whether he had made a terrible mistake. He loosened his grip until it was too loose, and she snatched it away.
What now?
I want you to take 1 minute to think about what Vincent Bogliarese would feel if he knew what we were talking about.
She looked at Seaver with a sense of wonder. She had underestimated him. She turned to face him. Her impossibly golden hair had dried into a wild mane. The skin of her sculpted face was still covered with a makeup that had little metallic sparkles in it. She didn't look quite human. The big, unblinking blue eyes acquired the mischievous look they wore on stage.
The back elevator over there goes up to my suite. By now, Vincent is up there waiting for me. Maybe he knows everything you know. Maybe he doesn't. Come with me.
She took 2 steps toward the elevator, then stopped, turned, and looked back at him. Her face was a blank, like a portrait of a woman, but the eyes were burning him. Seaver tried to decide. If he had been anything but positive, he would never have come here. She had once been in some kind of trouble. She had escaped because she'd had the help of a professional who had given her false papers and set off whatever changes had transformed her into the miraculous Miranda. She would not have slipped Pete Hatcher out for any other reason. Who would have the money to pay a performer like her to do anything? It must have been to return a favor, and a big one at that. Now that he had met her, he was even more certain. The incarnations he could trace were unbroken for about 8 years. First, Katie Mullen, the pretty assistant in the brief costume who opened trap doors and distracted the audience for a past-his-prime magician in worn tailcoat named Mr. Zenobia. Then magical Miranda, playing kids' birthday parties in the daytime and at night, doing gigs at supper clubs where part of the deal was waiting on tables. Then, 3 years ago, the miraculous Miranda had materialized in Las Vegas. But Seaver had miscalculated. The 8 years should have made him at least suspect it. He had assumed that she had been running from some woman problem, maybe an arrest or 2 for soliciting, maybe a stint starring in pornographic movies. Seaver studied her face and was suddenly lost in amazement at her perfidy. She was trying to look as though she were bluffing, but she wasn't. She had already shown all her cards to Vincent. What she had been hiding was a whole lot worse than Seaver had imagined. She wasn't hiding some embarrassing period of her past from her boyfriend. That wasn't it at all. She had told Vincent all about it,
And that meant it wasn't that there were some videotapes of her going down on one of those pimply-faced druggies that were the foot soldiers of the porn trade. That would have driven a man like Vincent nuts. What she was hiding was a charge that wouldn't get stale after 8 years, a Class 1 felony, like armed robbery or homicide. And of all the men in the world, Vincent Bogliarese would be the last one to write her off for homicide. His own father had a homicide conviction. Whatever Miranda had done in her early 20s, Vincent Sr. had done more in his. For that matter, Seaver had always heard that these old families still expected a son to make his bones before he could be trusted with business matters, and Vincent Jr. had been running the inside straight for at least 10 years. She was trying to get him to think she was bluffing, so he would go up there with her and get himself killed. There was no way in the world he was going to step into that elevator. He had never relished the idea, and now there was no reason to consider it. What he had come for was safe in his coat pocket. When he had handed her the papers, his purpose wasn't to show her he knew nothing. He had just wanted her to touch them. He would have to get one of his old buddies on the LAPD to run the fingerprints before he knew what it was he had. But he had something. Now it was his turn to let her think he had been bluffing. "No," he said. "I don't think I'd like to speak with Mr. Bogliarese at this time. You go on without me." Miranda's smile grew. She winked, spun around with a speed and grace that an ordinary woman would not have imitated, even if she could, because she had no excuse to be bigger than life. Miranda stepped into the elevator and let the doors close on her. Seaver decided not to take the time to get upstairs and walk out the front door with the customers. Miranda wasn't predictable enough for that. Right now she might be giving her boyfriend some version of what had just happened. Seaver walked straight to the steel door at the back of the stage area and said to a stagehand, "Can you let me out?" There was a sign on it that said emergency only, alarm will sound, but he knew they must have the keys to it because that was the way Pete Hatcher had slipped out. The stagehand opened it and let him out onto a long, narrow asphalt strip beside the building where a few employees' cars were parked. It took Seaver at least 5 minutes to walk all the way to the front of the building, then another 10 to walk down the covered mall and out the other side to the lot where his car was parked. He patted the envelope in his coat pocket 3 times during the walk. He got into his car and started the engine. He had already begun to back out when he realized that patting the envelope was not going to be enough. He stopped the car, pulled forward a little, and slipped it into neutral. He had watched Miranda touch the papers, so he knew exactly where her prints were, and he wouldn't make the mistake of smudging them. She had been hot and sweaty from the show, so the prints would be oily and clear. But thinking of Miranda's show during his walk had prompted a small twinge of uneasiness in him. This was a woman who was world-famous for sleight of hand. Could he really be sure that what he had seen was her tucking the papers back into the envelope before she had handed it back to him? The same set of papers? Seaver reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out the envelope. He held it on his lap where no bystander could see it, placed only the nails of his thumbs in the slot and made sure that they touched only the envelope, then pushed the envelope's sides outward just enough. There was a blinding flash of light, a sound like an indrawn breath, and a choking smell as though a whole box of matches was burning. A thin, jagged line of orange fire streaked from the bottom of the envelope up both sides until his thumbs held nothing, and a pile of black powder was settling onto his lap. He rolled to the side out of the car, slapping his pants furiously. In a few seconds he was sure his clothes had not ignited, and nothing had reached his skin. He stood beside the car for a moment and closed his eyes. He could still see a bright green patch floating behind his eyelids from the flash. He hated that woman. He knew exactly how she had done it. All of the big pyrotechnics in her act had been fired electronically by her technicians, but not the little ones. Somewhere in her costume she must have carried a supply of flash powder, so she could use it when she wanted it.
Probably it was in pea-sized airtight capsules. That way it would be safe and inert until the mixture was exposed to oxygen and a tiny trace of white phosphorus ignited whatever else was in there. It had to be something like that anyway, or it would have gone off before he opened the envelope. He got into the car, opened all the windows, and drove out into the night. He was not going to stick a knife into the miraculous Miranda. He was not even going to fabricate anything about her to send to Vincent Bogliarese. He was going to forget her. All she had ever been was one avenue to find the dark-haired woman who had made Pete Hatcher disappear. There were others. Chapter 15. Jane flew to Chicago as Karen Roth, then shopped for her next flight by walking along the concourse at O'Hare looking at the television monitors that listed scheduled departures. Hatcher had called her at around 10 on Tuesday night, and she had not heard the message until 7 the next evening, so he was already in Billings. She diverted her course to a pay telephone, calling her answering machine, pressed 56, and listened. 2 messages, said the mechanical voice. The first was Hatcher's voice saying, "It's just me again." She clapped her hand over her free ear to block out the noise around her and waited, but there was a pause, then a click to signify that the call had ended. The second message was just the pause and then another click. Jane put the receiver back on the hook and went to buy her next ticket. Either Hatcher had not settled anywhere yet, or he had decided it was not safe to leave a number, or something had gone wrong with her machine to make it stop recording. Maybe it had failed to disconnect after the first call and used up all the blank tape recording nothing. Maybe the clock battery had died, or the tape had tangled, or she might as well stop kidding herself. Or when Pete Hatcher had made the first call, standing in a lighted phone booth at a rest stop on Route 25, he had hung up the phone, turned around, and had a .357 Magnum stuck in his face. She flew to Missoula as Catherine Webster on a smaller plane, and arrived at 7 in the morning, then went shopping for a car as Wendy Wasserman. The car Wendy Wasserman selected was a 2-year-old Nissan Maxima with low mileage, and a finish that had been dulled by the first owner's failure to protect it from the winter weather. The owner had left on it a parking sticker that said University of Montana. Jane drove it to the campus and left it in a covered parking structure surrounded by busy dormitories, then walked northwest up Broadway until she found a car rental agency. She called her answering machine 3 times during the day, and each time the machine said, 2 messages. She drove the 340 miles eastward on Route 90 to Billings as the sun made its way toward the mountains behind her. The eastern side of the Rocky Mountains was high country and forested, but it was dry and hot, the very edge of the Great Plains. As she drove, the forests dwindled and were replaced by huge fields of wheat growing tall in the late summer sunset. Jane arrived in Billings after dark. She drove the streets for 2 hours to get a sense of the city, then left her rented car in the parking lot at Deaconess Medical Center and began to walk. She bought a newspaper at a machine on a corner and studied it. There was no mention of a David Keller being found, no Pete Hatcher, and no John Doe's. If he wasn't alive, the police didn't know it yet. She tried to imagine his steps. He would have come up on Route 25 until it merged with Route 90 and arrived in the middle of the night. He had probably checked into a hotel at noon. He would have been exhausted by then and slept until dark. He would have gotten up, dressed, and then realized that he didn't have a good enough reason to go out there in the strange city at night. He would have eaten in the hotel, then returned to his room. He would know that the only place she could hope to find him was in a hotel, so he would stay there. If there was a problem with her answering machine, then he would send her a note in the mail. He would stay put and hope that she could get to him before anybody else did. If she wanted to get to him and take him out without attracting attention, she would have to look as though she belonged here. Jane went to a shopping mall and studied the women around her. In the 12 years since she had begun doing this, fading in had gotten easier. She had read somewhere that between 1970 and 1990, a mall had opened somewhere in the country every 7 hours. One of the changes this had brought was that women in one part of the country dressed pretty much the way they did in all of the others. Her clothes would do for a few days in Billings, but she could still make some purchases to improve her chances. She found a store that sold T-shirts and bought one with University of Montana printed on it. She bought a pair of hiking boots, like ones she saw on some other women. She knew a little about what Pete Hatcher was going through. At times, he would be sure that he had completely, miraculously lost his pursuers. But every time he heard a maid push her cleaning cart down the hotel hallway, he would feel all the muscles in his body go tense. He would try to reassure himself, then realize that he had no external way to tell whether he was perfectly safe or in imminent danger. So he would sit for hours looking out the window of his room for some piece of evidence that had not come from inside his own skull. As she searched for the store where she would make her last purchases, she reconsidered what she knew about Pete Hatcher. The first time she had heard his name had been in a telephone call from Paula Dennis. Paula was an intensive care nurse from Kentucky, and it wasn't until the call that Jane had learned she was also a gambler, and she needed help for a man she had met on a junket to Las Vegas. When Jane had asked her what she knew about the man's habits, she had said, "Pete Hatcher is a ladies' man." To Jane, that had sounded like trouble. Men who had that reputation left behind rivals and angry husbands and women who knew too much about them and were bitter enough to tell strangers. But Paula had said, "By that I mean he is a man who could have been invented by and for ladies. He is a perfect gentleman, attentive, thoughtful, kind, considerate at all times and in every situation. You could take him to visit your aged grandma in Charleston. He's also a very naughty fellow, if you know what I mean, but there are no hard feelings afterward. He's at his sweetest when he takes you to the airport. There are no lies, no chances to make false assumptions with Pete Hatcher. You can be sitting in a restaurant with him, and he will not pretend he's not looking at other women below the face. But the way he does it doesn't make you mad. It makes you squirm in your evening gown. One night I saw him doing it and told him so, and we had quite a conversation about a woman 2 tables over. He made me understand what he saw when he looked at a woman, and, honey, it made me like myself better." Jane had not been moved to enlist in Hatcher's cause just yet, but her curiosity had been piqued. What exactly did he say? "He misses nothing, and I mean nothing, and he likes all of it. This is a woman on the downhill side of 50. I'm thinking, a kind face, nice clothes, not impersonating a teenager, but not making up the seating list for her wake either. He starts telling me about the smile lines at the corners of her eyes and the calm glow of the cornea that shows wisdom and receptiveness, which from Pete's side of the table seemed to be the same thing, and the flecks and color variations. This is just eyes, remember. I'm leaving out the topographical features south of there, which he can talk about well into next week, if you're mature enough to stand it without hyperventilating and falling into a swoon. But he's never exactly wrong, because what he sees is verifiably there, if you look for it. He sees what you wish they would all see. You're just this person getting by on whatever you have. You don't think about how you look most of the time. You think about what you're doing, and that's probably just as well because it keeps us all out of trouble. Pete comes along and looks at you as though you were an object. No question about that, but the object is a flower, or a bird, or a tropical fish, something that has its own rules and purposes, its own course in life that doesn't have anything to do with his. If you want to come closer, that's okay with him. But if you don't, that's fine too, because he's just glad to be there and see the pretty colors. This is not a deep thinker. But if this is a man who deserves to die, I want the others all killed off first. Remembering Paula's call made Jane irritable. It wasn't Paula's fault, and it wasn't even Pete Hatcher's. It was her own. She was already feeling a sick twinge in her stomach about Carrie, and she was not yet prepared to set aside time to think clearly about it. She had no business leaving a husband of 3 months. She had no business breaking her promise, so something in some primitive lobe of her brain told her she was going to be punished. What Paula had said had nothing to do with Carrie. It should not have made her feel this way. When Jane had met Pete Hatcher, she had understood what Paula had meant. He had been scared and psychologically worn, but while he was standing up politely to shake her hand, his eyes had taken the long route up to meet her eyes. What he was saying at the time was something good-natured and self-deprecating about needing her advice and help. It should have been incongruous and discomforting, but somehow it wasn't. Carrie would never do anything that simple-minded. He was much more, highly evolved. Pete Hatcher appealed to women because he was guileless and optimistic. He made it clear that he was having a lot of fun, and that was a form of flattery. His expression said, "You delight me," and delight was contagious and reciprocal. It created a magnetic field around it stronger than gravity. But women loved Carrie because he knew all their secrets, including the ones that weren't any fun, wear and aging and imperfections and scars, and he was always on their side. It wasn't that they seemed glamorous for the moment or something. His appeal was a quick and sensitive mind, but more than that, an air that conveyed a knowledge that didn't exclude things found in books, but was full of things that he knew because of who he was. Jane felt weak and foolish for letting Carrie enter her mind now. She knew it was because she was about to do something that Carrie would have a right to object to. The bathing suit she chose was relatively modest. It was one piece, black, and not cut as high at the hips as the others in her size. She would have worn it at home without feeling uncomfortable, but she was buying it to wear for Pete Hatcher. She had to be where the hunters weren't looking, and Pete Hatcher was. They would be looking at lobbies and parking lots, and he would be looking at women. He would be hiding, he would be scared, but he had a lifelong addiction to studying every woman who passed in front of his eyes. He would look, because runners had a way of falling back into old comfortable habits to calm themselves. She bought a canvas purse and a wraparound skirt, a big pair of polarized sunglasses, and a pair of slip-on rubber-soled shoes that she could run in if she needed to. The next day she allotted 2 hours to each of the biggest hotels, the Rainbow, the Traveler's Rest, the Mountaineer. It was easy for a woman to get into the part of a hotel where Jane wanted to go. She entered at the end of a residential wing and walked down the corridor of rooms. She left it near the center of the building before she reached the lobby and stepped out into the courtyard. She knew that Pete Hatcher would not be in a ground-floor room, because he would not feel safe in a room where an intruder could walk up to the windows. If he had his choice, he would be on an upper floor in a room facing the courtyard, so he could not be shot from the street. At each hotel she walked to the swimming pool, found a big lounge chair, greased herself with sunblock, and lay back to feel the sun. At some point, Pete Hatcher would look out his window and he would see her. A lot of people would notice that there was somebody out by the pool. Pete Hatcher would not leave it at that. He would stare at her hard, just because she was a woman between 18 and 55, and he would recognize her. By noon she was glad that she had found some sunblock that was practically opaque. The sun came down clear and sharp at this altitude. She lay on her stomach at the Mountaineer and stared along the surface of the water in the pool, watching the sunlight break into spots on the surface and ricochet up against the concrete wall of the building. She saw Pete Hatcher the second he stepped into the bar overlooking the pool. She stood up, put on her shoes, then wrapped the skirt around her and hooked her bag over her left arm while she watched him through the sunglasses. He was talking to a waiter. She walked quickly toward him. She could see the waiter going to a cappuccino machine behind the bar that looked like the reassembled parts of a steam locomotive. Too late. The waiter was pouring a pitcher of milk into the boiler and flipping levers. She thought about what Paula had said. Pete Hatcher was standing there with a pulse rate that was probably nearing 200. He had just seen the arrival of what amounted to his last chance to blow out the candles on his next birthday, and his response was to order coffee for 2. She stepped in the door. No, it was iced cappuccino for 2, somehow even more absurd and courtly, because it was the right thing to order for a woman who had been lying in the sun. He carried the glasses to the table, but Jane took his arm and moved him on to another that was out of sight of the door. The waiter was busying himself at the bar, so she leaned close and gave Hatcher a peck on the cheek before she sat down. "Very thoughtful," she said. In a whisper, she added, "Why didn't you call again?" He looked pained. "I did. Your message ran, but then there was no beep to start the recorder. I said where I was, but I couldn't tell if it picked anything up. I guess it didn't." He leaned close and looked into her eyes, and she thought of Paula again. Those long eyelashes were part of it. He didn't seem to know they belonged to him. "I made a couple of mistakes in Denver," he confided. "I thought I was doing great, but I was absolutely clueless. That scared me. That's why I called in the first place. If you didn't get my messages, how did you find me?" "Okay," said Jane. "It doesn't matter. You got through. Now, what have you got up in your room that you can't leave there?" "One suitcase, the one you had me pack the last time. It's got my money in it." "Give me the key," she said. He handed her the key, and she looked at it before she slipped it into her purse. He said, "The number's not on it, but it's 605. "Here's what we do," she said. "You sit here, sip your drink. If it takes too long, drink mine. Stay here with the waiter. If he leaves, don't go to the lobby or follow me to your room or something. If everything unexpectedly goes wrong, don't go to your car." "How did you know I had a car?" She smiled sadly. "If they haven't found you yet, all this is practice. If they have, what they've found is the car." Jane stood up and walked across the deck outside, back into the corridor where she had entered. She followed it until she found a fire door that led up the stairs. At the 6th floor, she stood for a moment with her ear to the door. She heard nothing, so she stepped out into the hallway, found 605, and opened it. The suitcase was neatly stowed in the closet. She tipped it on its side and searched it. There was $60,000 in hundreds, 15 little plastic folders full of traveler's checks, 7 passbooks for savings accounts in Denver banks. She loaded the money, passbooks, and checks into her canvas bag and looked deeper. When she found the box at the bottom, she stopped. It was gold with a black stripe. It said, "38 Special, 20 pistol cartridges." She felt almost relieved. He had gone out and bought himself a pistol and a car. There was nothing mysterious about the way they had found him. All they had done was watch lists that anybody could get until one man's name had turned up on 2 or 3 lists. She put the box of cartridges into her bag with the money, then examined the suitcase for anything else Hatcher had neglected to mention. She went into the bathroom, picked up his bag of toiletries, wiped the faucets and fixtures with a washcloth, then came out and wiped the desk, the television set, the table, the doorknobs. Then she checked all the wastebaskets for receipts or papers that would hold a print. When she was satisfied, she closed the suitcase, put the sign that said "Maid Service" on the doorknob, and slipped back into the stairwell. She climbed to the top floor, then onto the roof of the building. She left the suitcase behind a big air-conditioning condenser and went back down the stairs. They would find it in a month or 2 and have no idea how it had gotten there. Downstairs, she found Pete Hatcher drinking his cold coffee and looking happy. "Time to go," she said. "Just like that?" "Just like that." She led him the way she had come, down the long corridor and out the door at the end of the east wing to avoid the lobby and the front entrance. When they were in her rented car on the next street, she started the engine and waited. "Tell me where your car is."
"It's parked down the street near another hotel," he said. "About 3-4 blocks down."
She was beginning to feel a little more confident. It wasn't a particularly cunning way to hide a car, but at least it showed he wasn't totally unconscious. He was thinking. She turned the corner and drove in the opposite direction. "I hope you're not too attached to it."
"No," he said. "Does that mean we're just leaving it?"
She sighed. "If things were different, I think I would be tempted not to. I would find a very good spot so we could watch the car around the clock. Eventually, the people who want you might come along, and I could see who they were. I'm not that curious this time."
"I don't want to imply that I am, but why aren't you?"
"Several reasons. One is the way they found you."
"You know how they found me? Even I don't know."
"I'm not positive, but you did two things that I know of that a person does who's scared and running. You bought a gun and a car. That gave them two things to put together, two lists with the same name on them, so they might already be watching the car."
"How did you know about the gun?"
"Hardly anybody carries ammunition in his suitcase who doesn't have one," she said. "Tell me exactly what happened in Denver." She drove along the same street in the opposite direction and saw no other car turn to follow.
"There was a woman on the street when I was coming home from the grocery store. She looked like she had car trouble, and I walked over and took a look under the hood. She lifted the pistol out of my belt, stuck a big automatic in my face, and said she was a cop. She made me get in the trunk. A real cop came along right after that, and she killed him."
"How did you see that from the trunk?"
"I didn't, but when I got out, there he was."
"How did you get out of the trunk?"
"She opened it, fired 4 shots at me, and slammed it again. I'm lying there, and after a minute I realize I'm not dead. She actually missed. On most cars, there's a latch inside the trunk. You pull it, and the trunk opens. I was alone except for the dead cop. I don't know anything else."
"That's about all we need to know," said Jane. "They managed to find you. I assume you walk to the same store by the same route regularly." He nodded. "They knew that, and they knew you weren't the sort of man who could walk past a woman with car trouble. Not everybody would stop. They knew you were carrying a pistol because otherwise she wouldn't have grabbed it before she showed you hers. The fact that she didn't pull the trigger means they must have been planning to drive you out of town where they could shoot you without having anybody hear, and bury you without having anybody find you."
"Why do you keep saying they?"
"Did this woman look as though she could carry your body by herself?"
"No."
"Then there was someone else who could. There's also the dead policeman. Denver has serious criminals and a serious police department. Any cop who stops his car is going to be sure he's able to control whoever he sees. So probably he was shot by somebody he didn't see. Not for sure, but probably." Pete Hatcher looked out the window and watched the display windows of businesses slipping past as the car moved west toward the interstate.
"Then the one I didn't see could have shot me the way he shot the cop, when I was alone on the street. Why didn't he?"
"That's one of those bits of good news that's not quite as good if you take a second look at it," Jane said. "Your former friends from Pleasure Incorporated aren't hunting you themselves. They've hired professionals. The problems that raises should be getting obvious by now. Professionals know how to hunt. They know which ways to kill you are smart and which ways are stupid. Taking you to a quiet, private place where nothing will be seen or heard is smart. Blasting away in the middle of a city is not."
"But that's just what they did. They shot the policeman, and then—"
"They didn't plan to, and that's another side to it. When something unexpectedly goes wrong, professionals don't get emotional. Killing you is just a job, and anybody else who happens along is nothing but a little extra work. They know in advance that they might have to get rid of witnesses, so they're primed for it. They react quickly and don't spend time asking themselves philosophical questions first." She glanced at Pete Hatcher to see if he was listening. When she saw his face, her breath caught in her throat. His eyes were watering. Could he be crying? She pretended to pay attention to the road behind her for a few seconds. She glanced at him again. His big brown eyes were welling with tears. When he sensed that she was looking, he turned away and wiped his eyes on his sleeve. She waited.
"That policeman," he said. "He lost his life, and I got mine. It was a bad trade. You should have seen him. His head was half gone. I couldn't even tell what he looked like. The world lost him just to get a little more of me."
Jane blew out a breath slowly. "I don't think that's a train of thought you want to follow too far." She stared ahead at the entrance to the interstate, slipping her car into the center of the tight stream of traffic, and found herself silently talking to Paula. "You didn't have a nice way to say it, did you? In all the talk about his pleasant disposition and nice manners, you never told me why you called me." In all her years of snatching rabbits out of the fangs of the wolves, she had almost never heard a rabbit so much as wonder out loud what had happened to the other rabbits. They weren't selfish. It always seemed to her to be physical, the body overpowering the mind to save itself. They never thought of looking back until they had run far enough. That was why a sensible nurse who had seen a lot of men would intercede for this one. The fact that he didn't have a fine and complicated intellect was about the same as saying he didn't have a 12-cylinder Italian sports car. He was a decent human being who was just trying to drive what he had. When she looked at him again, she had an urge to give him something. "Okay," she said. "Let's think practically. What do we do with what we know? You got a good look at the woman, right?"
"Right."
"And she got a good look at you. Wherever we go, keep looking for her in the distance. She won't be up close again, but she may be in a crowd or in a window or in a car that goes by. If you see her again, you go. No hesitation, no wondering if she saw you or not, no decisions. You go that minute. If you're in the middle of a date in a restaurant a year from now, you go to the men's room and never come back." She watched him to see if he understood, and he seemed to. "Only this time, you're going to know in advance where you're going and how to get there."
"Where are we going now?"
"First, we'll drop out of sight completely for a few days, to let the trail get cold. Then we'll start all over again and do this right. I'll hide you somewhere, but I'll stick around this time until I'm sure we've lost them for good. I'll give you a few lessons I should have given you the first time. I'll help you get used to the next new name, new place, new life. Then I'll leave for good."
"You said the first thing is dropping out of sight. How do you do that?"
"The best way is to do nothing."
She smiled. "Missoula looks like a good place to start doing it."
"We'll buy you a new suitcase, check into a motel, and see if you got lucky and lost them. In fact, that's the good part about what I'm saying, and I almost forgot to tell you. They're pros, and from what I can tell, they're near the upper end of the scale of people who could be called that. That means we avoid them or we're dead. There isn't any mystery about the outcome. But the nice thing about pros is that they're in it for the money."
"So?"
"They get paid in two ways. One is that they get all of it when they've killed you. The other is that the client gives them some money up front for expenses, and the rest when they've got you. Either way, your best friend is time. They've just wasted 3 months for nothing, and spent a lot of money traveling. People like that could have made a lot in 3 months. Hardly anybody is very difficult to kill. If the client is paying for all this, then by now he's going to be wondering what he's getting for his money."
"I still don't get it. How does this help me?"
"If you wait long enough, pros go away."
"You're kidding."
"No, I'm not. They don't hate you. They're in a business. At the moment when they calculate that the job is a waste of effort, they quit. If they're getting paid for expenses, the time comes when the client makes the same calculation and stops paying."
"Then I'll be safe?"
She cocked her head and pursed her lips, then said reluctantly, "Not exactly. At least, not yet." "Why not?" "The client in your case can afford to replace them, but the replacement would have to start all over again at Las Vegas. Pros aren't likely to turn over their information to competitors." She shrugged. "I'm not saying you're in the best position possible, but there are worse." "What's worse than being chased by professional killers?" She thought for a moment. "I guess the worst is if you've committed some really awful crime and people know it." "What would you do for a person like that?" "Nothing," she said. Chapter 16. Seaver drove along the desert highway, watching the long, empty gray road ahead wavering near the distant vanishing point as heat waves rose from the pavement. Now and then a dark reflective spot would appear on the road. The eyes would see it as water, but the brain would say mirage, and it would diminish to nothing as he approached it. He drove quickly, feeling the slight lift of the car's springs as he reached the crest of each little rise, then feeling his body regain a few pounds more than its weight as the car came to the bottom and began the next climb. Seaver was satisfied that he was going about this in the right way. The three partners had ultimately left the strategy up to him. Earl and Linda were probably getting close to payday by now, so whatever he did, he had to avoid getting in their way. He might have left a message on their answering machine, asking them to get in touch with him. But leaving a message like that on the answering machine of two professional killers required an absolute belief that they could not get caught, recognized, or traced on this job. The world didn't always work that way. Anybody who had worked in Las Vegas for 10 years had seen the ball stop on the 00 a few times. He had considered tracing their movements and trying to catch up with them, but Earl would not look upon his sudden, uninvited appearance as a favor. It was, in the way these people looked at things, a terrible insult and a violation of their agreement. Seaver's suddenly showing up would mean that there were 3 people for bystanders to notice, instead of just 2. And he would have traveled there by a separate route. That doubled the number of trails that later might be traced to Hatcher's body. He was not at all sure that he wanted to place himself in some distant city with those 2 at the precise moment when he convinced them that he was so unprofessional and unreliable as to be an actual danger to them. No, what he was doing made more sense. Earl and Linda were looking for Hatcher. He was looking for the woman. After he found her would be the time to think about meeting them. Then he would have something to bring to the party. He had assigned 5 men just to talk to people who were in the chase and find business, skip tracers, retrievers who worked for bail bond outfits, freelance bounty hunters, to see if any of them had ever come across a woman like this. A few of them had heard vague stories, but none of them knew anything that could lead to an actual living woman. It was then that he had realized that he was going about solving the problem backward. The people most likely to know about her would be the ones in the run-and-hide business. He had called an old friend from the police department who had quit at about the same time he had and had gone to work in the California prison system. Seaver had not described his problem, but had described the sort of prisoner he wanted to talk to. He needed one who had been in lots of jails in different parts of the country, and who had drawn a long sentence the last time out. But most important, it had to be one who had a history of trading information for favors. Seaver saw the low, drab buildings, the fence, and the watchtowers undulating in the heat waves across a barren field far back from the highway. He turned up the long, narrow drive that led to the small parking lot outside the gate and glanced at his watch. The drive out here had taken longer than he had expected, but he supposed it wouldn't much matter. In order to miss this guy, Seaver would have to be about 20 years late. As he turned off his car engine, he stopped to glance in the rear-view mirror. Then he got out and put on his coat. He had chosen his clothes carefully. He wore a dark gray summer weight suit that cost more than his first new car. His white shirt was marine-pressed with the front and collar starched stiff, and the cuffs showed only a glimpse of his Rolex oyster watch. A naive observer would have interpreted the bow tie as a whimsical touch, but Seaver didn't expect to meet any naive observers. He was going into a maximum security prison, where it was well known that nobody with a functioning brain wore anything tied around his neck with a slip knot. He walked to the gate, handed his driver's license to the guard, watched him compare it to the list on his clipboard, then obeyed the invitation to step inside. He held up his arms and stood with his legs apart as the second guard ran a metal detector up and down his body, then ran a hand through several of his pockets. He submitted to the preliminaries patiently. Security was his business, and he knew that each stage of the process had two purposes. Scanning the human body for chunks of metal or contraband was the easy part. The hard part was studying the visitor to see if he had something hidden in his head. Each of these meaningless little steps was a test. A normal person would gradually get used to following the unfamiliar rules that applied in a place like this. The person hiding some rash and violent scheme would either feel his nerve draining out of him or get frustrated to the point of blind, undirected rage. Security was mainly a question of finding out whom you were letting breach your perimeter. Seaver was directed into a small anteroom where he could be kept isolated until they were sure that he wasn't carrying anything that would make him a match for more than one man and that the identification he had given them was real. After 10 minutes he was admitted to a room with a desk where he could be observed while he signed in and had time to check off his compliance with each of the regulations listed on a form and acquaint the guards with the purpose of his visit on another form. It was only after his forms had been completed, read, and determined to be satisfactory that the next door was opened and his escort beckoned to him. When he walked through the doorway, he noted with approval that there were 2 guards, the first to lead the way and serve as turnkey, and the second to follow a half-step behind and to his right, either to protect Seaver's weak side or take advantage of it, as events dictated. They took him on a long trek down hallways broken at intervals by steel grates that had to be opened with a key and an electronic code. They walked under surveillance cameras recessed in wall niches that one prisoner standing on another's shoulders could not reach, and covered with plastic plates that would probably stop a bullet. He admired the premeditation of the system and felt a tiny twinge of envy at its blatancy. Here it was an advantage to be obvious, to convince inmates that escape was ludicrous, that movements inside the complex were monitored, and that disturbances could be isolated instantly. Seaver had to work under more difficult circumstances. The few devices and precautions he could use legally had to be subtle and decorative. The 2 escorts led him into a windowless room with a bare wooden table and 2 chairs. He sat down in the chair facing the door and waited. He had sat for 20 minutes before the 2 guards reappeared with Stillman, Ray Q. He was a little above middle height, but he slouched the way violence-prone convicts often did, the hips forward and the back hunched in a question-mark stance that invited an approaching stranger to take the first swing. When Stillman turned to hold his wrists out for the guards to unlock his manacles, his back looked like the hood of a cobra, spreading wide as it rose from the thin waist, and then rounding inward at the top because of the slouch that kept the hands and knees forward and the gut pulled back. The guard wordlessly declined to unlock the manacles. He simply glared at Stillman and left. Stillman's predatory eyes focused on Seaver as he sat down, his thin lips coming up at the corners a little to convey his interpretation of the demonstration. "I'm too dangerous for you." Seaver reached into his shirt pocket and produced a pack of cigarettes, pulled the strip to remove the cellophane, tore off the foil, and thumped the pack to raise a cigarette. He lit one with a match, then held it out. Stillman reached across the table with both hands, stuck it in the corner of his mouth, rested his hands in his lap, and waited. Seaver looked at him for a few seconds, then said, "I'm Seaver. I can't get you out of here. I can't get you a new trial.
If you ever get a parole hearing, I won't be there to tell them you cooperated in an investigation. I won't be there at all."
Stillman looked at him expectantly, and Seaver knew he had begun well. They were all experts in the ways that the system could be manipulated, and the ways that it couldn't. After about 2 convictions, they also knew that false hope worked on them like poison, and they hated anyone who tried to force it on them.
"Here's what I can do. Captain Mitchnick is an old friend of mine. If you have the answers to my questions, he will help you right now, starting today. You don't have to wait 6 months for an official letter that's never going to come."
What kind of help are you offering?
"A little slack. You'll get a better job. If what you want won't be so obvious, it'll get you killed. If a guard is down on you, he'll be rotated to another block. If you've done anything recently that you need to skate on, he'll give you the benefit of the doubt."
What does that cost me?
"I heard something, and I want to know more about it."
What did you hear?
"I heard there's a woman who hides people."
Stillman blew out a quick puff of smoke.
A lot of women hide people.
Seaver slowly shook his head.
"This one is a professional. If you're in trouble, you hire her to get you out of it. She comes and whisks you away, makes you disappear. I guess she must get you a new name and new papers, maybe a job."
Which are you?
"What?" snapped Seaver.
You thinking of disappearing, or are you looking for somebody?
His head was cocked to the side, and his eyes squinted through the smoke. Seaver gave a half smile and a snort.
"Do I look like somebody who has that kind of problem?" He shot the cuffs of his immaculate white shirt so he could be sure Stillman saw his watch and the perfect fit of his tailored suit.
Stillman shrugged.
You look like somebody who might develop some problems if you got sent to a place like this, or even if somebody in here got out. If you know the captain, maybe you put some of them in."
"Could be," said Seaver.
Stillman nodded with amusement.
That's it, isn't it? Somebody you don't want to turn your back on dropped out of sight.
"No," Seaver said. "I'm interested in this woman because she made somebody scarce that I want, but the last person he wants to see is me. I'd like to ask her about him."
Stillman shifted in his chair and lifted both hands to pluck the cigarette from his lips. He stepped on it with deliberation. When he raised his face again, his blue eyes were opaque, but Seaver could tell he was taking the offer seriously.
"I don't know her."
Stillman grinned and held up his chained wrists.
I bet you could have guessed that.
Seaver nodded.
"But you've heard of her."
Stillman nodded too.
If you're in here long enough, you probably hear every way that words can be pulled together. I'd like to get a few favors. But there's another side to this. If you can get me goodies, you can also get my ass kicked, or worse. What I know is just rumors, third-hand stuff. I send you off, you're probably going to come back and tell the captain I shined you on. I don't know you, but I know him."
Seaver studied him. Something else was on his mind, and the only way to hear it was to get through the easy ones.
"Okay, I've been warned. You tell me what you heard, and I won't hold a grudge as long as you don't add anything of your own."
Then he added, as a precaution,
"Anyway, I know plenty about her already, so I can figure out which parts you heard wrong."
He handed Stillman another cigarette and struck a match, then held it out so Stillman could lean into it and puff until the tip ignited. Stillman leaned back and said,
"Say there really is a woman like this? There'd be people in the joint who know about her. Maybe they got helped by her once, then fucked up again and couldn't get to her in time. Maybe they didn't get to her even the first time, but they hope someday they'll make it."
He smiled and shook his head.
"Even though a germ couldn't get out of here, about 1 in 5 of these guys thinks he can."
Seaver's smile mirrored Stillman's.
"A lot of sheets get tied together, but you don't see many of them hanging outside the walls of these places." He shrugged. Anyway, this isn't that kind of situation. I'm not interested in charging her with anything, or even putting her out of business. I want this guy, and I'll pay her for him. She's nothing to me. He caught a hint of skepticism in Stillman's stare, so he said quickly, Of course, if she draws down on me, I'll have to kill her. But even then, nobody would know you told me about her. Stillman put his tongue to his lips and spat out a flake of loose tobacco. Okay, then I know some things. Go on. It's probably none of it true. People talk about things like that. There's a pair of Siamese twins in Vacaville they have to let out every other week because one of them didn't get convicted. There's a four-fingered lawyer in San Diego who knows one thing they forgot to do in almost every trial, so he can get anybody off who will send him a finger. One of the contractors who built this place was getting kickbacks on the materials, so just in case they caught him, he put a secret tunnel under the infirmary. There's a woman who takes people out of the world and gives them new lives. A little bit past her prime with blonde hair, right? Not in the version I heard. It was black. She had long black hair, and she was nice looking. I don't vouch for that because in stories the girl is always that way. It wasn't like you said before either. I heard the way it works is you have to come to her. And you have to clean yourself up before you do. If you want to bring something you left behind, maybe what you stole, maybe a girlfriend, she'll tell you you're not ready for her. If what you want is another chance to kill the one who set you up, she'll tell you to go do it and not come back. She's in the running business, not the fighting business. You don't just give up your name. You have to give up everything you ever were, ever saw or did. You're a new person who doesn't know any of that. I heard that. Seaver lied. It occurred to him that maybe Hatcher wasn't planning to resurface after all, that maybe this was all a waste of time. But it was way too late for that kind of thinking. It just weakened him, distracted him. The partners had made their decision, and they were waiting. Where do you go? You mean, where does she take you? Seaver spoke patiently, almost respectfully. No, you're on the run. You collect a pile of money for her fee. Where do you take it? I don't know. Who did you hear all this from? I heard it a few times, and I can't sort out which part I heard which time. The first one was 7 or 8 years ago in Alameda County Jail. It was an old guy, and he was telling a kid. See, the kid was in for the first time. They had a running tab on him. It started out as some kid thing, vandalism or something. He tried to run, resisting arrest. He hotwired a car to get away. Grand theft auto. He drove it fast until a police car crashed into him to run him off the road, so it was attempted vehicular manslaughter. He struggled, so it was assaulting a police officer. On and on. He tried to hang himself, but the old man cut him down with a shank he carried. He said to the kid, "You gotta get yourself in shape so the guards don't know about this. On the day of your arraignment, you're gonna get out on bail for a month or so while they dream up more charges. That's your chance. But if they know you did this, they can keep you here and watch you." He helped the kid get rid of the homemade rope and cover the welts, and then told him about the woman. In front of you? Nah, the old guy never talked to me at all. He didn't like me from the minute he laid eyes on me. The kid came to me later and asked me if the old man was crazy, just jerking him around or what. How did he tell the kid to get in touch with this woman? That was one of the things that made me think it was bullshit. He wouldn't tell the kid the address because the kid was too green to make it that far. The kid had to wait until he was out and write her a letter, then let her say where to meet her. Do you remember where the letter was supposed to go? A post office box in L.A. The next time I heard it, there was a house somewhere. Where? I don't know. Who mentioned the house?
Some counterfeiter. Just what they do is so stupid that you can't believe what they say. They all get caught, then go out and do it again.
Seaver sighed and looked at Stillman. He had seen Stillman's record. The man had been in jails for 12 of his 31 years, and there was something he'd done before the adult record had begun that had put him in youth camp. If he ever got out again, he'd be a 3-time loser before he even did anything. Stillman went on.
He wouldn't tell me where the house was. He said the only reason he had the address was because his girlfriend gave it to him just before he got arrested. She didn't get arrested, though. She got away and never got caught.
Is that true?
I once saw a thing on TV where they said nobody ever saw a UFO until somebody said he saw one in 1947. Once he said it, everybody and his brother started seeing them. Maybe that's the year when the UFOs got here. Maybe it's just that once somebody makes something up, then it's everybody's. It gets to be another way to seem important, to have something to tell, because nothing that's true about you is worth listening to. Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, God, all that.
Do you think I could get to any of these guys? The old man, for instance?
The old man was here for a while, but he's been dead a couple of years. The counterfeiter, name is Bill Ortega. I heard he was in federal prison back east someplace. I don't know his girlfriend's name. If you've got a lot of connections in the correctional system, maybe you can track him down.
What about the kid?
Seaver's hands moved unseen from his lap to grip the support under the table. Stillman squinted up into the air and smiled.
Now him I don't know about. I just don't know. For years I've been wondering. Once in a while I ask around with the guys who've been in a lot of joints all over. His name was Phil O'Meara. Nobody's seen him or seen his name on the count or knows anybody who's met him.
He smirked mysteriously.
Maybe he figured out to get the knot behind his ear and hung himself right.
Seaver's feet kicked out under the table and pushed Stillman's chair over backward onto the floor. Seaver sprang up, used one arm to vault over the table, and came down with his knee on Stillman's chest. He spoke quietly, through clenched teeth.
You're one of them, aren't you? You think maybe, just maybe, they'll forget who you are one day and let you unload the grocery truck so you can strangle the driver. Let me tell you something. It isn't going to happen. And even if it did, and you got to her, she'd take one look at you and shut the door. You're an evolutionary dead end, a throwback. She can smell it on you as well as I can. She can't predict what you're going to do next, because even you can't. You're a bad risk. Don't hold out on me, because it's nothing you're going to use.
Stillman seemed to be immune to surprise. His face seemed to slacken, to go blank in the prisoner's stare. He looked past Seaver at the ceiling and said,
2 packs of cigarettes a week. A job in the library. Done. The box wasn't in Los Angeles, it was in New York City. It's box 345, 7902 Elizabeth Street, in New York. There's some fake name attached to it, a man's name.
Hours later, Seaver sat staring out through the scratched plastic pane of the window at the baggage carts and fuel trucks slipping past him backward as his airplane was pushed away from the terminal by a tractor with a tow bar. He thought about Earl and Linda again. When he had hired them, he had known a lot about Hatcher, but nothing about the woman. It was just as well, because this way he didn't have to worry about bumping into them on this trip. With nothing to go on, they wouldn't have seen her as the way to find Hatcher. Now he had a few bits of information, and soon he would have enough. He stared at his watch for a moment, then carefully pulled the stem and set it 3 hours ahead. When he got to New York, he would still have time for some sleep. The hotel reservation was guaranteed, so the room would be waiting for him. The overnight package from Nevada would probably be there when he awoke. He could assemble the pieces of the gun after breakfast. Chapter 17. The telephone directory said that the 996 exchange meant that the telephone answering machine was in Daganoweda. The road atlas said that the population of Daganoweda was only 22,000 souls. Linda Thompson sat at the desk in the little suite she had rented on the south side of Buffalo, her face illuminated by the computer screen. When Earl had initiated her 10 years ago, tracking a person still meant going to counters and below-ground floors of old county office buildings and turning the pages of bound books of records while some sour-faced old clerk watched her out of the corner of her eye. Then she would fill out some form with a ballpoint pen with a chain on it, pay a fee in some strange number like $3 or $6, but never $5, and wait weeks for the copy to come in the mail. Now all she had to do was put herself into a screen trance, tap in the secret numbers and symbols, and then conjure what she wanted out of the air. She watched the lighted screen as she put in the mixture of upper and lowercase letters, periods, slashes, pound signs in their correct order. The screen exploded into life with the company's greeting. "Welcome to Pro-Bar Commercial Information Systems, Santa Ana, California." There was a graphic on the front of a building with a big closed door like the vault of a bank. "User number," said the screen. Linda typed in the Northridge detective's account number. The door appeared to swing open, and the doorway expanded beyond the borders of the screen as though she were stepping inside. The door was replaced by the menu. It was longer than it had been a month ago. PCIS had been collecting for 7 or 8 years now, and it had thousands of public records databases. She scrolled down the list quickly. She moved her cursor to select tax assessor's rolls. She selected New York State. She selected Erie County. She selected City of Daganoweda. The menu disappeared and the screen said, "Access charge $5. Do you wish to proceed? Y. N." Linda tapped Y. She was guessing that this Jane woman did not live in an apartment building. The business of making people disappear did not lend itself to renting. It was almost inevitable that from time to time a client might show up in person, and renters on the same floor would wonder about it. Any clandestine business was best conducted from a freestanding building without a landlord who might drop in, and the address had to remain the same. This Jane had apparently operated in Las Vegas as though she were good at it, and the people who needed to disappear badly enough to hire help doing it probably didn't care what they paid. She could afford a house, especially in a backwater like Daganoweda. Linda looked at the list that appeared on the screen. Now that she was in, she could manipulate the list. She asked it how many entries were on the list, and it said 5,864. Linda felt power begin to flow into her. The number was tiny. She ordered her computer to search for the word Jane. The computer found 16 Janes, a Janeway, and 52 houses on a Jane Street. She made a copy of each of the Janes. She was feeling more and more excitement as she went along. She had been in Western New York for only a day, and already she had the list down to 16. Linda relinquished her hold on the tax assessor's rolls and returned to the main menu. She contemplated Jane. She was 25 to 35 years old, probably about 30 if Linda could trust Seaver's description. She was tall, thin, dark-haired. She operated a very strange little business from one of these 16 freestanding buildings in Daganoweda. Would she have the office disguised as some kind of business? Linda could not decide. Was Jane one of the 7 married women? Someone like Ronald and Jane Schwarzkopf, tenants in common? Or was she one of the 9 sole owners listed? Jane Hanlon, Jane Whitefield, Jane Carmen Rossi? Most of the women listed alone were probably widows or divorcees. Some would be too old. Jane, the woman who made people disappear, would have a driver's license. The driver's license carried date of birth, height, weight, hair, and eye color. Linda selected the Department of Motor Vehicles records. Access fee, $10. Do you wish to proceed? Y.N. She began with the first of the 16 names and scanned the information that had been printed on the license. Jane Ann Hanlon, DOB 8929. Jane Pildrasky was height 5'2", weight 160, hair blonde, eyes blue. Jane Rossi's license was restricted, corrective lenses, daylight only. The Jane who had helped Pete Hatcher would never have picked a darkened room and a night escape if she could see only in bright light. Before she relinquished the Department of Motor Vehicles records, Linda had eliminated all but 4 of the Janes who owned houses in Daganoweda. All were height 5'6" or better, hair brown, DOB after 1960. She returned to the telephone directory and looked up the 4 names. She eliminated first Jane Sheridan and then Jane Whitefield because neither had the right telephone number. But then she discovered that none of the other Janes had it either. Of course, the Jane she wanted had to live a visible life in a small town. She would have a listed number in the book. It was the business phone that would be unlisted. Linda put Sheridan and Whitefield back in contention. Linda stared at the main menu and let her reverie deepen. She picked up Jane and turned her around and around, looking at her closely, trying to feel her surfaces. Jane was a tall, lean, dark-haired, youngish woman who owned a house in Daganoweda, but was gone from it for periods of time. She probably operated much the way Linda and Earl did. She would get a telephone call, drop everything, and go to meet a client. Then she would come home and lie around for weeks, getting used to the time zone and letting her aches and pains go away. Linda felt herself coming closer and closer to Jane. She selected the credit check. Access fee, $35. Do you wish to proceed? Y.N. Y, of course. Now for the federal privacy law. Please indicate your legitimate legal grounds for requesting the information. You are a prospective A. lender, B. employer, C. insurer, D. other. Please specify. Linda loved that part of it. They gave you a selection of lies to choose from. She chose insurer. Insurance companies could do virtually any kind of investigation they wanted on anybody, and they often hired detective agencies to help. When the 4 credit reports came out of her printer, Linda studied them. Jane Sheridan was employed by the Daganoweda School District. She was a teacher. She couldn't leave town every time the phone rang. Jane Finley was listed as a homemaker, which was more promising, but her record was full of late payments, credit extended by appliance stores and car dealers, and interest paid to credit card companies. It didn't make sense for the Jane that Linda was looking for to live that way. She didn't need to, and it made too many people interested in her. Jane Colossi was promising for 30 seconds. She was an attorney. She seemed to spend a lot of money, but the most recent big charges listed for each credit card were for the month of June in France and Italy, when the right Jane was in Las Vegas. Jane Whitefield was the last one in the alphabet. She worked as a career consultant. She had the right kind of credit rating. Excellent. Then Linda found it. Jane Whitefield had 2 telephone numbers. She probably didn't know the telephone company's computer had spit out the unlisted one when the credit bureau's computer had asked. She was Jane. Linda looked down the list of debts. There was no mortgage on the house, and none listed as having been paid off. That interested her. Either Jane had paid cash, which would have raised eyebrows, or she had inherited the house. Linda returned to Probar's menu and asked for probate court filings for the state of New York. She started the computer in Santa Ana on its search for the name and waited. This would take some time. Linda stared at the glowing screen while she thought about Jane. Linda was beginning to feel her now. She was, how had Seaver said it? Fit. That was it. She did exercises and pushed herself the way Linda did. It wasn't just because she wanted to get the attention that came when your abs were tight and your ass round and firm, but because she might have to run or fight. She had fought a man that night in Las Vegas, Seaver had said. Not hit some old night watchman over the head when he wasn't looking, but faced off with a grown man who was trying to hurt her. That meant she was fast and dirty, because there was no other way it could happen. A man could be dumb as a buffalo and lead with his face, and there was still no way a woman, at most 2/3 his weight, could stand there and take turns throwing punches with him. She was probably a lot like Linda. The computer screen flashed awake again with the probate documents Linda had requested. The former owner of the house was Alice Whitefield. Before that, it had been Henry Whitefield and Alice Whitefield. Linda perused Alice Whitefield's bequest. She had died 12 years ago and left everything to her daughter Jane, age 21. Everything had not been much. The house, contents valued at under $30,000, a 10-year-old Plymouth, a bank account with $9,000 in it. Linda left the court files. There was one last piece of information that she needed to conjure tonight. She selected the records of the county clerk of Erie County. Linda typed in Jane Whitefield's name and address, copied her date of birth from her driver's license. When the Probar computer found the document, Linda was startled. She read it twice to make sure. Jane Whitefield had been married on June 21st to Carrie Robert McKinnon, 5092 Dodge Road, Amherst, New York. Linda felt a sense of fulfillment, of completeness. She was beginning to know Jane Whitefield now. Probably this Carrie McKinnon had started her out when she was young, the way Earl had started Linda. It had probably been about the time when her mother had died and she found herself alone with an old house and a cheap car and barely enough money for a good vacation. He had told her she was going to learn a lot and see a lot and make a lot of money. And here she was, 10 or 12 years later, out alone, risking her life to make people like Pete Hatcher vanish. Linda went back to the menu and began to work magic on Carrie McKinnon. It took her an hour to find out more about him than she knew about Jane. She glanced at her watch frequently now, because the time was almost certainly coming. She had given Lenny her telephone number as soon as she had moved in, so Earl would have it by now. The telephone rang at midnight.
"Hello, Linda."
"Hi," she said. She wanted to sound unperturbed and self-sufficient. "How's it going?"
"Not so hot," said Earl. "I found his car in Billings between a couple of hotels. I plugged the gas line so it would turn over but not start. But he hasn't come back for it, and I haven't had any luck at the hotels. Where are you?"
"I'm in a little place south of Buffalo called the Meadow Green Suites. You get a kitchen and a refrigerator, but you don't have to make the bed."
"What have you got?"
"Her name is Jane Whitefield. She has a house in a little town north of Buffalo along the Niagara River called Daganoweda. That's where the answering machine is."
"Is she home, or do I have to watch my back for her, too?"
"I don't know yet. My guess is that she's already out there with him."
"When will you know?"
"Tomorrow morning. It's a little more complicated than I thought. She got married in June."
"Know anything about her husband?"
"What I know doesn't make too much sense to me yet. His name is Carrie McKinnon, and he's a doctor." There was a short pause while Earl ruminated.
"It could be she dreamed that up as an identity for one of her favorite clients and then got him to marry her. You know, he says he's a doctor that's retired, and he doesn't have to explain why he's got a lot of money and plays golf all day."
"I thought of that," said Linda. "But his credit check says he's actually getting payments from a hospital and from some surgical group. He's in the AMA directory. They don't let you flash a fake ID and go operate on somebody."
The double beard, then?
asked Earl.
Maybe he's queer and gets to hide it. Nobody wants a surgeon who might have AIDS, and she gets to be that much harder to find. Does he have a separate house?
Yeah, but I don't know if one of them is empty. If they don't live together, she wouldn't be much of a beard in a town that size. I just got this stuff an hour ago, and I'm 30 miles from there, but I'll be out early to see if she's at his house or hers or neither. You know, it occurred to me that he could be some kind of fanatic.
What kind of fanatic?
We know she took Pete Hatcher out. We don't know why, or if he's typical or one of a kind. There are these groups that take battered women and children out the same way, like the Underground Railroad. The first person to see somebody like that is a doctor. That kind of group might hire a pro like her to do the hard part, and that's how they met. Maybe Pete Hatcher was just the money for their honeymoon.
Get on them,
he said. What does it sound like I'm doing, Earl?
I mean, really get on them,
he said.
Hatcher has me out here in Billings, Montana, watching a parked car. I don't think he accomplished that alone. If she's home, I'd like to know it. If she's not, I'd at least like a picture of her so she can't walk up to me on the street and blow my head off. If her husband's gone, I'd like to know that I've got him to expect too, and what he looks like.
I'll know if they're here in a few hours.
If he specializes in plastic surgery, and he could be busy making Pete Hatcher look like Miss Arkansas, I'd like to know that. I'm dead in the water out here. Whatever you can get me, whatever it takes to get it.
Whatever? She let her voice go soft and low. She savored the pause on his end of the line. There was the electrical charge, growing and growing, and the resistance was making the air hotter. There was nothing in the world like hunting, knowing that any click in the dark could be the slide of the pistol locking the first round into the chamber. He was feeling it too.
I mean, do whatever you have to, and then do some more. If you think they're going to pay us a couple $100,000 and write it off after 3 months, you're dreaming. One of these days you're going to call home, and it won't be Lenny that answers. It'll be Seaver.
I know, she said. I'll do my best, I promise.
If she's there, kill her. I'll call tomorrow night.
He hung up. Linda put the telephone receiver on the hook, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. She toyed with the fear, tested it for titillation. It made her heart beat fast, and a little electric shock clapped her back behind her lungs, then moved down the sides to her haunches like a shiver. Playing for death was better than anything. But tonight there was something extra, something that made it better and more delicious. It was Jane. She was the attraction. There was an urge to take a risk to beat her. Linda was going to be the one who was smarter, faster, dirtier. She was going to be the one. Chapter 18. Jane left the rented car at the agency in Missoula and picked up the one she had parked on the university campus. Pete Hatcher watched everything she did and listened to her explanations, then nodded his head. He had stopped asking questions, and that set off a tiny alarm in the back of Jane's mind. It would not be out of the question for a man in his position to be contemplating suicide. It was also possible that he was only getting tired and passive. If that lasted long enough, it wasn't much different from suicide. She drove him northeast on Route 200 away from Missoula and stopped at a motel in a small town called Potomac. They sat in the car for a moment. She waited for him to ask a question. Finally, she pulled a small leather wallet out of her purse and handed it to him.
"What's this?"
he asked. "We need to sleep now. This is a motel. It isn't part of a national chain, so that makes its records a lot harder to get. If we do everything the way everybody else does, we're invisible. What everybody else does is that the man goes inside and registers. For the moment, we're going to travel as Mr. and Mrs. Michael Phelan of Los Angeles. I have identification that matches. Now go do it."
Too soon he came out of the office and walked to the car. "They don't have any suites or anything like that," he said. "Should I rent 2 rooms?" She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. He seemed to have lost his will to keep his mind working. "Pull yourself together and think. Mr. and Mrs. Phelan don't sleep in separate rooms. Get it over with." He disappeared inside the office again and came out carrying a key. She watched him open the door, then start the car and pull it into a parking space a distance from the room, and went to join him inside. She surveyed the room. Her eyes rested on the king-size bed in the center of the floor. She forced them to move on. That was an extra problem with hiding a man. Dancing around in cramped quarters to keep the distances proper and the bodies covered became part of the job. She decided not to face that conversation yet. Anything she said now would not get a second bed in here, and would make him more passive and tentative. She looked out the windows, checked the locks, examined the curtains, and continued her commentary. "When you check in, you take a mental picture of the world outside. The best way out of here is to the left, toward the car. I parked it in front of another door, away from the office. If somebody finds out we're here, he doesn't know which car is ours. If he finds the car, he doesn't know which room is ours. It's late now, so most of the other cars that will be in the lot are already here. Next time you look, what you'll be looking for is newcomers. You lock everything that will lock." She flipped the deadbolt and the safety latch. "If you do all the little things right, you'll sleep better." She glanced at her watch. "I'm going out for a few minutes. When I come back, I'll knock 4 times, like this." She rapped on the table. "Where are you going?" "To make a phone call from the booth at the gas station." "There's a phone right here." "There would be a record of the call." She slipped out and walked toward the car in case the night clerk happened to be watching, then kept going past it and across the weedy margin of the property to the gas station, put a quarter into the telephone slot and dialed 0, then the number of the house in Amherst. "I'd like to make a collect call. It's Jane." She heard Carrie pick up the telephone. "Operator." The word came out before he had even said hello. "Will you accept a collect call from Jane?" "Sure," he said. The operator clicked off. "Jane?" "Hi," she answered. "You okay?" "Yes. I found him and I picked him up, and now I've got him hundreds of miles away. I think we're 2 hops ahead of them. Maybe only 1 hop, but it's a good one." "Where are you?" The question startled her. She had never talked to anybody at home while she was working. Not really talked, because she had always lied. She felt a twinge almost like pain when she said, "I'm in a little town in the Wild West. At least I think I'm in town. There's not much here, so I can't be sure." "A hotel or something?" "Sure. It's not the Hilton, but I haven't seen any cockroaches either." She was saying words that were true, but she was lying. He wanted to know everything, and she was giving him breezy nonsense. "You're staying with him? That can't be safe." The lie came easily, like breathing, really. "Well, no, not exactly. One of the tricks of the trade. He's in his motel room, and I checked into another room across the parking lot. That way I can watch his door, and if anything suspicious happens, all I have to do is dial his room. He goes out the window on the side I can see is clear, and I pick him up on the highway." She knew it sounded plausible. She had been lying for so long that it was almost a reflex. She had heard the trouble building in his voice, and she had flinched to evade it. She pushed the question and the answer into a corner of her mind and labeled the corner a special exception. She had been trying to save him some anxiety, and the anxiety would have been pointless because he would have been worrying about a dangerous situation that she had no way to evade. Or maybe in the back of his mind he had been worried about something else. That was something she simply was not going to do, so worrying about it would serve no purpose. She loved Carrie McKinnon. Carrie was already talking. "I'm sorry," she said. "I missed that." I said, "Do you know where you're going next, or when you'll be home?" His kind, patient voice opened a wound in her, and she tried to make up for the small lie. "I'll tell you what I know at the moment," she said. "The attempt these people made was a little worse than I thought. He would be dead now if a cop hadn't happened along in time to take the bullet for him. So he's a mess. I mean psychologically. Guilty, scared, and consequently stupid. The hunters are a lot better at it than I had hoped, so I have to be cautious. At the moment, the plan is to take him someplace where he'll be almost impossible to find, teach him everything he could possibly need to know, and split. That's what I should have done in the first place, but I couldn't." Carrie's voice was a monotone, as though there was hurt and anger that he was making an effort to keep out of it. "It's starting to sound like it will take a lot of time." "It shouldn't," she said. Why was she talking to him as though there were lawyers present? "There is nothing in the whole world that I want more than to be with you, right now, tonight. But I think this could take a couple of weeks. I've got to be sure I've lost the hunters and then get him settled. When that's done, I'll rush home and have a lot of fun being Mrs. McKinnon again. Forever. Maybe I'll lock you in the house for a month and see for myself if the bad reputation you have is justified. I'm pretty sure it is, but I'd like to double-check." She heard him give a small, unvoiced chuckle. "I miss you," he said. She heard a sigh. "Well, I guess there's nothing much I can do except wait and hold you to your word. Do what you have to do and get home." She loved him. The lies were a pain in her chest. "I miss you so much I could cry." She wanted to tell him things. A big truck rushed past on the highway, and a hot, dusty wind blew off the pavement into her face. "Stupid trucks," she said. "I'm going to try to jump around to a few of these little towns for a couple of days to see if anybody's looking for us, then leave some trails in the wrong direction. After that, I'll put him in a place where he can stay for 20 years. But first, the little towns. Pick one, and I'll call you there tomorrow." She felt a chill. "I can't do that," she said quickly. "I'll be using different names, and I don't know which one or where I'll be yet. If I did, I couldn't say it on the phone. I'll call you." There was silence on the other end. Had he figured out that the name would be Mr. and Mrs. something? "Carrie?" "Yeah?" "I'll call you as soon as I can. I know this is hard. I love you." She had never known that "I love you" was what a person said when she had run out of words and couldn't say anything else. It was like reaching out a hand in desperation. "I love you too. Just be careful and come home in one piece." "Don't worry. I've become a very cautious married lady." She took a deep breath. "That reminds me. I guess I ought to get going now." "I could talk to you all night." "When we're together," she said. "Then I'll talk until you want to smother me with a pillow. But I'd better go. Some people are born to disappear. This one takes a lot of hand-holding." She drew in her breath, leaned her forehead against the phone booth, and shut her eyes. It was the middle of the night. If Hatcher was waiting for her to come back, the story that they were in different rooms didn't make sense. She said quickly, "I love you," and hung up. She turned and walked to the motel, feeling sad and empty. Jane approached the motel by circling it to study the cars in the lot, the traffic patterns on the two roads that intersected beside it, and the businesses nearby. The town was tiny and clean and presented an unassuming business face, but she could not induce a feeling of safety here. It was not big enough to provide a crowd to hide in, and not remote enough to be hard to find. As soon as Pete seemed rested and presentable, she would get him back on the road. She thought about her conversation with Carrie as she walked. She had been vague and evasive, but she had heard herself say something that she now realized was accurate. She had almost no idea where the chasers were, or what they were thinking. It was possible that Pete, in his novice's panic and ignorance, had managed to leave them behind in Denver. They would certainly trace his car to Billings, but by the time they did, it would be in an impound lot, and Pete could be anywhere. Only if they were spectacularly good or phenomenally lucky, had an unseen person follow his car all the way to Billings, could they know he had gotten even that far. After that, she had taken him out in a rented car, changed to still another car, and driven nearly 8 hours. It was very unlikely that they could have followed without her seeing them. If she kept Pete out of airports and big, well-lighted cities for a time, she would at least avoid squandering the lead she had on them. One way to do that was to keep him in suspended animation in the tiny resort towns up here, looking like one of the thousands of summer tourists. She knew a little bit about the way the shooters must have found him the first time. They had looked at computerized public records and found out that the same man in Denver had registered a car and bought a gun at the same time. Probably they had run a credit check and found that he had also just arrived in town, and then they had flown in to take a look at him. Now Jane would keep him from doing anything that got him on any lists for a time. Then she could control where and when he did anything else that created public records. She had already bought him a car under the name Wendy Wasserman. She would get him settled in his next apartment, find him a job, and help him fit in with the locals. He had already given in to the urge to buy a gun, and he still had it, so he probably wouldn't make that mistake again. She allowed herself a small feeling of optimism. 8 hours was not a huge lead, but it was growing. When she knocked on the door of their motel room, she heard him go to the window, saw him move the curtain aside to look out, then heard him step to the door and open it. She slipped inside, closed the door, and glanced at him. He was in a pair of blue boxer shorts, and he turned away and hastily slipped his pistol into a pile of clothing on a chair. She couldn't help being surprised by the sight of his body, but she fought to keep him from noticing. She had plucked the poor man away from Billings without his suitcase. She had not expected him to sleep fully dressed. She had not expected anything at all, and she reminded herself that she was going to have to anticipate his needs, or she was going to wear them both out. She tried to formulate some words that would get them past this moment. "It looks clear out there." The attempt disappointed her. After all, what he was wearing wasn't different from what men wore on the beach. She was a grown-up married woman. What difference did it make what he wore? Then it occurred to her that she was going to need to wear something to bed, too. What she wore did seem to her to make a difference. She pushed the thought aside and let the space fill itself with the trivial observation that had been prickling the back of her mind. "You did okay a minute ago, but all I've got to do right now is give you lessons, so here's another one. You heard the right knock, so you thought it was me. You looked around the curtain to see if I was alone. Good. But I heard you and saw you, and that was not so good. If I had been the wrong person giving the right knock, you'd be dead." "What was I supposed to do?" "You were right to want to look before you opened the door. The very best time for them would be those few seconds while you and I were standing together with the door open. They could see us both in the light, and if they missed one of us the first time, they wouldn't need to break anything down to get the survivor. But you want to look without letting anybody know you're doing it. Do what the cops do on surveillance. Don't move the curtain, just look over the top of the track it's on." "You can't see anything but the wall," he said. "The track is above the glass." She moved a chair to the far side of the window and said, "Trust me." Pete stepped on the chair and looked down over the top of the metal track. In the 2-inch space, he could clearly see the step in front of the door, the wall on either side of the door, and some of the sidewalk.
I can see more from here than I could when I opened the curtain.
Right. It's a view that shows you the likely hiding places around the door. It's above them, which is good, because people seldom look up unless they know what they're looking for. They look to both sides, look behind, look down.
I never noticed that. Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's just the way the skull is connected to the neck. Maybe it's some prehistoric instinct that serious trouble hardly ever comes at an animal our size from above the treetops. Notice anything else while you were up there?
It's an odd angle.
Right. When you were at ground level, peeking between the curtains, they could have seen you and shot you through the glass from the left, from the right, or from the parking lot. When you were beside the window and above it, the right side of the window and the parking lot were out. Anybody there couldn't see you. The only danger left was that the person at the door would look up and to his left, pull out a weapon before you saw him do it, and make a world-class shot that hit the thin slice of your body that wasn't protected behind the wall or the woodwork. All of that before you moved. Or, since you had a gun in your hand, before you opened fire on his completely exposed body.
How did you learn all these tricks?
Jane sat down on the bed and smiled sadly. No matter how much you learn, the people who chase fugitives are still better at it. You watch how they work. You pick up what you can and you keep moving.
Why do you? What made you get into a line of work like this in the first place? Is the money that good?
She shook her head and let out a little chuckle. I did it once, I did it again. It never occurred to me to accept pay. Somebody pressed the point, and I said, so send me a present. The jobs got more dangerous, and the presents got bigger.
But why the first time?
Anybody who knows how to swim will jump in and pull out the one who's drowning. I knew how to swim.
But
enough, she said. Things were going to happen, and I made decisions about which ones I could live with, just as anybody does. The choices aren't always limitless. In case you haven't noticed, I was feeling sorry for myself tonight without this conversation.
I'm sorry, he said. If you want to be alone for a few hours, I could manage that much.
Of course not, said Jane. I didn't mean it that way. She felt ashamed. He was scared to death, and he was volunteering to go out and cower somewhere while she had a fit of the vapors or something. You're a good guy, Pete. We're going to have to spend a lot of time together for a while. I'll let you know now that I enjoy your company, so you don't have to wonder or apologize for being here. We're going to pull you through this little bumpy stretch and get you started on a new life. Then I'll float off like the good fairy and go to work getting my own life straightened out. Okay?
Okay,
said Pete. His smile was almost a laugh. He looked strong and comfortable, the muscles in his shoulders and legs elongated as he slouched in his chair. He had that unself-conscious, almost comical look that she had seen on fathers taking little children to the park.
I guess knowing how to shoot people doesn't do much for your social life.
She was surprised at her sudden need to keep him from thinking she wasn't desirable. She drew in a breath to respond, then looked down at her watch. It's late, and I'd like to get an early start tomorrow morning. He looked at the bed.
I can sleep on the floor.
Sorry, that's mine, she said. She took a pillow and the bedspread off the bed. What I'm worried about is not you, by the way. Tonight I'm going to keep my eyes open for visitors. She busied herself with the bedspread while he got into the bed and turned off the lamp beside it. Then she went into the bathroom, brushed her teeth, and came back out. He was lying in the dim light with his eyes closed. She turned out the other light and lay on the folded quilt in the dark.
Jane?
What?
Thanks again.
Think nothing of it. She lay in the darkness,
staring up at the ceiling and testing the sensation of not being able to detect the difference between having her eyes open or closed. She closed them and thought about Carrie. She knew that at this hour he was fast asleep in the big bed at home. She tried to reach out with her thought and place a blessing on him while he slept, but the mere knowledge that he was sleeping cut her off from him. He was dreaming, not thinking about her, like a receiver tuned to a different station. She opened her eyes again, and she was back in the motel room in Montana. As she lay there feeling the floor pressing harder on her spine, she contemplated the absurdity of pretending to stay alert for intruders so she could lie here on the floor when there was plenty of room on a perfectly good bed a few feet away. She knew that she would have the thought again and again, each time she awoke in the darkness, waiting for the night to end. It was her penance for lying to Carrie about the sleeping arrangements. She couldn't take back the lie, but she could suffer a little discomfort to make the lie almost true. She dozed off for a few seconds and began to slip into a dream. The vague image of a man appeared and began to resolve and clarify. Bare legs, arms, then the features of the face began to establish themselves. She was startled, and her body jerked and woke her, pulling her out of it in time to keep the man from being recognizable. But it was too late to keep her from knowing that the sight her mind had been preparing for her had not been Carrie.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 19. Linda Thompson spent all of her time studying Dr. Carey McKinnon. He was attractive, with a lean body and gangling walk, and big hands that made her wonder if he had made his way through college playing basketball. He always looked as though he was late, ducking out of the driver's seat of the BMW, unfolding those long legs, then taking 2 steps toward the hospital building before the door that he had flicked with his hand slammed shut. Then he would step along toward the entrance without looking to either side or slowing down, as visitors did, to be sure the automatic door would open in time, and then disappear inside. When his shift ended, he would come out alone at the same speed, slip into the BMW, and drive off. She watched him travel the same route each time, back to his big old house in Amherst. After a few minutes, she would see him moving around in the kitchen. Later, there would be the glowing bluish light in a room on the upper floor from a television set. When it went off, he would sleep. It took Linda 2 days to grow accustomed to his hours. He was at the hospital for surgery by 7, and usually walked across the street to the medical building where he had his office at around 1. Sometime in the late afternoon he would walk back to the hospital and stalk the hallways, talking to patients in their rooms until at least 7, and sometimes 9. After she became used to his movements and had adjusted her internal clock to his, she had long stretches of time when she could let him out of her sight. The mornings were good, because she knew that he wasn't going to leave in the middle of an operation. She spent some mornings with realtors. His neighborhood was wrong for her purposes. The houses were all big and expensive, sitting well back on vast lots. The nearest one that was for sale was 2 long blocks away, and the view of his house was obscured by a row of old maple trees along the sidewalk. The zoning apparently didn't permit apartment buildings, because there was not one on any of the surrounding streets. She considered getting a job in the hospital, but only for a moment. Hospitals checked credentials to avoid lawsuits, and she could never create any that would get her a job that placed her in his path frequently enough. At best, she would find herself emptying bedpans 3 floors away from him, with no excuse to